Meeting will come to order. The time is 7:09 a.m. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Garrett?
Here.
Mrs. Hanson?
Here.
Mr. Miller?
Here.
Mr. Mortensen?
Here.
Mr. Tyree?
Here.
Mr. Winchester?
Here.
Mr. Char?
Here. There is a quorum present. Everyone, please rise and join us at the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item of business, modification and adoption of agenda. Are there any objections to adopting the agenda? There are no objections. The agenda is adopted. Next item of business, board discussion. We'll begin interviews at 7:30 a.m. I'll yield the floor to Randy.
Let's see if the board had any questions. At your seat, you should find, I printed off the actual applications with letters of reference for the board, and also your questions. If I awkwardly didn't type the question right, that's my fault, so. But you should have your name next to it. It'll be a round robin, so we'll go in order. So you should see your name by the question. And, we did get it narrowed down to 14, which will give the candidates more time to ask you questions. So usually what I try to tell the board is you want to get through these basic ones, but because each candidate is different, you may have a different follow-up question that you couldn't ask Marcia or Alan because they come from different places, and that's okay. As long as we get through the set of questions you have, then every candidate has had an opportunity to answer those 14 questions or participate in that. I thought last night went well from my observation. Feedback, I do have all the feedback cards. I did organize them, I did go through them all last night. So, a wide range of comments from people. So that's good. So we'll be looking at those later today as additional information. And then as we progress today, we may have questions when we go into executive session. So,
Randy, can you, if one of us were to feel as though a follow-up question off script here needs to be asked of this particular candidate or candidates, can you give us some parameters around that question? Like, for instance, I just, some of the things that I'm thinking about, I almost feel as though the question needs to have some prefaces. Are there any boundaries there that we need to be aware of or take into consideration, like about, providing some context to them that's specific to our district to be able to answer the question accordingly?
I think you're okay. I mean, I'll preach to the choir, the question's not to ask, right? How old are you?
Right. Yeah, personal
Yeah.
stuff.
Right.
But no, you may have, I may give you an answer and you may want to do a follow-up that pertains directly to the district, or you might even have a little scenario about what would you do in this situation, related to this question.
Okay.
So, but because they're 4 different unique individuals, your follow-up questions may be a little bit different to each one. But I'm guessing they should take about 2 to 3 minutes per question, so it should give the board time to come back. I think Paul asked the board if they have any follow-up questions. If you acknowledge to the chair that you do, then you'd be called on the floor. I hope that answered that.
Yes.
Are you recommending then we save, if we have an extra question, to maybe make note of it and save it for the end?
That's what I would do.
Okay.
Get through your 14.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
all right, that's helpful.
And do we have I think we should be consistent in how we handle any questions they have for the board.
Mm-hmm.
Paul, do you have idea of how you want to handle that?
And depending on the question, if I feel like it's a question that I think represents the entire board, I think I can field most of those. But if it's a question I feel like I'd like to have input from everyone, I might yield the floor. So it just depends on the question. But I mean, feel free if you
To go.
want to answer. Yeah, please, please
Have a good answer.
ask for the floor.
Okay.
I'll take that one, Mr. Shard.
Which is a great question. So before we get to number 14, might be right after 13 be a good time to ask the board if they have any follow-up questions. And then at the end, candidates can ask their questions.
Okay. Okay.
So that would be
Yep.
good.
Yep. So Derek, before you ask number 14,
Okay.
I'll ask them if they have any questions. Or
Sounds
if-
good.
I'll ask the board if the board has any questions before we yield to the candidate.
All right.
And then, I hope she doesn't have to, but if Lacey does have to step out, will Paul take those questions as lead? Okay.
On question 9, I think there's a couple of them like this, but 9 has like 3 or 4 different questions inside it. Would you want me to read them all, or would you say, and then I can read them back if they need?
Yeah.
Okay.
The candidates they don't know who's asking the questions, but they have the questions so they can refer to them.
Okay, good.
Because you have some that are
Multi,
multi-parts and when nerves kick in sometimes.
For sure. I don't think I
They
would
have to
remember all 4
refer
of
to
those.
that. So
It's like 4.
we'll have a copy for every candidate.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
So that's great. You guys are good. If you have to step out, Lacey, the chair will probably take your question.
Totally fine. Yeah, absolutely. I don't foresee it happening. I think we'll be all right. My dad will be there today, so. He's been there all week. Should preface it with that. But he'll be there with me, please. And she's got excellent care, even if Christy does torture her. She didn't say torture. Christy walked in yesterday and she's like, she's here to pick on me. It's cute.
She gets practice on you, is that what you said?
Look what
She
she has
practices
to live
on
with
you.
every day.
That's right, that's right.
Extra morning.
My mom loves her, though. She really does. That's her favorite person to come in and see her, is Christy. She's so
I
sweet.
always try.
Yeah,
She's like, uh-oh, she's here to pick on me.
she's got her presence on her.
She does. It's calming, just very calming.
So did they replace the hip?
No, it's in a place that's inoperable, which is part of the problem right now. So when she fell, the wind knocked her over, by the way. Her ball went into her socket and it just sheared off the bottom part of the socket. So it's still there and attached with tendons and all that. It's just gonna have to slowly grow back, which in itself is frustrating. If they'd have done or was able to do a hip replacement, she'd be home, walking around by now. But
Did you,
because they can't, she's just got like 8 weeks of lots of pain and.
Yeah.
when you get older.
So right now, she's still in the hospital just trying to manage the pain. Yes, her baby, but she waits because she has such a high pain tolerance, like, she'll wait and then she's like, oh, I think I'm at an 8. And I'm like, Mama, you need to let us know when you're at a 4, okay? Like,
So far.
get
so
ahead of
far.
it, stay ahead of it.
That's a blessing.
So,
For sure.
anyway,
Those older cats are tough birds, aren't they?
They are.
I don't think we're gonna be that tough. Maybe a handful of us, but.
No,
Not all of us.
I'm not.
So, feedback cards. Somebody says,
But the bigger-
what are you gonna do about pay scale? There's a classified person in the community.
No, Sean, my dad's having surgery Thursday. He was in the hospital in January, remember?
Yeah.
And he's like, well, I'll just put it off. And we're like, you're gonna end up back in the hospital, so no, you're not. So he won't be able to help with mom for like 2 weeks, which is fine. But my sister's flying in Wednesday to help for that first week. We'll tag team mom and dad care. So it's gonna be an exhausting couple weeks, I think, but we'll make it. It'll be fun. They're both 84, and if this is the worst that happens, we're doing all right.
You gonna make it through an interview without having to go to the bathroom?
Well, I'm gonna time this right before we start to
That's
go.
exactly what I was gonna do, because I'm down coffee like there.
And
is
then
no
I'm
tomorrow.
hoping there's like a little break in between.
And don't ask the candidate that question.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
That's the first question, do you think?
Me and Randy already had this little chat this morning about getting up early.
Yep.
2 or 3 times in the night. It comes with age.
Mhm.
It does.
Yep.
I agree.
I lowered the coffee intake,
There you go.
but that doesn't.
Doesn't seem
they
to matter, huh?
Don't drink this, don't drink this, drink this. It doesn't make a diddly squat. Tried all of it. There's a few more I gotta try.
I'm with you, Sean. I drink so much coffee, but I also drink a lot of water, so it's like every half hour I'm moving, going to the bathroom. It's not a bad thing.
Has there been a recent update on,
Christy,
yeah,
I have not heard one.
I don't know.
I'm assuming all is going as well as could be expected, but
would Sandy know anything?
I don't know. Got you. Recording. Okay.
Well, I'll give it my shot now and hopefully will.
There you go.
Pits.
Of course they are, yes.
So I was in there leaning against kind of the,
Sorry, I'm
you know, it's
deaf.
a chicken wire.
It's okay.
I was leaning against
We
it,
all are getting there.
playing
My
with
kids
the
every day, I'm like,
automatic door opener.
What?
And I had all my
I'm
weight
losing
on
your
my right
hearing.
hip and-
What?
and I didn't get it.
It's called selective. You learn to tune them out.
Oh,
And I thought,
I feel like children kind of
dislocated
mumble
my hip.
too.
Yeah.
You need
Because
to
I had a
enunciate these
replacement
words.
on the left
Eye
one.
contact.
But this was the
Enunciate.
right one, and I could hardly
Yeah.
get out of there and get to the house. So, have a neighbor Hot
Morning. Good morning.
Lauren,
Nothing all hot, it's actually cold, so I have to warm it up for everybody. Good morning.
Morning.
How was your accommodations?
Great,
Good.
really good. Good location, nice little restaurant across the street. I visited that the other night, had a burger, it was good. Good place to be.
Perfect.
Where'd you stay at?
Stayed at the Best Western, right there as you come into Fort Morgan. Looks like it's fairly new. But hey, great. Had biscuits and gravy this morning on the menu. That's a Southern
Good deal.
delight. So, they didn't have chocolate biscuits and gravy though. That's something y'all probably hadn't heard of.
Probably didn't find any grits over there, though.
I need grits. No, I'm not a big fan of grits.
I see.
It's not my food choice.
Okay. We're close enough to time. Welcome and thank you for interest in the position and for engaging in this process with us here in Brush. And we've got 90 minutes roughly to get through questioning, and so we'll try to keep a decent pace so that we have enough time at the end of that process to yield the floor to you if you have any questions or if there's any board members that have further questions.
Thank you for having me. I've enjoyed my time here.
Very good. I'll just start with the first question, and we're just going to go around the board, and each question will be asked by a different board member. Please tell us, Alan, what really excites you about to being the Brush superintendent?
I think I kind of touched on this last night. You know, I've spent 31 years in public education. I retired in June of 22, knowing that, you know, I still had a passion for public schools and public education. I've spent my entire career in Arkansas. We had an opportunity to come out here a couple of years ago and visit. We really liked the area. And so I've kind of felt like that this was a place where I would like to come at some point maybe and do some more work with schools. Obviously, I'm looking for the right situation. I'm not going to fit everywhere, I realize that. But I feel like that Brush is a community, just from the time I've been here and what research I've done. I certainly feel like it's a community that I could come in and help and hopefully make a difference for the kids and the school. And certainly, I said this last night, had a great tour guide yesterday to get to look at your schools. You've got some great facilities. You know, that's always a challenge coming into a school when you have facilities that are not the greatest. You know, because there's a lot of moving parts and trying to get those where you need. You're there, in my opinion. You're there. You know, I think I've had a chance to meet a few of your employees. They seem to be very caring and very passionate. And so I think all those things make me very interested in the Brush School District. And obviously, there's nothing that's happened at this point that would change my mind that I could come here and hopefully make a difference and support the community and support the kids.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Alan. Please share specific ways that you effectively communicate with your board, other administrators, teaching staff, classified staff, community, and students.
Let me start with the board first, because obviously, you know, I view the role of superintendent as being that intermediary between the board and the school. And I'm going to share this with you as far as my relationship with the board. And obviously, relationships are important in being able to communicate well with the board.
So in my prior school, I pretty much had the same board the entire time that I was there. And that, you can look at that in two ways, that was a good thing or a bad thing. One of the board members had been with me for a long time. She resigned her position recently. And she called me and she said a couple things. She said, you know, it's been a lot different since you've gone and left, and we knew that was going to happen. But she said, you know, what I really appreciate is that, you know, I could always call you and you would listen to what I had to say. And you made me feel like you listened to what I had to say. But the other side of that was that I always knew that you had the best interest of the school at heart, even when I disagreed with you. So I think, you know, having that relationship, communicating with the board one-on-one, you know, she was one of those board members that I knew when I called her, she was going to ask a lot of questions. And so I tried to always make sure that I spent enough time with her, answering her questions, reassuring her of what we were going to do, how I thought things would work out, good or bad. You know, some decisions you have to make, and you communicate those, and you'd rather not do it, but you have to do it. That's part of it. You know, I think just being honest, you know, I'll try to cut right to the chase and tell you, you know, how I see this, and so, you know, just, you know, honest communication on a regular basis. You know, obviously there's in communication with the board, and I'm specifically talking to the board. I know there's another part to this, but I think that's critical in my role, is the communication with you as board members. You know, I don't know that every day-to-day thing you need to know, but I know the things that I feel like are important to you. I'll know that by our conversations and our communications, and I'll try to communicate those to you. You know, I probably am more comfortable, you know, communicating with you on the phone, but I certainly can do it through emails, because there's always things that you want to ask and you want to know about, and that's my job, is to keep you informed and make sure you know that. And so that's a big part of the communication. The second part of that, I believe, is how I'm going to communicate with staff and other administrators. So obviously you've got here, there's three levels there. There's the administrators, building administrators, and then the staff. I think if you hire me, it's going to be really important for me to do a lot of face-to-face communication with the staff. Okay, teachers don't like after-school meetings, and I don't either. You know, they're ready to go home, and I'm ready for them to go home, and they're ready to go home. But I think there's going to have to be that time where I can communicate with them one-on-one, face-to-face, especially until they get to know me, and we can develop, you know, a good line of communication. I want the staff to certainly feel like I'm approachable, and they can come to me and they can talk to me about anything. I'll tell them the first day, you know, I have an open door policy. If you have something you need to talk about, whatever it is, then know my door's open, and I want to hear that. You know, I think starting out, that's critical. That's very critical for the staff to do that. Administrators are a little bit different. You know, I think those conversations, you know, I will communicate with them as individuals, but I also want to communicate with them as teams, because I want to develop that interaction with them as a team. It's not just my building and this building or whatever it is. So I want to communicate with them both in a team setting, but also as individuals. You know, I have a background as a building principal. I spent a lot of my career in that role. I think I understand the challenges that building principals have and what they have to deal with. And so I want to get a good handle on, you know, how do they make decisions at the building level? How do they do day-to-day business? All those are part of communication, me understanding it and knowing that, and then going on, that kind of helps me understand how I need to communicate with them both, you know, directly and as a group. So that would be how I would approach communication and being a, you know, and obviously, you know, I can email, but, you know, I don't know, I feel like that's a little bit impersonal sometimes, and so I want to be very approachable.
Thank you.
Alan, how do you build trust and collaboration in the district?
You know, trust is a important thing, very important, you know. And I think, again, it goes back to getting to know people and them getting to know you. Being transparent is very important in developing that trust. So when you say things, you need to say what you mean and mean what you say. And so I think most people receive that well when it comes to trust, and then following through with what you're going to do. When we're not consistent, obviously people begin to have doubts about us and whether or not we can be trusted. You really don't develop that piece of trust until you get in the trenches and you have things happen. I consider myself to be someone that is very supportive of my staff. I tell them I'm going to support you all the way to the wall as long as you give me room to stand with you. You don't give me room to stand when you've done something that's not ethical or illegal. Can't support that. But day-to-day things, you have parents get mad over things just because of the way you've done business. And I want to make sure that they know that I'm going to back them. I may have that conversation with them after it's over with and say, I really wish you would have handled this way rather than the way you did. But I think that's part of building trust with your staff, and your community, just following through and doing what you say you're going to do. I will tell you that when I became superintendent of schools, I inherited a very tough situation. We had tried to pass a millage with the previous superintendent, and we failed miserably. And there was a lot of distrust in our community. And I was very involved. I was allowed to be involved in all the community meetings and all those things. And I tried to pay really good attention and take notes and listen to what people were saying. When I became superintendent, I went back and addressed those, and we had those same meetings again with the same people. We asked for basically the same millage with a few changes that I felt like needed to be changed because the community indicated very clearly they were not going to support that. At the end of the day, we flipped that. I tell you this because I think this is all part of trust and building that with your community. But at the end of the day, we flipped that. Instead of it being defeated 2-1, we won it 2-1. And the community said, we're going to go support you in this, but we want to make sure you need to do what you say. And so I made sure that everything we asked for in that millage, that we delivered that. And I communicated that to them every step of the way. And so I think I had a level of trust that a lot of superintendents before me and after me do not have. But I attribute that to the way that we handled that, and we did what we said we were going to do.
Alan, can you please give us an example of a curricular initiative that you led or facilitated that improved student achievement?
So, in Arkansas, a lot of our curriculum is obviously dictated to us through the state of Arkansas. A lot of the things that I worked with from a curriculum standpoint dealt with obviously my building, and one of the things that we had to do in our particular situation is 70% of our students were on free and reduced lunch, so we were one of the poorest counties in our state, and so our students obviously were behind in a lot of ways. Especially when they came to the high school. So we had to, I had to develop a plan, how that we were going to improve those students' test scores. Unfortunately, a lot of things are driven by test scores. I don't think a test score necessarily indicates what a student can do, but we're judged on those things. So I implemented some intervention programs that we specifically focused on math and literacy skills. I tried to find the best teachers that were available to put with those kids to help support those kids and help grow them to the level that we needed them in order to perform on the test. So that was one of the things that I was involved with early on. My high school went from being, one of the poor performing schools. In Arkansas, we've had several changes. Every time we get a new governor, we have a new change in education, have a new commissioner. So we were graded on several different categories, but in the last few years that I was there as principal, we were an A+ high school. We were one of the, that they didn't just hand those out to anyone. You had to do certain things. So our high school was rated as an A when I left there. After becoming superintendent, and this is, and you said curriculum is what you asked, but I think this is directly tied to your curriculum. We did something that is an initiative in Arkansas called PLCs, Professional Learning Communities. And we had experimented with those professional learning communities at the elementary level. We had a K-4 building, K3, 4-6, and 7-12. And I saw some things there in the elementary that I really liked from those professional learning communities. It gave teachers on the grade level time to collaborate together, talk about their curriculum. Because prior to coming there, you might have a third grade teacher or teachers, and they might do things quite a bit different. And so what we tried to do was align that, and through the use of PLCs, we allowed teachers the flexibility to be able to develop that curriculum for the grade level, collaborate on lesson plans, collaborate on students that were not performing well. And so I really liked that concept, and so we were able to develop that curriculum and improve that curriculum. Our elementary became an A school under the Arkansas grading system. We also we expanded that. We got a grant from the Arkansas Department of Education for about $1.2 million to start professional learning communities on all campuses in the district. And the elementary worked really well. The middle school worked really well. High school was a little bit different animal because they don't always accept change and those kind of things very well. They like to go into their room and close the door and be their own person. And so we ask them now to collaborate with teachers, work with teachers, work with their curriculum starting out in 7th grade and social studies so that we can develop that all the way through to high school. So we started that initiative. I felt that there's a lot of curriculums you can dive into and you can go get, but if your teachers are not skilled and trained and prepared to deliver that curriculum, you don't always get the results you want. So they have to have those skills too. So that's why I felt like the PLCs were something that would give us support on in both ways with that. But it was met with some resistance. COVID hit, and that kind of set us back in a lot of ways. And then obviously I retired, so I couldn't tell you how well that's going right now. They are continuing to do that, but we had a lot of teacher turnover, bringing a lot of young teachers in, and I felt that it was as important for those teachers to have that time to collaborate with your experienced teachers and your best teachers to help grow them. Because when you come out of college, you may think you're the greatest thing that's ever been, but I never found anything in a college class that helped prepare me for being in a classroom in front of students. And that's where I think they need that extra support with the veteran teacher, whatever the case might be. So long answer to a short question there. Hope I didn't wear you out with it.
Thank you.
How will you use data to lead the school district in utilizing multiple sources to measure student performance and to evaluate effectiveness of programs?
Okay. How will I use data?
How will you use data to lead
All
the
right.
school district?
All right. So data is important. Obviously, I think you use data to validate what you're doing in your initiatives. Data also helps you to have a direction and a course on how you want to attack problems. The way I use data is we would look at student test scores. We would identify what we taught, how we taught that, and validate whether or not the way we delivered that instruction and what we were teaching was accomplishing what we wanted to do. So I think those are ways that you use data to help you to analyze and to see what you're doing. You know, from my standpoint, you know, if you have an initiative and you put that initiative in, you know, you want to see what the results are, okay? You know, I'm not big on change for change's sake, but obviously when you have data and then you have other things, and I think being able to observe how teachers perform in the classroom, you know, through observation and evaluation, and then the data, that helps to validate, you know, maybe the direction or what you need to do to make decisions in order to implement programs and curriculum and do those things. So that would be how I would use it. Obviously, I try to look at it on the backside of that. In coming into a situation like this, I would want to look at the data and see, you know, what it looks like. What's the test scores? You know, how are the test scores here? Are we where we want to be with the test scores? You know, it allows you to ask a lot of questions. It would allow me to ask a lot of questions, you know, from the standpoint when I look at that, you know, what have we done in the past? What are we doing now? What do we need to do going forward?
Thank you.
Explain how you create a positive morale while leading others in building consensus.
Okay. So let me say this before I answer that question. So I see a lot of morale conversations through surveys and things like that. And let me say this about the surveys. I know what surveys are, and I know that, you know, you get a lot of information from surveys, and some of it's not worth any more than the paper it's on. But there are some that reoccur and reappear. So ask that question again to me. I wanted to say that because I've got questions I want to ask you as a board maybe later on, maybe a better time to do that. But ask that question again. Let me make sure I understand it right.
Explain how you create positive morale while leading others in building consensus.
Okay. So, you know, I think, again, you know, getting to know people, I think it's important as a superintendent that people, especially when you're doing a good job, know that you see that they're doing a good job. And you tell them. I've never found a bad time to go by and pat somebody on the back and say, the Brush School District's lucky to have you. You do a great job, and I want you to know we appreciate the work you do. So that's one of the things that I found over the years that helps in building positive morale. You know, we all need to vent a lot of times. We're never going to be happy all the time. No one's going to be happy all the time. And I find that, you know, whether it's a parent, a teacher, an administrator, whoever it is, you know, if they have an opportunity to be able to sit down and just vent to you and tell you how they feel about things, they may or may not leave with any different, you know, view of it, but at least they've had that opportunity. And I find that that's important, that people have that access to you to be able to at least get things off their chest and move forward. I find that that's always helped, you know, in morale. I try to be someone that looks at the glass half full rather than half empty. So I think how I approach day-to-day things, how I view things, how I respond to people, you know, has a lot to do with how they feel and how they feel about their job and what they do. I've never made everybody completely happy, I'll be honest with you. But it wasn't because I didn't try and I didn't attempt to, and I didn't make sure that I gave them a chance to tell me what their issues were and what their concerns were. And if it was something I felt like I could help them with, you know, I wanted to make sure I did what I could to support them in that. And teachers need to feel supported, you know, because when they don't feel supported, doesn't matter what level it is, you know, obviously that has an impact on their morale and how they view things. So I want to make sure that I support the folks that are in the classroom doing the work, and I think you can never do enough of that.
what have you done in previous positions and what will you do as our superintendent to ensure that you receive diverse perspectives on issues facing the district?
Well, you know, I think the public forum that you had last night was great. I think it's a great opportunity, you know, to give people an opportunity to be engaged, and to ask questions, to talk. You know, there's only one way that you can really get a clear perspective of how people feel in the community is to have conversations with them, have meetings. I certainly welcome the opportunity to get involved with parent groups and have conversations with them and talk to them. I certainly welcome the opportunity to meet with community groups and get their perspective on the school. And you know, all those groups have a little different idea on maybe what school is. There's always a lot of misinformation about the schools that are floating around. We're an easy target. I think the more times you can get in front of groups and people and you can clarify what your mission is and what you've done, it always helps from the perspective of the community for them to understand, you know, what's going on in the schools and what you're doing. You know, I would share this. You know, it's never fun to be in a hostile setting with parents when they're upset, but that's part of the job. That's what you have to do sometimes. You know, I have certainly had to sit in on those. You know, I live in a small rural community that, you know, has very conservative values, and you know, I think this would be one of the things that would kind of go along with what you're saying is that you know, had a group of pastors that got really upset about some things they'd heard that were going on in the school. They were great guys, but they were not happy, and a lot of what they heard was not correct or not true. But got a chance to sit down with them as a group, and we were able to talk, and I made sure they knew what the school, you know, where the school's position was on those things and what had actually happened. And so, you know, we left there, you know, with a better understanding, better position than where we were at when we began. So hopefully that's kind of gives you an idea of some of the things that I've done and been involved with.
Ellen, if the school district were required to make large financial adjustments in the budget, please describe the process you would follow and whom you would include in the decision-making process.
And I would say that question, you're basically saying if we had to riff staff and do those kind of things, is that kind of the process, cut programs?
It could be part of it.
Part of it, okay. You know, that's never an enjoyable situation to be in when you have to do that. It is necessary sometimes to do that. You know, you know, when you start talking about, you know, having to reduce staff, you know, obviously the district has a policy on how you would do that. I would want to make sure that I'm clear on that policy and what to do. I would certainly want to involve all those people that would be involved. Want to reassure them that we're going to do everything that we can as a district to help support them, you know, in whatever ways that we can going forward. You know, anytime you have to reduce, you know, you have to cut programs or whatever that is. Those are not very enjoyable times to have to deal with. But you know, just being honest with people as what you have to do. Be transparent about why you have to do it. Most people understand, you know, if you're in a financial situation that you know you're not meeting your financial obligations or whatever the case is. Being honest with everybody, you know. Obviously, they're going to know why you're in that situation. How did you get here? You know, and hopefully, you know, we got in that situation not because of something a decision we necessarily made. I know, in my case, in several cases over the years, the Arkansas legislature would demand that we raise teacher salaries without giving us the funds to do that. That creates a problem, and so we, you know, in a few cases, not many, you know, we did have to reduce our staff. We tried to do it in such a way that, you know, it it didn't impact the people. You know, we did it through retirement and those kind of things. You know, so you look for all those opportunities to soften that blow and make it as easy as you can, you know, for the people that are involved. But I think you want to make sure when you're dealing with finances that you're transparent and you're doing everything possible to reassure the community that you're doing the very best with the finances and the funds that they've given you to operate the school. Hopefully, we would never be in that situation.
Thank you.
Describe a time this is several questions. Describe a time you provided leadership around an issue or effort that you knew or believed was right, but may have been controversial. How did you know it was right? How did you develop your leadership plan and strategies? What happened? What would you do differently? We can come back to those if needed.
So this is probably not something that, you know, you want to tell when you're interviewing for a job with another school district. But I think it's part of being transparent, and obviously in my case I learned a lot from this. While I was superintendent, we wanted to expand the horizons for our students. We wanted to give them more opportunities, and so in Arkansas, you can apply to become a school of innovation. So a school of innovation, basically, just give you some things that are involved in school of innovation is online learning platforms, flexible student scheduling, and you know, student-paced learning. And those are all part of our school of innovation. Now, those things all sound really good. And I had a group of teachers in the high school building that were very passionate about that and wanted to pursue that. And I'm a little bit old school, okay? When I walk down a hallway, I like to see kids in a classroom being taught by a teacher, not hanging out in the classroom or hanging out in the hallways, you know, so that's a challenge for me. I did that because I saw some information that we had got, through some surveys and things from students that had graduated, that went to college, and one of the biggest issues that they had was that they were not prepared for the college setting with online learning and those platforms. And so I knew that we needed to address that in some way. But I had a core of teachers at the high school that, you know, had become very engaged with the School of Innovation and all the concepts of it. And we did all the things I think you need to do. You know, we surveyed the teachers to make sure that they understood and they wanted to be involved in it. And we had about 80% of the teachers at the time that wanted to do that. But I will tell you that we failed miserably at communicating what all was involved. I think we did a very poor job as a staff communicating not only to our teachers but our parents and our students, because we felt like that this was going to increase student motivation and it was going to do all those things for us, and it would all be great and wonderful, knowing that there was going to be a lot of work involved to do that. I will tell you, in the first year of that program, our community was in an uproar. You know, you had about 15% of the students that did really, really well in that environment. You had 70, 75, 85% that did not. And the parents were frustrated and they struggled with that. So, you know, obviously those are things that you have to step in and you have to correct. And so I think I did what any good leader would do. I stepped in and took a step back. And we had we basically made changes along the way to try to accommodate where we were having problems and what we were doing. But at the end of the day, we had a meeting with all the high school parents. I stood up in front of them and I said, this has not went well, and I know it's not went well. And there are things that we are going to do next year. We're in the process of doing that now. But I want to know what your frustrations are. So for about 2.5 hours, I sat in front of that group of parents that were not very happy with us, and I listened. And I made sure that I listened to every parent that wanted to say something, and had something to say. I had some of our board members there, they had parents in school, had the staff at the high school there, because I wanted them to hear it, because there were some of them that didn't see what we were seeing, what we were hearing. And then after we had that meeting, I sat back down with the leadership team at the high school and the principal, and we came up with a plan on how we were going to address those issues going forward. Now, we took a step back, I'll be honest with you. We did away with the flexible student schedule and went back to more of a traditional schedule. Tried to make sure that we gave those kids that were doing well an opportunity to continue to do well in that setting. But the other students, we tried to make sure that we put them in a situation where, we could manage their learning better than what we had done previously. So a lot of moving parts in that, but I learned a lot of valuable things from that, going forward. And anytime you have a new initiative that's new, you really have to spend a lot of time building capacity within the staff. You can't have a small percentage of your staff that has the capacity to do that and the rest that do not. And so, in order to implement one of those things and to do that, you have to build that capacity in your staff. And, your administration has to be able to be very directive in how those things need to look, and make sure that, everyone's on the same page, doing the same thing.
Thank you.
What is your, excuse me, what is your philosophy regarding parent involvement and parental rights? What strategies would you employ to keep parents and stakeholders informed about developments in the school system?
I'm not sure how parental involvement is here. I was very pleased to see the amount of people that you had for your meeting last night. At the elementary levels, my experience has been that those parents tend to be a lot easier to be involved with their students and kids, and then the further they move up the system, it becomes harder and harder to keep them involved. I think within your school, you need to have programs and opportunities to invite those parents in, be inviting to them, give them opportunities to come in, and see what their students are doing in school. So make sure you have the right programs and you're doing the things that you need to do to keep those parents involved. I'm not going to say that we've always done the greatest job in that, but I have always believed that the more parents are involved with their kids' education, then the more successful those kids will be. I believe that very strongly. So we want to keep them involved, and again, have things in the school, programs, initiatives for them. I don't know that you can ever do enough, just again, putting yourself in settings where you're meeting those parents, giving them an opportunity to talk with you, and when I say you, I believe it's a superintendent to be in that role, to talk to parents, listen to their concerns. I'm not going to get off into the weeds and tell you how all those things need to look, but certainly being available for those opportunities and doing that, and having your administrative team involved in those. And because ultimately, those are the ones that need to have access, and to be able to filter that information back to your teachers and your staff, and being involved in those things. So again, I think availability is important, in that communication piece with the parents and being involved with them.
Alan, in order to maintain a positive working environment, it is important to have high expectations for all employees. What will you do to ensure that measures are in place at all levels to hold everyone accountable, and that no employee is seen as being untouchable as related to accountability?
Well, I think, going back to the morale question, I think when you have problems with morale, it's because people feel like they've not been treated fairly. So it's important that, we treat our staff fairly. They feel like they're being treated fairly. Consistency with them. And how do you accomplish that? You evaluate them you know, I've done this long enough that I think I understand the things that you're talking about. You know, it's easy to have programs that get bigger than what the school is, and I think it's important that everybody understands, you know, your program's not any more important than anyone else's is. You know, there's not the big I and the little you, and so you celebrate all the programs, you celebrate what everybody's doing well, so that you don't give the perception from an administrative standpoint that someone is more important than someone else. You evaluate teachers for a reason, that they know that, you know, you're going to monitor their performance and what they're doing. You know, I'm sure the district has an evaluation tool that you use. Hopefully it's one that is consistent across the board, that all the teachers understand, they know the expectations and what they need to meet in order to be, you know, to perform at the level that you would like for them to do in that process. You know, I'm personally going to spend time in the classrooms. You know, sometimes that's not a good thing for teachers. They get real uncomfortable. But I think it's important that, you know, I see what kind of job they're doing. And I understand, you know, it's not hard to tell if a teacher's not prepared to get up in front of that classroom and teach kids. That's not hard to figure out. You can tell that pretty quick. You know, and how do they perform when they're there? How do they interact with kids? What kind of culture are they developing in their classroom? You know, so those are all things that I feel very comfortable with myself, being able to look at those things and identify that. You know, but initially I want to be able to do that, and I would be very clear with teachers. I'm not here to evaluate you on a piece of paper. I just want to see what's going on in our classrooms, and that's how I would approach that.
Thank you.
Alan, considering the demographics in our community, how would you become involved in the community? Please be specific in terms of the groups or organizations that would be high on your list.
Okay. Well, you know, I think PTA groups are important, especially if, you know, they're engaged in helping support the school. You know, those are groups that certainly I would be involved with. You know, I've been involved in our local community Rotary Club for many years now, and I don't know if you have one of those here, but I think those types of organizations are important because they really tend to want to know what's going on in your schools, and they like to support your schools. So I would want to engage in those groups, you know, to make sure, number one, they know who I am, and that I would have a platform whenever I needed that platform to come in and talk about the schools, talk about initiatives in schools. I've had many Rotary meetings where I went in and talked about things going on in the school because I felt like that, you know, those people were going to go out in the community and they were going to share what I said with them in the community. So those groups are good from the standpoint of getting the correct information about what's going on in the school out there. And so I value them very highly. And so I would want to engage with them very early on and be able to develop that relationship where, you know, I could come to their meetings and their organizations and they would know who I am, and we could talk about school and school-related issues. I don't think you can ever do enough to promote your school in your community because you know, there's plenty of opportunities for misinformation to be out there, and we want the perception of the school to be positive. I think that's one of the best ways to do that.
Alan, what are some strategies that you might have to address the current teacher and bus driver shortage?
Bus drivers are a big issue. I will tell you how I handled that in the district that I was in. We were rural, and it was very hard to find bus drivers. So I'll start with that, and then we'll progress to the teachers. You know, bus drivers are important. You know, I've said this a lot of times. You know, a superintendent cannot show up to work, and sometimes they don't know if he's, you know, they don't miss him. But you let a bus driver or a cook or someone like that not show up to work, you miss those people. So they're very critical to your school and the day-to-day operations. We tried to do a couple of things. Obviously, we tried to increase their pay and make sure that we were giving them a competitive wage compared to other districts around us. So we worked really hard to make sure we were doing that. You know, in the district I was in, I had 550 square miles that we had to go pick up kids. I ran 13 bus routes. Some of those bus routes were longer than other bus routes, and so there was a constant battle there with the bus drivers on, you know, I drive more miles than, or I drive less miles, or whatever the case may be, and I get the same pay. So I went in and implemented a plan that if your route was X number of miles, we paid you so much a mile, and so you got compensated for having a longer bus route. Wasn't a lot, but it did make a difference in that part of it, and gave them a little extra money. You know, what I found was that if you've got employees in the district that have a job with the district, you try to work with them, because they're very good at becoming bus drivers if you can get them to do that. So we tried to utilize, you know, everyone that we could, from our cooks to our custodians to our maintenance people. If they want to drive a bus, we tried to support them, and we tried to help them to get their bus drive, to get their license, and help us drive a bus. So we tried to do that. We would use teachers, so we tried to make sure that at the end of the day, that they had a period at the end of the day where, you know, they would be available to leave early to go get on that bus so they could transport kids. So we had to be very creative in trying to do that, to make sure that we supported them, and it worked. You know, we at one point, bus drivers were not eligible for health insurance, so we worked to make sure they were eligible for the health insurance. So those were some things that we did, and it helped. I won't say that it completely solved the problem, but it certainly helped. You know, teachers, you know, I think, you know, we have to be teacher friendly as far as we can go to help give them every opportunity that we can to encourage them and to retain them. You know, teachers are never going to be paid enough for the work they do. Obviously, if you have an opportunity to be able to compensate them in some way, then you need to try to do that, because that's, you know, when you start talking to teachers about, you know, what motivates them, it's obviously money. I get it, I understand. You know, a lot of schools, and I've noticed that you have started this, I'm not sure what year you're in, but going to a 4-day school week, I'm sure that was part of the incentive for teachers. You know, I had opportunities to do that, but I could never see where, number one, the 4-day school week was going to be that beneficial financially for the district. And I certainly had my concerns about having the bus routes that I had, and kids having to get on buses earlier and be home later. And so we never went to that. But I know that that's the main drive behind why schools go to the 4-day school week, that they like that extra time off. And I get that, I understand that. So you know, anything you can do. I think something that we did that we, you know, was very helpful is, you know, if a teacher wanted to advance themselves degree-wise, because obviously we had different steps. If you moved up and got a master's degree, obviously you got a pretty good pay raise. And so, you know, we tried to support them and incentivize them to, you know, go on and get that extra degree, so that, you know, that would help them. You know, in my district, it was about $5,000 raise once you went from getting a, you know, bachelor's degree to a master's degree. So those are things, and I think just trying to be as flexible as you can. You know, we have to be family oriented. Teachers have children, and so, you know, you try to work with them as best you can, as long as it doesn't sacrifice, you know, your delivery of instruction and supporting kids in that area.
Thank you.
Very good. We're quite a ways ahead of schedule. I'll just ask the board now if there's any other questions at this point.
I have a few that I've jotted down.
Floor is yours.
Let me find them here. Alan, you talked a little bit, question for your answer pertained to PLCs in that, and you described that at the high school level, you had a body of your staff that was all in on that, and then maybe that some weren't, and sounds like perhaps you experienced some pushback in some places around that.
Somewhat, yes. I'll say that.
Could you talk a little bit more about some things you did and achievements you had to offset some of that pushback and create some and build some collaboration around that philosophy?
So I think having some pushback would be an understatement, because I've certainly, there was a lot of things that, came from that we had to deal with. And obviously, teachers put a lot of time. There were some teachers that put a lot of time in that initiative, okay, and they worked very hard, and they had feelings that should have worked if you'd had the buy-in. If you don't have the buy-in from the entire staff, and you don't build that capacity, and I say, there's a skill level that has to change from the way you traditionally taught in the classroom to going to one of those new initiatives, whether you're using online learning, you're using flexible scheduling. You have to change, and you have to adapt to that. Young teachers adapt very well. Older teachers don't tend to adapt as well. But the one thing that I went back to with the staff over and over again is we're not serving all the students here. We're not reaching all of our students. Regardless of what the problem is, we're not reaching those students. So we've got to be able to serve the majority of our students. And so, that was how I approached that with the staff. They knew that. They knew we were not serving all the students. It wasn't my fault they're not getting served. It's somebody else's fault. But they knew we were not doing that. And I think they accepted that fact that, we were not ready to dive into that the way that we did. And so, we certainly went back and had a lot of conversations, with our staff about what are the good things that we know that we can hang on to right now and continue to develop and serve all the students. We identified those things, and we continued to try to grow those things. Because we had a percentage of our students that were doing very well in that system, and we could see that they were doing well. And then we went back and kind of identified some things that we were going to try to grow in over the next year, and maybe implement those things and add those things back into where we had initially started. But we looked a lot different in year 2 than we did in year 1. Now, we had another little problem that we had to deal with, and that was COVID. And so that set us back greatly in our initiative, to go to move forward with a school of innovation. It was an advantage in one aspect because, in Arkansas, we had to send kids home. We didn't have an option. And so we had to rely on that online learning platform to help us reach those students. And it worked great for our students that had internet connectivity and connect. Unfortunately, where I lived and where my school district was, I only had about 20% that had internet access that was good enough to be able for those kids to be online. So that was a whole other set of circumstances that we had to deal with. But that was a positive because our other campuses were not prepared for that at all. But it slowed us down in what we did, but I think those teachers that had spent that time and done all that work realized that, hey, we're not serving the kids, we're not serving all the kids that we need to. And so we were able to, try to go back and, again, take those good things, those positive things, move forward, grow those, but at the same time take a step back and do things that serve all the students.
Are there any other members' questions? And we'll come back to Mr. Miller if he has more. Yep.
Yeah, you referenced a few times just the state of Arkansas putting in maybe new standards or teacher pay increases, those kind of things. Do you have an example of possibly the state wanting to do something but the community not aligning with that? And how do you go about addressing that?
Well, so I'll share this. Our legislature in Arkansas is very involved in public education, so they feel like once they get elected, they become experts in education. from my perspective, I became very involved with our associations, on our legislative committees, you know, working with legislatures, trying to make sure they knew that when they were passing legislation, how it was going to impact my community. And so I spent a lot of time working with legislatures through those organizations, making sure that they understood, you know, this may be good for where you're at, but this is not going to be good for the people in my district and the students in my district, and here's why. And so we spent a lot of time doing that, you know, because that was my job, to represent my school district to those decision makers. Because there's, you know, they don't understand that. Now here, I'm not sure that how Colorado approaches that, but you know, there are certain initiatives obviously that could be very concerning, and so we want to go to battle for those. And I'm certainly not afraid to do that and be on that stage. I have you know, I've addressed the Senate Education Committee in the legislature, in the House, on different occasions on legislation. I dare tell this, but I will tell this, that, you know, when I retired, I actually ran for the Arkansas House of Representatives in my district, because I was very concerned about where education in Arkansas was going to go. And I felt like we needed a voice that could represent public education in rural communities, and I wanted to be that voice. The voters didn't see it that way. So anyway, that's here or there. But I think that's the way that you go about to push back on those things, is make sure that the decision makers that are making those decisions know that's not what your community wants, and that's not going to be the best for them. And in a lot of cases, you know, you can deter those things before they get to the level where it impacts you here locally. I believe in local control of the schools. Okay, I believe very strongly in that, and I would fight to defend that to the very end, because I think you as a board, you still have the authority and the control to run your school and make decisions for your school, and so we want to maintain that, and we want to keep that.
Any other members have questions? Mr. Miller?
One thing you mentioned about what attracted you to our district is our facilities, the updates of our facilities, and commitment by our community to the school district in terms of providing these facilities. What do you feel your role is in ensuring that our facilities are cared for in a way that demonstrates a high level of pride and provides longevity?
So one of the things that my voters told me, that they said, we're going to go vote for your millage, but don't ever put us back in this situation again. Our facilities had become run down and worn, and we had not maintained those and spent the time and invested in them the way we needed to. So I'm going to make sure that we invest in the maintenance and the care of those facilities. I want to make sure that the people that are doing those jobs know they're supported. We need to make sure that they've got the tools and the resources to do the job that we want them to do. You know, it's easy for a school district, I think, sometimes to kind of push that to the side and spend that money elsewhere. But it costs a lot. It's you know, it's very costly to maintain your facilities, but it costs a lot more when you have to get them in repair. So I think you pay that forward and you invest in those things, you know, going forward, and you make sure you budget for those, and you have things in place that are going to allow you to make repairs and do those kind of things as they become necessary.
Any other questions?
I have one more. How do you feel accountability correlates to morale?
Well, it's a big piece of that. Accountability is a big piece of that. We've already talked about how if some group feels like that they're not being treated the same as other groups, that's going to cause issues. And so, you know, everybody has accountability. Everybody has accountability. The superintendent has accountability, the principals have accountability, you know, so teachers have accountability, students have accountability. You know, I believe that's important. Everybody's accountable, and that we treat people fairly, and we work hard to do that. And I think you have you have to pay very close attention to that, you have to monitor that on a regular basis, and you have to make sure that you keep all those things in check. You know, I don't know how much deeper you want to get in, because there is a lot more that could be said about that, but that's a very important piece.
Any other questions from the board? Derek, I think we can move on to number 14.
What questions do you have for us?
Well, I have a few, I do. And first off, you know, I said this last night, you know, it's a disadvantage to me versus some of your other candidates that live here. You know, that I'm coming in and I don't have any preconceived ideals here or notions about why this or why that or what's wrong here, what's right here. I don't have any of those. So it's a clean slate for me. I'm gonna do this. You know, you asked the question, you know, why do I want to be here? Well, you know, there's some boxes that you checked, that this school district has checked for me. But I also, you know that the relationship between the board and the superintendent is as vital as anything when it comes to the morale and the school being able to progress and move forward. It's an important piece. Okay? And I've only met you recently, but I don't think there's anyone that's sitting at this table that I don't feel like I could work with. Okay? And again, I go back to the board member that told me after the fact. Now, you know, we had a lot of come to Jesus meetings, if I can use that term. She and I did over the years, and we didn't always see eye to eye, and we didn't always agree. But she always supported me, both publicly and anywhere else. And she probably said things on my behalf that I would have just assumed she didn't say and let me say it, because she didn't always say it the way I felt like she should have said it. But at the end of the day, she knew that I had the best interest of the students at heart, and that's important to me. That's important that, you know, I don't have any hidden agendas here. I don't have any affiliations with people in this community that are going to drive my decision making in any way. I'm going to look at the decision and make the decision based on the 3 criteria. Is it the best for the kids? You know, what's the cost going to be? You know, both in money and in human resources, and then what's the benefits going to be in 3 to 5 years? And I'm going to use those 3 criteria to make decisions. And I would say that to you again, but you know, being able to have that relationship with the board. You know, if I don't feel like I can have that kind of relationship with the board, then I'm not going to be interested in the district, no matter how good your facilities are and how well because this is where it happens. This is what makes the difference in education. You know, you can have morale issues, and I mention that because I see that come up a lot about morale, and I pose that question back to you: do you have a morale issue here in the Brush School District? Is there a morale issue? I know you can have morale issues in buildings. Maybe the staff doesn't particularly like the principal and those kind of things, and that can cause morale issues. You know, but when you have a district that has a morale issue, then, you know, that's usually at the top. That's at the top level of the superintendent and the board where you have that. So do you have a morale issue here in the district?
Possibly, yeah.
I guess I'll start with this. I would say yes. I think the board feels like there are morale issues, and I think probably a significant percentage of staff would agree with that. I can't speak for staff, but it is a sense that we do. We've discussed this as a board and are working on ways to address that. So yes, short answer is yes.
Yes, there is. Okay, and obviously you've tried to brainstorm and come up with ways how to address that. How would you feel like you would address that if it's at this level where you feel like the morale issue is at?
Well, I think obviously the beginning of that is a trusting and open, transparent, high communication relationship with the superintendent. That's very, very critical.
I agree.
And that goes for the board as a whole, as well as individual board members with the superintendent.
I agree with that completely. And building that trust would be important, and you build that trust over time, obviously. I don't think you build that trust on one conversation. You have to see those things in action, and obviously, people following through with what they say they're gonna do, that's important. I asked that question because I did think that was, I got a few questions last night from the community about that, and I understand your roles as board members. You don't get paid a lot of money to have to deal with some of the things that you have to deal with. And I'm very aware of that. I'm certainly, I think when I make decisions, I try to look at how's this going to impact you as board members? What's this going to do to you, and how's it going to, and when I see those kind of things, I want to make sure we've had a really good conversation about the decision and what we're going to do going forward. Because here's what's going to be, here's what's really important to me. We may not always agree on what the decision is that we do, but I think it's very important that when we leave this room and we meet with the community, that we're all on the same page with it going forward. And that's vital to me. I'll be very honest with you, I think that's a critical thing in having a school district that has, the teachers are, feel like, they're supported, and they want to be here, okay? Because those things certainly make them want to leave, and they want to do other things. The other thing is that I would say to you is, I believe very strongly in the chain of command. I think there has to be a very clear chain of command when it comes to the operation of schools. And obviously, the decision you're going to make today or whenever is one of the most important things you will do as a board, is hire the superintendent. And you obviously need to feel like you have that trust and that confidence that they can go do the job. But I believe very strongly in that chain of command. I think that chain of command, it needs to be followed. And when that chain of command is followed and issues are not resolved, then I certainly think that, you are the final decision makers in what needs to happen. That's your job. That's what you were elected for. But I think it needs to go through the chain of command first. I always told my staff, my door's open, come in, let's see if we can resolve this. If it can't be resolved, then certainly, you'll have that opportunity to meet the board. And so I believe very strongly in that. So those would be the things that, are important to me. Again, when I look at those surveys, I do see that as something that comes back up. The other thing that I would say the curriculum initiative is something that I see coming up a lot. I got asked that last night, obviously. I see where you're at in this situation. You've been at this a while. And it's one of those sores that just kind of keeps cropping up. Is that a fair estimation of that? Can I say that? Okay.
I guess I would say, yeah, it's been a long process. There's been a lot of resources and time
Yeah.
and human capital invested, and it is a process that has some pain points.
So the train has been on the track for a while, and you're certainly not happy with where it's at right now. And I would say this, in order to get the train moving forward in the right direction, there's probably going to be some pain in that, because I'm not going to sit here and tell you that, every decision has a magic solution, and we're gonna collaborate, and we're gonna get everybody on the same page, and this is all going to go away. It's not going to happen. There's going to be some pain. There's going to be some of those. And if that's what the board wants to do, is to get this situation addressed, are you prepared, for what kind of pain that might bring to set things on the right track? Is that a fair question?
I believe so. Does anybody disagree with that?
I agree with that.
I don't disagree with that. I would just, to answer for you, would add that perhaps one of the challenges is, are we able to fully trust the evaluation element of it? And I think that's something that we have to gain.
Do you have an idea in mind on how you would think that needs to be evaluated, where you would be comfortable with whatever the decision is?
I think a new and fresh evaluation carries a lot of weight with me personally or individually.
Even if it's different than how you maybe perceive it?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Appreciate that.
Anybody else care to address that?
Yeah, and you spoke to it a little bit, but I think being able to look at it with fresh eyes, to see the wins that have come with it. Some of your PLC talk, I think, does align with a lot of the work here. And then what that looks like to really execute well for all students, right? And so
Yeah, and you.
we're in that space.
Are you familiar with PLCs?
A little bit.
I'm not advocating
The term,
PLCs.
I understand, but
That's a no.
but your terminology of bringing groups together and collaborating and, you know, buildings together, and a lot of that work is happening, and it's good stuff here. So
Yeah, you don't
Yeah.
ever want to discredit that. And
Mhm.
certainly, you know, if you just walk away from that, then those people that have been really invested in that are not gonna feel valued. And we you know, you've got to make sure those people are valued in the time they put into it. So, you know, that's certainly something that I'm prepared to do. You know, again, you know, I know I'm probably the dark horse in this race for you because of where I'm located and where I'm at. But I know how to overcome that, and I think you overcome that by making sure you're here, you spend the time. You know, I'm not gonna make any quick decision on that. I'm not gonna make a decision without thoroughly understanding all the issues of what's going on. And the way that you understand those issues is that you meet with those staff members and you talk with them, and you just be brutally honest. I certainly see the problem. I think the problem you have here is very similar to the problem that I had to deal with. And I'm not going to tell you that I was able to resolve that because COVID hit and I retired and I didn't get to see that through. But I think we would have fully gotten that resolved. So I guess my last question is, are there, what would be your concerns about hiring someone? I'm opening myself up here for more questions, obviously, and I want to do that. Because when I leave here, maybe I'll see you again, maybe I won't. You got a tough decision, and I certainly support whatever decision it is, and I'm very appreciative of the opportunity that I've got to come and visit you and visit your school. And, I thoroughly enjoyed my visit here and my time here. But what would be your concerns as a board with, hiring somebody that's coming from out of state, doesn't have any experience in the state of Colorado? What would be your concern with making a decision like that?
Do you want to take that? You would take that.
I'll yield the floor.
I would say for me personally, I don't know about the balance of the board, but I wouldn't have any issues with an out of state. The superintendent we've had for 8 years came from out of state.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I think it's more important to us, for me personally, again, can't speak for the board. I think as long as the values and the ethics, the morals, the values, the things that you hold dear align with what our community also elevates as important. And I haven't seen anything that would indicate that's not the case, but any other different answers?
I would just add to it that obviously there's some political climates that derive from state legislatures that differ from state to state. And we certainly have our own unique and individual challenges here in the state of Colorado in that regard, and how that aligns or does not align with our community and our community values. I wouldn't call it a concern, but I would call it a point of emphasis that I would see it as very necessary that you as quickly as possible gained a sound understanding of that aspect of it all. And I guess I would be confident from your experiences and stuff that you would be able to navigate that.
Well, I certainly understand state legislatures, and what they understand is votes, and those are things that, obviously as a school superintendent, I would want to think that, they certainly would understand your value, because I am certainly not afraid to go back and communicate to the community where they stand on issues. So I feel very confident in that aspect of being able to represent the school district at that level. And I certainly believe very strongly that, you know, regardless if you're in Arkansas or here, there's a need for that. And my board was very good with allowing me to sit in on legislative sessions, make sure that I had made contacts and developed relationships with all the legislatures that represented our school district. And I certainly tried to make sure that I did that and maintained a very open line of communication with them. Sometimes they didn't like what I had to say, you know, but I think I always was able to keep that line of communication open. Because sometimes when they don't like what you have to say, they tend to not want to continue to communicate with you. But you know, we don't want that to happen. So
That was my question, along with, or answer, however, what Bryson said. It's, to me, it's kind of like we've got two Colorados here. You know, really, Front Range and
yeah.
Outer.
I would say, I think just my brief time here, I can certainly see that. I'm not going to fit in a large area. That's not, you know, I'm not going to work there. It's not going to be who I am.
That, you know, coming in and seeing that there is probably a lot of difference there, sounds to me like you took the step at home, you saw an issue, and you were going to go another step up. And
so I knew who the decision makers were, and I knew
Yeah.
ultimately the decision they made was going to impact me. And so,
Yeah.
you know, I'm not going to say I always won, but they always knew where we stood and you know, what was best. And, you know, it's, you know, teacher raises are a great thing to talk about politically. Paying for those is always a different story with the legislature. We're going to talk about it and we're going to do it, but they want somebody else to figure those things out. That was a big deal for us, you know, because we had committed all of our resources that we could to paying our teachers what we were paying them, and we could not afford to pay additional money if we didn't have the resource to do that. So we had a lot of those conversations with legislatures and trying to make them understand from a financial standpoint, because, you know, that can bankrupt a school district, and they don't always get that. They feel like you have all kinds of money and you can come up with it. And one of the things that really frustrated me with legislatures is, well, you know, you can go back to your voters and ask for a millage increase to help support that. No, that's a wrong answer. That's passing the buck. You know, you want to start the initiative, but you want to pass the buck. I don't function well in those situations.
I'm just going to mention one thing, because I think you alluded to this last night. One thing that would possibly present a challenge with someone coming from out of state is that we'd like to have a real thorough onboarding process for a new superintendent. And I know you alluded to last night that you could possibly start that before the beginning of your contract, and so I just want to give you the opportunity to speak to that.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. You know, this will be very important to me. In fact, I think I've had a conversation. I don't know how far you want me to get into this, so stop me anywhere you'd like to. So, but one of the things that in our compensation that we talked about is I put into that is, you know, if you select me, one of the things that I want to be able to do, that you know, I don't want to negotiate a lot on this, but I want at least 10 to 15 days prior to the start of the contract where I can be here, be in the district. You know, I want to be able to meet the staff. I want to be able to sit down and have some conversations with leadership. Obviously, I want to sit down with you individually as board members and visit with you. I want to have an opportunity to introduce myself to the community and have all those things in place before I start on July 1, or whatever the start of the contract date that does. So that would be vitally important to me. That would give me a chance to be able to do some of the things that I feel like I need to do, I need to know before I ever start. You know, there would be a lot of opportunities for me to do a lot of work there. You know, obviously I've never met the outgoing superintendent, so I want that opportunity to sit down with him and work with him. Had an opportunity to visit with her quite a bit, so we were able to talk about about several things, and so it just generated other things that I would want to be able to do, before I actually started the job here. So that would be important to me. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to get moved here in a week. That's going to take some time. So that means I'm going to travel. So I'm going to need to be able to travel. I would try to come and spend 3 to 5 days at a time doing some of these things, and I coordinate that with everybody. But I like to do that even before school's out. I'd like to see how the end of school looks here. I'd like to meet with the kids. I'd like to have an opportunity to meet with the student body at the high school and introduce myself to them, and maybe engage in some conversations with them about what's good about the school, what's bad. I'd really like to talk to the kids about how they feel about this curriculum initiative and what's good, what's bad about that, because ultimately that's our finished product, and we want to make sure that we get their input from that. So had some kids there last night, but certainly want to be able to do that.
Very good. Thank you, Alan. Anything else? Do you have any other questions?
Well, I'm sure I do, but I think I've asked what I needed to at this point. I would say this departing, that I do think you've got a great foundation here to really do some great things. I think, and we've not talked about where you want to go, but I think I've got a good idea of where you want to go. And to get there, it's going to take a lot of work. It's going to take a lot of things, with you and I, because, my job is to go back to the staff and to communicate the direction of the district, okay? And your job is to help me to have that direction. But once we get that direction, it's my job to go communicate that to the staff and to the students and to the community. And you have a big role. You pay the superintendent to do a job, and I want to make sure I do that job. And if you feel like there's things that I need to do, I want you to communicate that to me and give me that opportunity to go do that job. And I take that very seriously, because I know the value of education, and I know what it does for a community, and it's, and all those things that go with it. I fully understand that. And so I want to make sure that you understand that's what you're paying me to do, and I want to be able to do that. And I'm going to give you plenty of opportunities to tell me how I need to do that.
Very good.
So it's been very, very good to be able to meet with you and to go through this process. And again, I commend you on doing this. I know there's pros and cons with going through this process like this, but I certainly believe in it. And I think it's very good. And at the end of the day, I think your community will have to say you've done everything as a board member that you can do to select the best person for this job. And I certainly want you to do that, whether that's me or someone else.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Safe travels.
For coming.
We'll be in touch. Hey, thank you.
I made it.
Good job.
Good job.
Hey, thank you for all the work you do with the kids in this district. Appreciate you very much. Thank you, sir.
Very
Yes,
much.
sir. Appreciate you.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Y'all have a long day.
Oh, what's next one? 9:30? 9:15?
9.
9. Oh,
9:05.
Oh, 9:05. They did schedule 5 minutes
You
in
got
there
a
for
little
me, and
potty
I'm
break.
doing all right, man.
well, you better go because the next round's long.
Don't jinx it.
No, before we're good time.
Everyone's going.
Myself on the back, buddy.
We're all going.
It is hard.
Which is good.
Who's next?
I think Tom, yeah. I think the two furthest traveling are there so we can get out.
I gotta catch a plane at 1 o'clock, so we just ready back to the airport.
If I stand up, it's because my hip locked. Got a chart there.
I know, I
Move
thought,
around a
Have you
little,
ever
huh?
had one of those?
No.
They're gonna transfer.
Sounds painful.
But you get older, you get them later.
I'm getting better every day.
thankfully, huh? Thankfully, every day you're getting older, Brad. Amen.
The first criteria is always what's best for the kids. And then what's the cost, no financially, human resources.
Yeah.
And then, what's the expected outcomes in 3 to 5 years? And you can't always gauge, you try to evaluate, look at it, what's best case scenario. It's just a simple formula that I've always used. It works for me, probably works for anybody else.
When you said it at first, I was like, oh,
That thing's almost edible.
There's muffins, fruit.
There is?
Yeah.
Oh,
Do
Sandy,
you want
speaking my love
quick
language.
snacks before?
Yeah, if you got food, I'm gonna try some. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that.
All right, snack.
I slept pretty good last night. Because the consistent feedback I got was your guys' job is gonna be really tough because you have a very good slate of candidates. And I was like, that is the very best problem we could have.
Absolutely.
In this scenario.
Absolutely.
So I'm glad the community saw
Yeah.
it that way.
Yeah, and I think, everybody that I talked to last night was grateful that we went through that process last night. All positive.
It's hard for me not to answer a question when they're looking at me. Sorry, I should have.
That's fine, no, it's totally fine.
When somebody's looking at you,
Yeah.
you want to just
Yeah.
instinct to answer it. but-
No, I think
Bobby.
that's fine.
Were you able to get the video from last night up?
I can.
Do we want to try to get that posted?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. See if the website people are working at it.
Oh, okay.
I can't. I have to ask them to do it.
Oh, okay.
So, there's only so much I can do on the website without putting the ticket.
Putting anything good in there?
Not yet.
Tom's next, right?
Yes, sir. Sydney enjoyed her time last night.
Yeah. Just that you enjoyed it.
My girls did too.
I was very pleased with the number of students and diversity of students that we got.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Sid come help you with that line this morning?
Huh?
Did Sid help you with that line this morning? No.
I've been trying to push out. We've been just treating him with preparation H, you know, keep swelling down, ends up sucking the kids. So I haven't been home much, but the kids are like, yeah, he's not pushing out, and then this morning, and like
Hi,
that.
how you doing?
I have
A little.
Hi, how are you guys?
All right,
I
yep.
have a
Looks like a hot seat here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Should be
neat
warmed
fix
up.
for that.
That's perfect.
Let me know.
Bandit?
No.
Good to see you again.
You too.
Thanks for the opportunity. Yeah.
Morning.
Good to see you. Yeah.
Well, good.
I've done it a couple times, works really well.
Good to see you again.
Good morning.
Oh, yeah.
What's up? I got a mouthful.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. Looks like a breakfast of champions. So,
I
yeah.
had a honey bun, so I.
Yeah, there you go.
Stopped off for, on the way
Hey, how you
here.
doing?
I stopped at McDonald's.
Good.
Nice, hey, that works.
Yeah.
I don't eat those things very often because it feels like you get to noon and you just
Yeah,
have that
a little
sugar
rest.
let down and crash, but I wasn't in any mood to make anything else this morning, so. Oh, goodness.
Okay.
Well, I might get there. Where the?
That just scars it.
Yeah.
And it'll stay in.
Yeah. It's been pretty effective.
We're probably gonna need to do that on this one.
A lot better than putting that purse string in there.
If you leave their tails on, you probably wouldn't have so much trouble.
I didn't dock this one. No, this one's problem is he's been home by himself. I mean, we had him, he's right next to everything else, but he's a lunatic. And I finally had to go get a ewe-lamb, a replacement ewe-lamb to put in with him, because we couldn't keep him from running, he just run the pen
And talking a lot.
nonstop.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, he hollered the whole time I was there the other
Oh,
day.
I know.
Jeez.
So,
Maybe putting another lamb with him, Hal, and slow him up a little. and-
she, yeah, mainly because she beat the hell out of him for a couple days. They quit running around. Dumbass.
Would you settle down.
Tying a calf to a donkey, you know? Like,
Yeah, maybe that's what you need, the miniature dog.
kids are like, Dad, I don't think this is gonna work. And I was like, well, it's gonna have to. Like,
Something has to happen.
because I guarantee you, if he runs the fence all summer, he ain't gonna be any good in the show ring.
Hard to make
He'd
weight,
probably have a
too.
big butt, but that'll be about it.
Yeah.
That's the worst thing, is there's a fine line. I mean, those wilder lambs always brace better, but there's a line there.
See, we don't brace them hard anymore,
Yeah,
you know, because when they get pushing hard, they drop their chest and stuff, and
yeah.
we don't. I mean, we want to. I mean, we actually set them back in themselves so they'll relax and lift their chest up. And I mean, yeah, you got to get them pushing on the handle, but
Yeah.
we make them hard enough now that I mean, they don't really have to
Thank you, Sandy. It's all good.
race as hard as they used to, you know.
Everybody doing okay? I'm just checking this.
I think so.
Consultant.
Yeah.
What if we said no? What would you say? Too bad?
Give me feedback so I can address it.
We're in it now.
You're knee deep.
I was very pleased with the flow of that.
Is there
Yeah.
questions?
Thank you. I didn't. Alan ran off with that one. It's all right there.
Yeah.
How's the cantaloupe?
It's not terrible, but it's not.
Out of
I think
season,
in
you call it out of
season, yeah.
season.
Cantaloupe's my favorite, but it's got to be right.
No, then you might be crabby about it.
Not like we should get out of Rocky Ford.
The flavor is, the flavor,
It looks like it.
the flavor is not there, Grayson.
Elementary, yes.
It's not, that's only good in what, August? July, August?
Yeah.
When you can smell it in the grocery store, when you walk down by the aisle, and you're like, oh man, now's the time.
We need to get some of that, right?
Yeah. My kids are always like, why are you smelling it? I'm like, you can't smell it. It ain't gonna taste good.
That's further in.
I still haven't figured out the watermelon trick. I thump them and rotate them, and
I can't do it. I have no
I'm always
idea how to
like,
pick them.
if it's a little hollow, I go for it. Pretty good. But strawberries, we went to Florida a couple weeks ago, took John for his birthday, and there's this one race that when they win, they get like this huge bushel of strawberries. It's kind of weird, but you know, racers are weird. So we were in the back, but we had our kids with us, and so they were handing out these strawberries at the end of the race. They were amazing. I've never had strawberries like this.
Huh.
Yeah, they're all out of Florida.
That's
But
cool.
last I
Strawberries
checked,
and pineapples, my
you
favorite.
can't get a Florida strawberry here.
Probably not, huh?
They're usually from out of the country.
Strawberries and pineapples, my favorite.
Yeah, you would have loved these strawberries. I mean, they were like, I think they'll be the best strawberry I've ever eaten in my life.
Yeah.
It's good.
I'm not a cantaloupe fan at all.
There's a whole thing of pineapple.
Okay,
Oh, yeah, there is.
bit, yeah. Thanks.
Where'd you go in Florida?
Where did we go? Tampa. We flew into Tampa, the racetrack there by the ocean.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
When was that?
It's getting to be time.
John's birthday, so February 8th.
Bobby Day?
We flew out, what did we fly out? Friday morning, flew him Sunday. I think real quick. Yeah. Oh, really?
I
What
think
did he
about
go
the same
for?
time.
Oh, really?
Fresh didn't see him.
It was, yeah, I mean, it's only so big, right?
Turn the temperature.
Salmon and
Thanks for
Brad.
that, actually.
Oh, cool.
Tana for one.
I always
Just
wear
for fun?
because
Oh, good for them. Yeah,
Looks right
yeah,
down on
Tampa's
us.
beautiful. We went, Ellie's like, I'm moving to Florida. So I'm going to
Have to request.
Yeah, when you have your kids, I'll come home because I love Florida.
I'm on.
But I interned in Florida at Daytona Beach.
I get down to that.
in college. Yeah.
It wasn't
So
so bad
I'm
sitting in my
familiar.
license sense, but when I
We
had to
flew
move,
the summer there.
You know what, though, I think it
was fun, great
in summer it'd
experience.
probably be better.
Yeah.
it's not bad.
Very
We can do like, we'll
eye-opening,
just say that we want to
I
be,
don't want to do
Seasonal.
this the rest of my life.
yes, and we will share.
John
But we just need to
fly you
pick the right
there
time.
to Tampa?
No,
That's kind of
think
a long
that's
ways.
doable.
that's super far, yeah. And the plane is actually getting a parachute right now, so that
So far,
if
so
that
good.
are need, you can just pull the chute until the plane floats down.
Yeah.
I don't know what
I
to
think
think
so
about
too.
that.
I know, it's kind of one of those
No
like,
rush.
but as you go south, the tree coverage, the canopy is so
That's
thick.
crazy,
It's not
isn't
like
it?
here where it's like, okay, there's a field, there's
That's
a
what I
road,
wanted to
there's
ask
a.
that guy that's here before. Have you ever been to a place like this where there's no trees?
Yeah.
You get in Arkansas, it's like trees everywhere.
How are your accommodations?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Good, good.
If you gotta land, we are, I'm so out here.
This is
Like,
great.
we better get that chute
Tracy had her
just
own
in
book. She likes
case.
to look
Like a
like
big
you
soft
fed
looking
those
tree,
forward
man.
like,
Yeah,
screw it.
exactly.
My best of my I get it. Well, my girl said that to me. Our girl. Oh, shoot.
Very good. Mr. Peck, welcome and thank you for coming to Brush and interest in this position and engaging in this process with us. We have around 80 minutes for this interview and to give enough time for questions, further questions at the end. We just keep a decent pace.
Great.
And
Thank
so
you.
I'll start out with the first question and we'll just go around to each board member with a question. Tom, please tell us what really excites you to be the Brush superintendent.
Well, we're just kind of talking there about, it's very, very similar to where I'm at right now. And Lewistown, Montana and Brush, just the community, it's very ag-based, it's very conservative, it's that farm, ranch kind of work ethic and belief system that kind of really attracted me. And the second thing is you know, last year I interviewed at some, you know, Billings Public Schools, which is the largest school district in Montana. It's over 10,000 students. Missoula is another, you know, large school district that I interviewed in Montana, and then Juneau, Alaska. And I was kind of encouraged to, you know, there's sort of I think a misnomer about moving up that career ladder and getting to bigger school districts and that kind of thing with superintendents. And it was very clear to me that is not me. Those bigger school districts, you lose total contact with kids. And I did not go into education, to be a CEO or, a political figure in a community or anything like that. I went into education to make an impact on kids' lives. And so the size of Brush fits perfectly what I feel like I have. My best talents and biggest assets fit perfectly with a school district that size. And philosophically, I mentioned it last night, Brush kids don't realize how lucky they are. Because when you're in a smaller school district, you can be too small and you can be too big. And with Brush, you're just right. So you get lots of opportunities to be your very best and be involved in various activities and that kind of thing. And you have lots of options with classes and that kind of thing to get you prepared for after high school. But yet you're small enough where you don't get lost. And for me, I think it allows me to form those relationships and feel like I'm making an impact on kids. So those are probably the biggest reasons that attract me the most. And then when I visited here, I think all those things were basically confirmed, talking to, teachers and parents and especially kids. I was very impressed, Friday night where they didn't have school that day, and how many kids came to the meet and greet, and how many questions they came up to me with. I always kind of think that the biggest tell of a school district is the kids. And so when I looked at the facilities, and then when I met those kids last night, it kind of confirmed like this would be a good place. I think I could really, really make a big difference and make a huge impact on the school district and the community itself.
Very good, thank you.
Tom, share some specific ways you effectively communicate with the board, other administrators, teaching staff, classified staff, community, and students.
Specifically with the board, I give weekly, if not, 2 or 3 times, depending on what's going on. But it's basically weekly updates. Right now, it's, we have a huge bond project that's going on right now. You probably saw that in the resume, and so that is a constant communication tool, is keeping the board up to date on the bond progress and bids and timelines and budgets and that kind of thing. So it's even more so now. But basically, I send you all an email, and my biggest thing with the board is that we're on the same team. And I don't want you to be surprised by a parent, by a student, a community member, or anything like that. So there's no surprises. And so that's sort of a constant communication that always happens. And obviously, have an open door and that kind of thing. Communication with colleagues and faculty and staff. So we do a lot of different things. So when it comes to staff, I have a thing called, we call it faculty council. And once a month, we have representatives. We have grade level buildings. So in Lewistown, we have a kindergarten, first grade building. We have a 2-3-4 building, which will soon become just a 2-3 building with the building bond. And then we have a 5-6 building that will become a 4-5-6 building. Then we have a 7-8 building and then a high school. And so we have at least one representative from each one of those buildings that once a month, they come to me with concerns or suggestions or issues or problems. And then we get together as a council, as a team, to take care of those concerns. And the idea really behind that is not only with communication, but it's to make sure that those staff members feel like they have a voice. that they have a play in their work conditions and how we improve the district. And again, I kind of talked to about last night. A big part of communication is listening and making sure that everybody feels like they have a play in how good our district can become. And so I take those faculty council meetings as sort of my opportunity to listen and to really figure out how we can improve. The best part about those, though, is it creates a cohesiveness among all the staff. I've been in some districts where, you know, the high school people, you know, feel like they're the coolest and they get all the press and all the good things, and then the elementary staff feels like they're not getting heard, or they're not, you know, like they're a big deal and they're not getting any press. And what that does is it kind of brings all the staff, K-12, together as more of a cohesive unit. I do the same thing with our classified staff. So all the food service, all the parents, all the school secretaries, all the bus drivers, all those, they come together once a month, same thing, feel like they have a voice. We can address certain concerns, and they can even suggest things, right? So that's another way that I think I communicate. When it comes to the community, I am very, very visible. I hardly ever miss an event, a school event. And then when it comes to the community-wide, I do kind of two things that I feel has really, really helped build trust and confidence in the school district. One is I do a radio show every week, okay? And it kind of depends on the day and what's going on and everything. But I go on the radio, and then they broadcast it 3 days a week over the radio. And in small town, Lewistown, Montana, people still listen to the radio, right? It's not XM, it's your local radio. They're the same radio station that broadcasts all the games, all the events, you know, all those kinds of things. And the radio show is called Did You Know? And every statement that I put out in the Did You Know, it starts out with Did you know? And I highlight our kids. I highlight our staff. I've always felt that schools do a terrible job of celebrating our successes. And in this Did You Know radio show, it's once a week, and I talk about all the great things that are happening within the school district, but it mostly focuses on kids and highlighting all the great things that they do. And then it's supposed to be once a month. We put it in our school calendar and everything, but it ends up being 2 or 3 times a week, or 2 or 3 times a month. And I go down to, there's 2 different local restaurants, and I have coffee with the superintendent. And it's always kind of the same group of people. Probably the average age is about 75. They're long time, you know, Lewistown people. But they have a huge influence on the community. And their opinion matters. And to be honest with you, we don't always just talk about school. In fact, we hardly ever talk about school. They'll bring up things and then we'll go through it. But a lot of times we BS about just Lewistown. And to me, here's the deal with that, is those people, because of their influence, they see me as someone that's approachable. They see someone that deeply, deeply cares about the school district and our kids. And they see me as somebody that cares about the history and about our values. And it's paid dividends. And I'll just kind of end with this one story. When we were trying to, you know, really push the bond and promote the bond and we were doing, you know, listening sessions and putting stuff online on our website and having community forums and putting stuff in the newspaper and on the radio and all that stuff, using social media and that kind of thing. One day I went down and it was coffee with the superintendent, and a couple guys pulled me aside and They said, "Do you really want to pass this bond?" And I go, "Yes, absolutely. Our kids deserve this bond." And he goes, "Well, if you want to get them retired, vote. Here's what you need to do." They're not going to go to your listing forums. They're not going to go online. They're not going to go to your website and stuff like that. But here's what every retired person, or a person over the age of 50, here's what they do every single night. They watch the evening news. So you make a video and you show the worst parts about our buildings, the biggest needs, the ugliest things. You make a video and you put that on the news. And all these people that are over 50 in Lewistown will see that video. That's the best thing you can do. Well, I had an elementary teacher whose husband is a videographer. We made a 2-minute video because it had to be less than 2 minutes to get it on the news and everything. And so I said, "Yep, we're going to do that," right? Guess who paid for it? Coffee with the superintendent. The bond passed in 1 vote. One time. That's never happened. And I really, really feel that there was a whole bunch of stuff that actually went into that passage of the bond. But the biggest thing was having a superintendent that was willing to listen, to be approachable, to talk about issues, even our problems. We all have problems, okay? It's how we deal with those problems that makes the difference. And by those different, community avenues, then we make sure that we communicate. The other thing that we do, and this started before I got to Lewistown, but at all of our school board meetings, we have a student representative. And they give a report to the board from a student's perspective. And there's been unbelievable changes that have happened because of that student representative and because of that voice to the board directly. And we open every single board meeting. Every single time we open a board meeting, it's just a reminder to you guys why you're here. We always honor and recognize kids. And you need to kind of remember that. You're here to try to give our kids every opportunity to be their best. That's all a part of that communication and making sure people have a voice.
Next question is, how do you build trust and collaboration in the district?
Well, I kind of, kind of went through that. First of all, how, besides those communication things, I think one way is that you build trust is, again, by being visible. You got to show that you care. Even just talking to those kids last night, one of the questions that the kids had is, how do we get more like adult participation and student participation in events? Okay. Well, first of all, getting people there and to kind of get that emotion around events and stuff like that, you have to give people reasons to want to come there, right? And one of the biggest reasons that, staff, adults, kids, that kind of thing, is that you form relationships and you form trust. And that's truly, truly the foundation. Every one of us in this room and every kid that goes to Brush School District has a story. And part of our job is to learn their story. And once we learn their story, then what we teach, what we advocate for, what we believe in, what we value, takes on much more relevance. And so if you don't learn their story, you don't develop that relationship and you don't develop that trust. And trust is one of those things that takes time to build. As a superintendent, I need to earn your trust. And I need to do it by my actions and not by my words. That takes time. But it's also, trust is one of those things, you can lose it real quick. And so it's a constant relationship building, it's a constant trusting through communication and not being secretive and being very transparent. I think we get in trouble. I mentioned it last night, like, I'm not coming to Brush to push an agenda. I'm coming to Brush to try to make all the great things that you currently do better. And that's a whole different mindset, okay? I believe in Brush and all the history that's led up to this point, right? And I believe in the people of Brush and the culture of Brush. So my thing to build that trust and to build that collaboration is to be very transparent, very honest, and to learn every person's story. The best decisions we will make as a team. And every decision comes with big, deep, intense collaboration, with the focus always being on what's best for kids.
Thank you.
Tom, could you please give us an example of a curricular initiative that you led or facilitated that improved student achievement?
Well, okay, we've, everybody is kind of going through budget, concerns, especially in Montana. There's the Esser Cliff, and people are really falling off the cliff. We kind of anticipated a little bit of that. When it comes to curriculum, okay, and curricular initiatives, the biggest player in that and the biggest budget priority is the classroom. So if we're going to improve in Brush School District, our focus, especially when it comes to budget and curricular initiatives, is the classroom. It's not this administrative office, it's not the central office, it's not even our principals, it's not the school board. It's the classroom. They're the experts. And to be truthfully honest, as a parent, many of you are parents right now, who do you trust more? You know who parents trust the most? Their kids' teachers. And so it's not the superintendent, it's not the school board, it's not the principals, okay? It's that teacher that works with their kids every single day in the classroom. So when it comes, we don't have a curriculum director in Lewistown. We don't even have an HR person. So the curriculum director is me and my principals, and we work through the teachers. Okay, and the HR person is me. Okay, and so as a superintendent, I'm probably the hardest critic of myself. Okay, and basically I've told my whole staff and all my principals and all my directors, when something bad happens, that's on me. Something good happens, that's because of all of you, right? So we've actually gone through curriculum and revised it. In the last 3 years, we've done more curriculum revision than the previous 13. And we don't have a curriculum. We don't have a curriculum director, but it's teachers and principals and myself. Okay. Probably the biggest curricular initiative is, I feel we've assessed kids, summative assessed, like, mandated, big, we do the state mandated tests, but we've cut back on the other big time assessments. I think we test kids too much. And to be honest with you, there was a question last night on data. We got data like you can't believe. Right? We got data like you cannot imagine. Right? We got so much data, like, we're drowning in data, right? And the person that knows those kids better than anybody and what interventions and what strategies work best for each one of those kids, it's the classroom teacher. So that's where we've put all of our focus, right? So we've cut down on our assessment and we've put more focus on professional development and the actual classroom needs, right? We are less textbook driven and more hands-on and relevancy driven instruction than we've ever been before. I think especially as kids get older, if they don't see a purpose behind their curriculum and their instruction, they're not gonna buy into it. They gotta see a reason why. I tell teachers all the time, if you can't answer the question when a kid raises their hand, why do we need to know this? If you can't answer that, we shouldn't be teaching it. And I think actually right now, we're at a crossroads, and we've kind of changed this a little bit in our upper grades, right? We used to teach so that we would teach on a topic or subject, and so then we would teach and design lessons and activities and stuff like that so that kids would get the right answer on a test, right? I think that's changed. We need to start teaching kids so that they ask the right questions rather than get the right answers. Kids need to be much more better problem solvers. They must be innovative and creative, right? And so now, instead of teaching for kids to get the right answer, we need to get kids to ask the right questions. And all of a sudden, there's a lot more purpose behind that. There's a lot more relevancy. Kids actually are motivated to figure this problem out because it's more relevant to their life. There's a reason why we're teaching that, and they know that. So those kinds of initiatives, especially in the upper grades, has really, really changed.
Thank you.
Okay. Tom, how will you use data to lead the school district in utilizing multiple sources to measure student performance and to evaluate effectiveness of programs?
So I talked about data.
You did.
Okay. Here's the biggest data piece, and I probably check it twice a week. Attendance. School is so much easier for kids to excel when they're in school, right? And as far as teachers, when you have really, really good attendance, then that's much easier on teachers, because then you can push and challenge kids much easier, and you're not having to like, oh, you know, we missed that day, or we missed that day, or they were gone this day, so we gotta make that up, or we might have to go back because so-and-so was gone, or whatever, right? So attendance is really the first data that I look at. But that being said, here's how we get kids to attend. We give them reasons to attend, right? And so we got to make sure that we're giving reasons for kids to attend. So they're being challenged, they see a purpose, that relevancy about what we're teaching. And I'll say this, if there's anything that we learned in COVID, people need people. Our kids, when they were isolated at home, sitting in their underwear trying to do school in front of a computer, that was terrible. We learned that that is not how kids learn best. Kids need to be around other kids. Kids need to be around great teachers and mentors and coaches. And let's face it, as teachers and coaches and mentors, we need to be in front of kids. Kids teach us stuff every day. I learned stuff from kids last night. I learned stuff from kids. So people need people. And that all first starts with attendance. So, yep, I mean, do we look at test data? Do we look at, we're a big, I don't know if you've ever heard of this, MTSS, multi-tiered systems of support. So honestly, Lewistown is probably the leader of that in the entire state of Montana. Our high school librarian actually works for the Office of Public Instruction on MTSS, and she travels all over the country And we've been doing MTSS for probably 25 years. We're currently in a $25,000 grant where we use professional development as basically, or we use MTSS and that grant for professional development. And basically, in a nutshell, is what MTSS does, it's multi-tiered systems of support. So it takes kids that are academically, in one of a certain tier, and then also it brings in behavioral. And now it's also about mental health and emotional, okay? And so the idea is that how kids behave and how their mental health is affects how well they achieve in their academics, right? And depending on each one of those kids, we have systems of support depending on what tier they are. And then we try to personalize that education with interventions and strategies to make sure that they're constantly improving in all three of those areas. So, I mean, man, do we have data on those kids? Whole lot. I mean, everything is very, very much differentiated and personalized and that kind of thing. And the whole idea is that they're getting better. So they're moving from a tier 3 to a tier 2 or a tier 2 to a tier 1. And then all those strategies and interventions that we do at tier 1 affects the whole school. And so we use that a lot to evaluate data. We also look at, and again, I think activities are again another reason for kids to want to come to school. So we strongly believe in activities because that gives reasons to want to excel in school. And I don't care where you go, when kids are involved in activities, they're better students, they work harder, they're better leaders in school, they're more behaved, and they're better sons or daughters. So we focus on making sure that kids are trying to constantly involved. And again, coming out of COVID, we need to get kids away from their screens and away from isolation and get them around with their other friends and great coaches and mentors and doing healthy activities. That's what's going to make them better prepared. In Lewistown, in our high school, over 78% of our kids are involved in 3 or more activities. I was jacked last night. FFA is such a strong program here. Our school's about 350 kids and we have 118 kids in FFA. And if I am actually an employer, if I know a kid that's been in FFA, guess who I'm hiring? Because there's skills that those kids learn in FFA and in those other activities and sports and that kind of thing that make that a better worker than I could if they're not involved. And so those are other kind of data points that we look at to see how well we're doing. I'll be honest with you, I'm not a big fan of state mandated tests. I think they're stupid. Our kids are way, way more complicated than how well they test over a 3-day period. They're way more complicated than that. So I don't put a lot, I mean, we do them because we have to, but I'm not a big fan.
Thank you.
Tom, explain how you create positive morale while leading others, excuse me, in building consensus.
Well, the positive morale, that all comes with collaboration. And that all comes with good, solid, honest, transparent communication. And so, again, we do a terrible job of celebrating our successes. Terrible job, right? And so what I try to do with all those communication tools is celebrate our successes. But a lot of times, it's getting teachers together to collaborate more. I might get myself in trouble here. I'm not a big fan of the 4-day week. Unless, there's lots of versions to the 4-day week, okay? I just alluded to how people need people, and we need to be around each other to make ourselves better, and how collaboration is really, really important, right? Well, when you take, 20% of a school week out of the system where people aren't around each other, that hurts. And who it hurts the most are our most vulnerable kids. Because those kids need to be around other kids and great teachers. So, my theory on building morale and kind of leading into consensus is to use that 5th day, that day off, for more collaboration, and to target those kids who might be more vulnerable than, say, other kids, right? And there's different versions of the 4-day week, but my version of the 4-day week would be to try to promote more collaboration and building consensus and collaboration. Because truthfully, I think our teachers need that. They need to be able to bounce ideas off each other and kind of build those systems of support. Just like we build systems of support for kids, we need to build the same systems of support for our teachers. And that's getting them together. I always kind of have sort of a common thing, like if I'm gonna chew a kid out or chew a staff member out or whatever, that's always done in private, one-on-one. But if I'm gonna praise a student or a staff member or a teacher, that's gonna be done in public. And we're gonna make a big deal about it, right? And so you always praise in public and you always chew them out in private. And I've always kind of stuck to that, that kind of goes back to my own coaching days, but I've always kind of stuck to that. And I think recently public education's kind of taken a hit. We need to change that communication. I mean, public education is big time important. And we need to bring that kind of morale and that kind of culture back to the forefront.
Thank you.
What have you done in previous positions, and what will you do as our superintendent to ensure that you receive diverse perspectives on issues facing the district?
Well, I talked about classified council, faculty council, getting input from students through the board and that kind of thing. Diversity is a strength. It really is. And I've seen this in Montana. Change is hard. It's really hard. And I think when you're in the smaller communities and we don't have a lot of, transition in and out or anything like that, I met the assistant principal or assistant director, as you call them. That kind of threw me for a loop, that term, like, so what do you do? And he's a brush guy, right? So it was great talking to him, and like those coffee with the superintendent, that gives me a history. But the diversity and how it changes and how maybe people coming in with maybe different opinions and everything is important. Because that's a strength. That gives us a different way of maybe looking at things, right? And again, no matter if I disagree with you or agree with you, I'll always respect you. And your dignity will always be held at the forefront. And like I've said before, it's important for me to listen first. And then, to me, that shows the highest respect. When you want to listen to people and give them your time and make sure you give them your respect and dignity, to me, that's the highest form of communication. I'm not gonna learn anything by talking to you, okay? How I learn about brush is listening and asking questions. And those different perspectives all have the same value. Because then that helps me figure out how we can move brush forward and make sure that brush gets better and better. I mean, the one thing you can count on, especially in education, is change. That's the one consistent thing. It will change, okay? We just want to make sure that when we change, it's always for the better. It's always growing. And you're going to handle lots of different changes and stuff like that, but we want to make sure that every day we're getting better and better.
Tom, if the school district were required to make large financial adjustments in the budget, describe the process you would follow and whom you would include in that decision-making process.
Well, again, the classroom is the priority. So that would be at the very, very bottom of those cuts. And so what I would try to look at, if we have to make serious financial adjustments, and again, I still think education is about people. If you have good people, you're gonna have a good school district. If you have passionate people that care deeply about our kids and making sure that they have every opportunity to be their best, then you're gonna have a good school district. So at the bottom of the list is gonna be the classroom and the people. Now the other areas is where we can look at. And I'll be honest with you, like, you know, we cut a curriculum director out. You know, we cut central office people out. Because we wanted to stay away from that. And so first, depending on how drastic the cuts are, I want to stay away from the classroom and the people. But if the cuts need to be drastic, you're going to have to go to people. I mean, I haven't looked at your budget, but typically, you know, 85 to 90% of your general fund budget is salaries and benefits. So if you're going to look at those cuts, and if those cuts have to be drastic, you have to look at that biggest piece of the pie first. But it would be in areas that try to stay away from the classroom and away from those people that affect the classroom the most. That could be central office, it could be transportation, it could be maintenance, it could be, you know, those kinds of things when it comes, if it has to be people. But then then you start looking at the other parts. Where can we save money on materials, supplies, energy costs, those kinds of things? And you start to kind of look at that. And I'll kind of look at this, but a lot of people, they'll read the paper. I was just kind of reading the paper in there. They'll read the paper and they see like all the sports schedules, and they'll see a picture of a kid, you know, getting ready for their first baseball game and that kind of thing. Activities are a very little part of our general fund, but they play a huge part in a kid's life. So I don't want to jump in. I don't want to go there either, because that's something that's super, super important for kids. And again, that's what gets our kids to school so that they're better students and better leaders. And as far as making that, you know, who do I involve? It starts with the board, first of all, okay? I mean, and then the next is staff, parents, and community. I kind of have a feeling, like, this is my philosophy when it comes to budget or big changes within a district, all right? I view it as circles. So we need to take care of the inner circle the most. That's the board and me. So we need to make sure that we're on the same page and we have the same priorities and we have the same core values. And then from there, it goes out to the next outer layer, and that's staff. okay? And then again, who parents trust the most are classroom teachers. And so we go from the board and the superintendent out to staff, classroom teachers, and then that involves the parents, and then the community at large. So when we make those decisions, we first start with that inner circle, and then we work our way out, and we involve everything out to that outer circle.
Thank you. Tom, describe a time you provided leadership around an issue or effort that you knew or believed was right, but may have been controversial. How did you know that it was right? How did you develop your leadership plan and strategies? What happened and what would you do differently?
I mean, I'll bring up the 4-day week. You know, Colorado actually started this whole thing. Way to go, Colorado.
It's not all we get
Yeah.
blamed for.
That's true.
So, you know, Lewistown, to kind of give you an idea, we're a big time ag area, man. We're farmers and ranchers. That's who we are. We have some manufacturing things that help our economy and stuff like that, but we're brush, okay? And all the school districts around us, except for one, so we're the largest school district, so a lot of times, I mean, we lead Lewistown, but in a sense, we sort of lead all the other smaller schools around us in, you know, 6 surrounding counties. You know, so a lot of people are like, well, what's Lewistown doing? What's Lewistown doing? What's Lewistown doing? Because it's kind of the hub, right? And so we have several teachers that would love a 4-day week. And all the other school districts have gone to the 4-day week except for one. And the conference that we're in, the athletic conference we're in, all the other schools in that athletic conference have all gone to the 4-day week now in the last 3 years, okay? And again, this isn't a superintendent decision. I mean, I'm gonna be upfront with you and honest and transparent. I don't believe in the 4-day week. And why a lot of people have said that they went to the 4-day week was to help with recruitment and retention of staff. I don't think we really know that. And I think you gotta kind of look at this, okay? Like, I want to recruit and retain teachers that are really good at what they do. And the reason teachers are really good at what they do is they love being around kids. They love that. They love watching that light bulb, you know, turn on, right? They love it when they see a kid, you know, work hard and be successful. I mean, you talk about morale. That's what keeps us going, right? So sometimes I think we make decisions based on financial reasons, or we make decisions based on trying to make it easier on us. And that's the wrong frame of mind. We need to make decisions not because it's what's best for kids. That's what we need to make decisions. That is the core value of what I want our school district to be about. We make decisions because we feel that's the best for our kids, right? I went through the whole deal, right? And, you know, I will, you know, if Rush has decided to go with a 4-day week, which, you know, you're not gonna go back. I mean, you're not gonna go back, okay? So now here's my thing, right? We are gonna make the best of that 4-day week as much as we possibly can. And we are still gonna keep that core value on doing what's best for kids. And with that, when it comes to teachers, it's not about, I can recruit, in Montana, we have the lowest the lowest starting teacher salary of any state in the nation. We are the worst. So if I can recruit and retain in Lewistown, Montana, I can recruit and retain in Brush School District. I know I can do that. Now, has it changed? Have I had to kind of go more out of Montana and broaden it? And, you know, instead of getting like, 15 applications for an elementary job and then picking the best 4 and then interviewing all 4 at once, has that changed? Absolutely. Okay? Am I going to a whole bunch of other states, and if I think I got a good one, I'm interviewing them right now? And if that means that I'm interviewing one teacher, if I think they're a good fit for Brush, then I'm interviewing right now before somebody else gets them. So the whole idea, and to be honest with you, a 4-day week is never going to solve that. It's not going to solve that at all. Right? We have to do a better job of recruiting and retaining. It doesn't matter what our calendar looks like. That's on us. Right? And so I'm going to make the best of that. Right? So that was very controversial, and a lot of people were probably pissed off about that, especially from the staff side of it. The other thing that a 4-day week hurts, and they're absolutely critical to the functioning of our school district, it's the classified staff. You're cutting 20% of their payout. And we need those people. We need paraprofessionals. We need bus drivers. We need food service. Right? We need those people. Those people are just as critical as some of our teachers. We got custodians that form great relationships with kids. So we need that. You don't want to just put those guys to the side, right? So I think I still think I'm right, okay? And we haven't gone to the 4-day week, but it's probably gonna happen. I mean, who am I kidding, right? But I will still stand by that. That we can't just focus on financial things, or we can't focus on what we think will make our job easier. We have to focus on what's best for our kids, what's best for us. And that might mean that our job is harder. But that's what we should be about, okay? Education is never going to get easy, but it will get better. And that's what I think our focus should be on.
Tom, what is your philosophy regarding parent involvement and parental rights? What strategies would you employ to keep parents and stakeholders informed about developments in the school system?
So first of all, parents are always going to be a kid's first teacher, first coach, first mentor, okay? Always. And that parent involvement is absolutely critical, okay? Now, when it comes to parental rights, parents have every right in the world to determine, what activities, what curriculum decision, what books we read, what activities do we do, what strategies, what our philosophy is. They have every right to do that for their kid. And I totally respect that. What they don't have the right is to dictate to other parents or other kids. That's when it gets tricky, okay? And then as far as, I'm assuming this is kind of this is sort of, I've been watching some of your board meetings, and I know beginning in November, the whole CVE, you're over there smiling, I see you. And I gotta give your kids credit last night. No adult asked me about CVE last night. Not one. I had 2 kids ask me about it. And I anticipated it coming. And I know It's very controversial, and it's been very divisive. And to me, where we screwed up maybe as a district, okay, and I listened to a gentleman come before this, and they, in the public comment period, talk about how it didn't seem like administration was very transparent. And he's absolutely right. We need to be very transparent and very honest with our parents. And we need to make sure that when we ask for parent involvement, we need to give them the why. Because if we don't give them the why and we're not very transparent and honest with them, they're not gonna trust us. And that's where it gets back to trust. And if we don't have that parent trust, we're not gonna get the best out of our kids. Because remember, that's the first teacher, that's the first mentor, that's the first coach, right? We're gonna spend 7 hours with those kids at school, and then guess where they're going? Home. Okay? And we're never gonna be able to replace a mom or a dad. We're not. Okay? And so I think where we, as far as strategies, they are constantly involved. Any change that we make, we need to not only like, I heard kind of a complaint from administration last night when we were talking about CBE, and we'd have like community forums or we'd have meetings and stuff like that, and we wouldn't get very much parent involvement, right? Well, we're expecting the parents to come to us. That's wrong. We gotta go to the parents. We have to give them reasons to invite and to make contact with them. We can't just expect like, all right, if we'll have a meeting, then all those parents will come to the meeting. No. No. We gotta go out and reach out to, and find better ways to reach out to the parents. All the parents. Not the parents that are just really, really involved, but to all the parents, right? And if we don't have that involvement, if we don't have that trust and that support, I don't care what you're trying to change, it's not gonna work very well. And so, again, I think those coffee with the superintendents, those radio shows, those did you knows, those, me integrating into the community, like if, I'm gonna go to every single music concert, I'm gonna go to every single game, and where I get into maybe the best conversations with parents are at those events. It's not a board meeting, okay? And I wanna make sure that those parents can come to me and that I'm approachable enough and they feel comfortable. Like, I just answered an email from a parent that has a problem with a principal, okay? I love that because that parent trusts me enough to come to me, right? Now, a lot of people will say, well, they have to follow the chain of command. Yeah, I agree with that. But you don't want to shut them out, right? I'm going to deal with this parent. I'm first going to go to those principals and get a little idea, right? But I'm going to deal with this parent because this parent trusts me enough to want to come to me. That's the kind of parent involvement that I think a good school leader does, right? I'm still following the chain of command, and you're definitely going to know about this, right, as a school board, because I know those parents are going to come to you too, right? And it's not necessarily going to be in a board meeting. It's going to be at the grocery store, or it's going to be at the baseball game, or the music concert, right? And so we have to be able to figure out how we do that in a chain of command and in the proper way. And I think all those other communication tools that we use, those all help feed into that, where we create that trust and that parent involvement, where people start to believe in us and they have confidence in us. When it comes to CBE, I get there. I think we went, again, I gotta be honest with you. And I don't know the whole backstory. I didn't go back to November when it seems like things were kind of going crazy. But if we ask our teachers to put in that kind of time with CVE, then we need to make sure that we support them in that, right? But we also need to make sure that we give the why to the parents and the community, right? And before we make an extreme change like that, we need to make sure that we're all on board before we make that change. Does that make sense? And again, that's a communication thing that we gotta work on, and we will get better at that. I know we can get better at that. People care too much about this community and too much about our kids. So you can't, you can't coach or teach or promote care. The worst thing that can happen to us in Brush is that we become apathetic. Don't become apathetic. So, yeah.
So in order to maintain a positive working environment, it is important to have high expectations of all employees. What will you do to ensure that measures are in place at all levels to hold everyone accountable and that no employee is being seen as untouchable as related to accountability?
This is key. This is big time. Again, maybe controversial wise, I really think accountability is absolutely important. And that nobody is held to a different standard just because they've been here longer, okay? So when it comes to, accountability starts with evaluation. And I hate to use the word evaluation system because in my mind, I'm not going after your job, okay? Now I am gonna hold you accountable, right? But I'm holding you accountable to get better. So to me, it's not an evaluation, it's ways to how we improve, right? And every evaluation, whether I mean, for the board and holding me accountable as a superintendent, or me holding my principals or teachers accountable, or my directors holding, you know, their departments and their employees accountable. Everything's, I call it the 3 Ds, okay? So every improvement system or evaluation system is deliberate, okay? We're not just jumping through the hoops. We're not just filling in the boxes, right? It's deliberate, okay? It's differentiated. So every teacher evaluation is different from any other teachers, right? So it's differentiated, or every director, or every principal, okay? So, you know, I have 6 administrators, right? I have a business manager, and I evaluate them. They're all different. They're all different, right? They're all deliberate, but they're all different. And then the final thing, this is the most important, they're developmental. I'm not going after your job, but you need to get better in this area, in this area, in this area. And they need to be, when I say developmental and how we get better, those are measurable. Like I can always come back from like, hey, you got better at this, this, and this. Good job, good work, right? And then, but hey, we gotta look at this now, okay? And I can literally give a measurement to that, okay? So the accountability part all starts with that self-improvement, that like each day, how are we getting better? And it's all through that evaluation system. And then it's a constant re-eval. It's a constant re-eval. I don't do just, you know, end of the year kind of, you know, evaluations or improvement things. I do it quarterly, okay? Because things change. I mean, they really do, right? And it's not like I'm going after your job. Now, I will say, I've terminated people, okay? I've terminated tenured teachers. And that's never easy. And it's not like I'm proud of that. But it was the best thing for our kids.
Thank you.
Okay, considering the demographics in our community, how would you become involved in the community? Please be specific in terms of the groups or organizations that would be high on your list.
Well, every, every school activity, I'm there. And being that visible. And that's not just, I think, for the community or parents, but most importantly, kids. Kids notice who's at their game. They really do. And I think when you're at those activities, and then kids, they know you care, right? My greatest accomplishment in my career will always be having really good relationships with kids. It's not a bond. It's not a curriculum issue. It's not a school calendar. Okay, it's relationship with kids. Because those are lifelong. I go back to even when I was teaching. I've been in 4 different weddings of my kids. I'm a godfather to 6 different kids that now have babies. So that's why you do what you do. When it comes to that visibility, I want to go to brandings. That's like, yeah, that's brush, that's a celebration right there. My wife is from Box Elder. She was a big roper, rodeo. We talked about this. We actually made some connections. So she's from Box Elder, Montana, which is close to Havre. But, all of her brothers, nephews, and we don't just go to their brandings. We go to our neighbors' brandings. We go to a lot of rodeos. It's a celebration. It's a community building thing. But like community groups, like in Lewistown, I'm part of Kiwanis. I'm part of the Head Start Board of Directors. I'm part of. We have the second largest foundation in Montana is literally in Lewistown, Montana. Little old Lewistown, Montana. We have a foundation of over $40 million, and I serve on that board of directors. And we focus on healthcare and education and community activities. So, whether it's a Chamber of Commerce or a community event, in Lewistown we call it choke cherry, that kind of thing. I'm taking pies in the face at PTO carnivals and those kinds of things. And again, it's that visibility, and that's important, okay? But it's also, for selfish reasons, makes me a better superintendent. And it's fun to me. Like, it's therapy almost. Like, if I go to a game and I know a kid has worked really, really hard, and then I watch them success, or I watch our team have success for something they worked really super, super hard, man, how can you not feel good about that? It's a privilege being in public education, because you get to watch those kids experience something that they'll remember for the best of their, the rest of their life. Not everybody gets that. It's truly humbling to watch kids be successful. I'm not going to miss out on that. So that's important. So I'll be at all those kinds of events and activities.
Tom, what are some strategies that you might have to address the current teacher and bus driver shortage?
Well, I kind of alluded to it earlier. It's changed. It's a different game now. We've got to broaden where we where we reach. 3 years ago, we went to an online application system, and now that publishes all across the nation. You know, if we have teacher openings or classified openings and that kind of thing. So now we're much more nationwide. We're not just Montana. And I'll be honest with you, I was very biased. Again, I see so many similarities between Brush and Lewistown, Montana, but there's a culture that not everybody gets, okay? A teacher in Florida is not gonna get a Brush, Colorado. They're just not, okay? So when I recruit, there has to be some connection that I think they'll be a good fit. I mean, it's just like this, right? You guys are evaluating whether these superintendent finalists are a good fit for Brush. I think we're all qualified, right? But you're trying to figure out if they're a good fit, right? And I'm doing the same thing, to be honest with you, okay? I'm trying to figure out if Brush is a good fit for me and what I value and what I think is important, right? It's the same thing with recruiting. But now I've had to broaden that. So, as an example, in just the last 2 years, okay, I've recruited teachers from New Hampshire, Chicago, Florida, Oklahoma, Washington State, Arizona, Texas. And before, I was like, no, we gotta, you know, they're from Montana. Like, they'll understand Montana, right? Now I've kind of changed that, okay? Now I've kind of looked, and again, we used to like, you know, post a job, and like when I post a job, actually like on, you know, a state site or a national site, I don't necessarily talk about, you know, the teaching duties or whatever. You know what I talk about? I talk about the community, okay? And I talk more about the teaching conditions. Like those school districts that post like teacher duties, like people know what the teacher duties are. That's not what's important, right? I want to make sure that I talk about Brush so that when I get applicants, they know about Brush so they can fit into that culture, right? And so now when I get, if I get an applicant, right, and I think they're a good fit for Brush, right, I'm interviewing them right away. So now I want to get them on the hook. We just this past week, okay, we've hired 4 teachers, and that's the other thing that's changed. You know, we used to wait until like March, April, maybe May, right? We do our teacher hirings. Nope. It's February now. It's February, right? And the other thing that I think we can really work really well with is the colleges and universities. We need to get more student teachers in the building, right? If I get more student teachers into our schools, then we really can find out if they're a good fit. So we need to start working better and closer with like Northern Colorado and, you know, their area colleges and universities, and get more student teachers in there. And then the idea is if we think they're a good fit, well then we've already got a great view into them fitting into our system. But we need to get more of those student teachers, more of those young people into the buildings. And when I talk about young people, high school kids. It's totally changed. Again, getting back to like, I think there are certain kids that we know right now in high school that we feel would be great teachers. So we need to encourage them to become good teachers. So maybe they're classroom aides. Maybe we you know, get them into programs over the summer where we get them with kids and camps and stuff like that. And we encourage them to go into education. Because if we have a Brush kid that knows Brush and then goes off to college and gets their teaching credentials, there's a great fit. Because they get the culture. They get what that means, right? And so I think we've totally kind of changed that. Now, bus drivers, you know, they're making it harder and harder on us because of all the requirements and stuff like that. I think, again, we have to broaden our scope. And we have to make it to where it's a great second job for other positions. So we do all of our training. So the one thing is that brush, we want to make sure that we make it as easy as possible for people to become bus drivers, right? And typically the hardest part with driving bus is your day is broken up. So you drive a route in the morning and then you got to come back in the afternoon, right? That's hard, right? So what you got to do is try to make it so that we have, okay, this is what we've done, okay? We use paras or custodians, okay, to, we change their work schedule as paras and custodians, and then give them the opportunity and train them up so that are also, it doesn't, they can still do the para and custodian thing and drive bus for us. Okay, so, and I did this in my previous superintendent job. Custodians, for example, right? All of our custodians in their contract, they're actually, they weren't listed as a bus driver. Okay, they were listed as a custodian. Okay, so with a custodian, you know, you're getting, you know, the idea is hopefully you're giving them 40 hours, right? Well, that was, you really can't give bus drivers 40 hours unless they're doing a lot of activity trips, okay? So what we would do is we would combine maintenance and custodians with bus drivers to make sure they got their 40 hours, right? So you just adjust work schedules so that you're working with your custodians and your paras now. So we have a para that's awesome. We have 2 paras that actually drive a bus for us. So normally paras come to work at 8, you know, Well, they're driving morning route, right? So we just adjust their schedule so that they come in, instead of coming in at 8, they come in about 8:40. So they take care of their bus route, then they do their para, and instead of leaving like say at 3:30 or 4 o'clock, they leave about 3:15 so they can get their afternoon routes. But the idea is, and trust me, your payroll is going to have a cow, but they're on 2 different salary things, but they're always getting 40 hours, and sometimes if they're doing activities and stuff like that, they're getting overtime. So what you're doing is you're valuing that person, and you're trying to make it as easy as possible to do jobs. Because, I mean, they're just trying to live the dream. They're trying to take care of their family. So whatever you can do to help them take care of their family, and if they're good at what they do, why wouldn't you try to take care of them? So we've kind of, again, we've kind of changed our philosophy a little bit on that, and we've tried to be a little bit more flexible on how we get drivers especially, but other areas and stuff like that, so they still make our district better.
Thank you. We have right at 15 minutes, so if the board has any other questions, maybe take 5 minutes of that to allow Mr. Peck to have 10 minutes to ask us questions. If anyone has any questions for Mr. Peck at this point.
I have one. I'd like you to kind of elaborate a little bit. You talked about the importance of showing up to activities and how kids recognize that and see that. I graduated from Rush High School, and one of the things that I have noticed has changed in our district is how involved in extracurricular activities we are as a whole within the district and staff. So I'd like you to elaborate. In fact, it's almost comical that you started talking about branding within that same answer, because before you started talking about going to brandings, I wrote down the term "ride for the brand." And so I'd like you to elaborate just a little bit on how you see that and the value of our staff as a whole having a culture that says all this is important and we want to be involved in all of these things.
I talked a little, you know, that came out, I think actually your daughter asked this question. What teachers need to understand, you know, all staff members, is when you take a vested interest in kids and go to their activities, and sometimes, you know, man, it's maybe it's only 20 minutes, but you make sure, you know, those kids saw you make that effort to go to that music concert or to go to that FFA event or to go to that basketball game or whatever. It makes them a better teacher. I mean, so that kid, I mean, I'm telling you, I've seen this, I see this every day. I see this every day, right? Like when kids, and I'm telling you, kids notice it, right? There were some baseball kids last night at the deal, and we were, you know, we were looking at houses and what's on the market and stuff like that and brush. So we were cruising around. Well, we stopped they were getting ready for practice at the baseball field. And so we stopped and kind of talked to them, you know. Well, when did you guys start? Oh, you know, first practice, official practice, you know, was Monday and da-da-da. And I'm telling you, I talked to those kids maybe 10 minutes, right? And the coolest thing about kids is they love talking to adults. They love talking to adults, especially if adults ask them questions about their life. And what we have to get across to staff members is when you go to those events or ask questions to that kid about, you know, or, you know, if we have a football game and, you know, a kid's, you know, made a great catch for a touchdown or whatever, and the next day, the next Monday or whatever, if you make a comment to that kid in the hall, they remember it. And I'll guarantee you, when that kid's in class, when that teacher made that comment, that kid will work harder in that class. Guarantee it. So, you know, we're trying to like put it in the kind of frame of mind of, you know, like, oh, you know, do these extra things or whatever. No, you're making yourself a better teacher, and you're making yourself a teacher that kids are willing to work harder for you because you went to that event. It's a totally different mindset. And I am telling you, I have seen that over and over and over again. I tell kids I love them all the time because I don't think they hear it enough. I don't think they hear it enough. I'm all about relationships with kids, and to me, that's why I do what I do. You know, we just had, in Montana, we had a divisional tournament, and we've been on an incredible run in Lewistown, okay? But this year, in basketball, we were really beat up. In boys basketball, we were really beat up through football. And we had a rough start. And, you know, make a long story short, those kids stuck together. And they just kept getting better and better. We were 7-11 going into the divisional tournament. And we won it. We beat the #1 ranked team Saturday night. And I told them I loved them. And they'll remember that. But what the coolest thing is what I really enjoy. Every school district, the greatest ambassadors are our kids. Okay, and so after that, I made sure I introduced those kids to other schools, principals, superintendents, colleagues, parents, whatever. Because I want those people to meet our kids. Because they will make them better. So, I think you have to just totally change the mindset about getting staff and other kids and stuff like that, community members, excited about, you know, it's not like a burden or like a thing I gotta do. It's something that'll make you better. And I'm telling you, you do it a couple times, they'll totally buy into it. Because it'll show right back up in the classroom.
Any other member questions? We have about 8 minutes left.
I started to, but I think it's more important. I'm okay with it. I think it's more important that he get some time to us.
Okay, yield the floor to you, Tom.
Yeah. Watching some, some of the board meetings, you had mentioned about a board coach or getting training and that kind of thing. And I gotta tell you, I was very impressed with that. Obviously, you take what you do and serving on this board very seriously. So, from your guys' perspective, what does that look like? And are you willing to do that to make yourself a stronger board and that kind of thing? How committed are you to that?
I guess I'll take that question as chair. I feel like we're early in that process right now, but I think the board is very unified in that effort, and we've already just started some discussions with Dr. Zila, started some board training with him, and started into that process of continuous improvement and that coaching environment. I feel like this board is very committed to being better for the community and for the students.
Okay.
Can I elaborate just a
Absolutely.
tidbit on that? I think you, obviously, if you've been paying attention, you've seen some challenges
Yep.
there. And I think where it really resonates, and I say it for myself, but from temperature of the board, right, and what's went on, is that if, as a board, if we're gonna ask that those challenges be overcome and people better themselves to meet those challenges and overcome those challenges, it's only fair for us as a board to do all that we need to do to be equally effective.
Appreciate that. So, yeah. Last one. Typically when I come into, or if there's any changes on a board, I kind of redo this, but I give you guys homework. Okay. And so I asked first, what is your vision of Brush School Districts 10, 20 years down the road, right? And then I asked, what are the strengths and the challenges that you see with Brush School District? And then the third question is, who do I need to make sure I make contact with and partner with to make changes in Brush? So every community, kind of has movers and shakers, and they're big influencers and that kind of thing. So I would ask you for a list of names, right? And then the fourth thing is okay, what's the first thing we need to work on, right? You don't have to do that right now, but if I were to ask you, what do you think is the greatest challenge and the greatest strength of Brush School District? And typically, you do this individually, not as a board, okay? Everything else you do as a board, right? But I would ask those 4 questions to you, each one individually, because each one of you kind of bring a different perspective. So what do you think the greatest challenge and the greatest strength of Brush?
I'll just start off. I think the greatest challenge right now is our morale and I think our culture has for lack of a better term, degraded some. But I'll also say that our greatest strength is our culture and the values that our community holds, and the importance that we hold our children as high priority in the community.
I see, here's my little bit of my chance here. Getting the community more involved to look at this side of the, getting to where this goes to a vote every time we have openings for a board seat. That's been a challenge. That way the community feels more like they've been involved in this. Been one vote, I think, since to elect a board. When I first came on, it was the first time Dr. Wilson had a full board, which was 4 years ago. But I think that's something we all need to work on. I know that's a board job, board member's job to go recruit and help, but need that need that community involvement so they have ownership in who is sitting up here.
It's not just a board job.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're all on the same team.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah. Okay.
I think I would tout our people. Our people are definitely the strongest point in Brush, for sure.
Yeah.
Even though we do have some morale going on right now, which I would say is probably, and it's not even so much it's the morale that's the biggest challenge I feel from sitting. We have meet and confer similar to your, building leadership, getting together, the teams that you have, just sitting through them, listening to what they have to say. I feel that one of the biggest strengths that or the weaknesses that we have to work on is rebuilding board trust with our staff right now. I've heard that more than once, and I said Sandy can attest to that one in those meet and confer meetings. I think that's a huge part of it. But our people are definitely our biggest strengths. Our staff and students they're resilient. We've had some rough times prior to Brandy and I joining 6 years ago, and they survived through that. Frozen salaries for 10 years, where the state had dropped so much funding, restored that. But we've just got resilient people who do it for the right reasons.
Right.
So.
I would probably align with Mr. Chard somewhat and talk about culture. First, from a positive standpoint, Brush has a deeply rooted and multi-generational culture and level of pride that derives, I believe, strongly from the agriculture industry. And that's where it comes from. And I feel that we've ventured into an area of culture that maybe right now is pushing those within our district that hold that in high regard and want to celebrate that to a place where they are reserved for whatever reasons. And that I think that is your primary challenge, is to identify why that culture and pride is not being cultivated and praised.
Okay.
I think one of our biggest challenges or strengths is the same thing as tradition, both sides of it. We have strong traditions, and we don't want to maybe break all those real easily, so it's a challenge. It's a challenge and a strength, so
Yeah.
Yeah, I can that's really good the way you said it. He said it more succinct, but I think sometimes the weakness and the strength is that we really do desire more for our students. I think there's a passionate push in this community to get the best for them. And I do believe we want to be leading in that, having others come to us for wisdom on how we did it and how it was working well. And while we all want that, it's very hard to attain it. And so I think there's just some feathers that get ruffled, and we all desire that at the end of the day. How do we do it well? And is trying to bridge that gap of we're all passionate about the same thing.
It's just, how do we want to go about it and what's right for this school district? And it may not even be invented yet, and that's okay.
Yeah.
So let's go figure it out. That's a good and a bad, right? That's what we wrestle with. But I do think an ultimate strength in this community is just the values and the moral of the people. I do think there's a lot of alignment across all people groups in our community that we have high standards, high moral standards and values for our people and our little people. So
Yeah.
I think that's good.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Any other board questions? We're really out of time, so thank you, Mr. Peck.
Yeah, thank you.
Safe travels home.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, awesome. All right, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, thank you. Nice meeting you. Yep. Nice meeting you. Yeah, thank you. Yep.
Thanks for
Thanks for the opportunity. Yep, yep.
Thanks.
Nice meeting you. Thank you. Yep. Good meeting you. Yep. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I can only get her out of the litter one day. I don't think you realized that you didn't answer.
Yeah, that's all right. No big deal.
That's Sean's fault because he didn't stay.
Yeah, he did say, you know, I kind of screwed it up. Wind blowing out there yet?
It's supposed to today, isn't it?
Yeah, it's supposed to go like,
I
hey.
guarantee the sunrise said it's going to.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
pretty pink.
Yes, it was.
Well, we having fun yet?
You said this was fun many moons ago.
That was a little more upbeat
Yep, we're good.
interview, I think, than the first one.
A lot of passion around students, a lot of passion, which is great.
Yeah. Seems like we've kind of been missing that lately.
Mm-hmm. Paul, do you know if last night was recorded For,
It was.
For viewing?
I think we're working on trying to get it posted on the
Okay,
website.
so I have some parents asking, so I'll let them know. Thank you.
It's so small.
Bless you.
Thank you, goodness.
I mean, right from my other job.
Okay.
And then Thursday after spring break, we're gonna go to, I told you, we're going to Comfortable Way.
Yeah.
I'm super excited about that. Our professors having us over for dinner first. She does that, and I'm like, at the time, I'm a cringe, but then after the fact, I'm like, I'm really glad you really them into this because I love things we're talking about.
Did you get fresh air?
Don't go outside, you won't wanna come back in.
I was like,
sure.
it's not fair. It's supposed to be
It's
70.
about
Dang, we're stuck
60
here.
degrees.
Yeah.
Dead still.
Calm as could be.
Calm right there, yeah.
Of course it is.
The weatherman usually doesn't miss the wind, so.
They always do
Although
that.
even, you know, Tuesday, I don't think it blew as hard as it was supposed to.
Yeah. I don't think Tuesday was as bad. Monday is what knocked my mom over in the wind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank goodness it didn't blow as hard as it was supposed to on Tuesday.
I know.
I was on bug.
It would have been
It would have
cold.
been rolling 25, 30 mile an hour.
It's been miserable.
Yeah. But it, I don't think it blew that hard.
Well, that stupid snowstorm that blew through for a few minutes, that was just,
Yeah, once that went through, it wasn't
yeah, it
bad.
wasn't too
Yeah.
bad.
It felt like a February eclipse.
You're right. Does Braden know any of those folks that are affected by the fire down there?
Brad's got a flatbed we could sit
No, I
on.
don't think so.
Tailgate down on your.
That's what I'm saying, let's
There's
just move
some
all this
light. We could all
outside.
sit out there.
Said
Well,
that
I'd say
thing
let's do it
is
outside,
550 miles long.
Let's have lunch
last night.
outside.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
It's
trying
crazy.
to tell the kids,
I
you know,
know.
that'd be
I
like
don't
from
think we
driving
can
from
record it.
Pueblo to Ainsworth, Nebraska, and driving through that fire the whole way.
We have family in Oregon.
It's a big deal.
They're keeping a close eye on it too.
I would.
Yeah. Did they figure out what started it? I have not heard.
There's a lot of teal everywhere.
Oh man. Especially this time of year. It's just not good.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Well, welcome, Mrs. Cody, and thank you for your interest in the position and participating in the process with us. We're running just a few minutes late, but we'll have 90 minutes for this interview process, and we'd like to have enough time at the end for informal questions and any questions you might have for the board. So we'll basically rotate through. Each board member will ask a different question, and I'll start off by asking, please tell us what really excites you to be the brush superintendent.
I think the thing that excites me the most are the people. There is so much potential here in Brush, and after last night's meet and greet, I couldn't sleep last night because I just started thinking about everything. And listening to your students, listening to the staff and the parents and the community members, there's a lot of good things happening. I know there's some hard moments and some difficult things, absolutely. Those are always gonna come, but there's a lot of great things going on. There's a lot of hard work that's been done with curriculum. There's a lot of passionate staff that care. There's community members that it matters. The questions they were asking me last night were not simple, superficial type of questions. Some of them were hard, but they were good because you could tell it mattered. Having everyone show up last night meant a lot. having all of you here, you've had to rearrange schedules to be here, means a lot. So that community backing, the support, the many great things that are going on here excite me a lot about Brush.
Very good, thank you.
Sorry, I'm done on my job. All right, Mrs. Cody. Can you share specific ways you effectively communicate with the board, other administrators, teaching staff, classified staff, community, and students, please?
This is key. This is number one in my book. So it's an area that I'm always focused on, an area I'm always wanting to grow in and wanting to get feedback on. So what I do right now is I have a communication plan. So we all know what that looks like. It's just part of our strategic plan. Every single week I send out a board email, and that's just anything that might be a heads up. My goal with the board is to make sure you don't have any surprises. It's just a heads up, right? If there's an emergency situation, one that you need to know right away, then I usually contact the board president, and then he can contact who he needs to, and then I'll send it all clear what's going on, and I'll talk to you when I can. But then, so every week there's a board update that comes through email, and during that I also say, and it's just a standing invitation, hey, if you have any questions, something comes your way, call, come by, text, whatever makes sense. And you would be a priority at any time in my schedule because I think that's important. You're going to get questions. I'm sure you get questions now. When you go to the grocery store or at the gas station or wherever, definitely games and meat. And so sometimes you just need to know, like, hey, I'm hearing this. What's going on? And so that conversation, that communication is key. We have to work in tandem. If you have a question, I want you to know. There shouldn't be secrets. Of course, there's things that I'm not going to share pertaining to certain individuals, but there has to be trust and open communication. And hey, Marcia, I feel like the communication for this is just not getting out to parents. Those type of things are important too. But all of that with the board happens when we'll get together and set up communication norms and guidelines. Like, okay, what's the best way for me to communicate with each of you? Is it through email? Is it through text? Is it through a messaging system like Remind? Do you want a video message? Do you want just text? What makes sense? What works? And we'll want to refine that based on the board. It's going to be unique to every board, right? What works. But it's important to me to make sure that you have that consistent cadence of information, of what's going on. You need to know. Otherwise, I'll still share a lot at board meetings. I do a pretty rigorous superintendent's report. My goal is not to keep that short. I try to be as succinct as possible. But there are things that I want the public to be aware of, because I look at the board meeting as an opportunity to share out the great things that are happening and the things that we're considering. That's a time where the community gets to hear. And if they can't get on right then, they can usually hear the recording, so it's key. So those are the big pieces with the board. And again, just lots of communication. One of my questions at the end is, if I was offered this job, would you be willing to meet with me one-on-one between now and the beginning of the school year? I want to hear and talk to you. That also is something I like to do. Definitely once a year. I'd like to do it more quarterly, where we just, hey, let's go grab a cup of coffee. I'll buy you a meal, whatever it is. Just like, let's have a conversation. What's working? What do you think is going well? And what are some areas I need to be aware of? Or some areas that you think you want to see growth in? That's important. Because you represent the community, your constituents. And so you're getting feedback all the time, wherever you're at. And I need that information as well. As far as administrators, based on the administrators, we will set up regular cadence of meetings as well. It's important that we work together as a team, and we have certain agreements. We'll celebrate every meeting, and then we have an agenda. This year, it's once a week. It's on a Tuesday from 9 to 10. But it's based on what works with the principal schedules. In Alamosa, it was a different cadence. Last year was a different, but it's something that has to be regular, because that's where we're also making sure that we're aligned. What are our expectations? What are we working on? What are some struggles and barriers that you're having? How can we support each other? How are we doing on our strategic plans? It's all of that. And it's just easier to have in-person communication than just emails. We've got to get together. We have to have that in-person time. In addition with principals, and I also always schedule time where we walk classrooms together. I like to be in the school, and I often say I can't make decisions from an office. It's hard. So I need to be in the school. I want to get to know the principals or the directors. I want to know what their strengths are and what are the areas they want to grow in. What are we doing well, and where is it that we need to move? I need to know where are our staff? What are our strong staff? And let's go in and watch it. Let's see it. Where, again, that helps us, that informs our strategic plan and informs what we need to do as a district, as a school, maybe as a department. So we can build from those strengths and build on those assets. A lot of times too, it's when I'm walking schools that a staff member can say something. That also is helpful. They can just say, hey, sometimes it's just as simple as saying, hey, good morning, and how are you, and how are things going? Like, oh, it's been a day. Hey, why has it been a day? Sometimes it's more meaningful than that, just depends, but it's important to be there. So with principals, it's regular cadence of meetings, and then scheduling time to be in each school regularly. Just to walk through, sometimes we'll walk into classrooms, sometimes we'll walk through, sometimes I'll say, hey, let's have a quick check-in, and just see how things are going, and kind of get a feel for the vibe of the school. As far as staff, I also send a weekly email to all staff. It's just something I do. So one day it goes to all board, and then there are certain pieces that will go to all staff. And I usually include the board on those all staff too. I just like you to be aware of what's going on. And those all staff emails, I've consistently have received feedback on that. That started back in 2020 was when I really began doing that. It was June of 2020. And we did, just got some feedback loops going so that we could find out what are staff needing right now. And if you remember June of 2020, it was a little tricky around the edges. And there was a lot of fear and wondering. And so I just said, okay, let's have weekly Zoom meetings. Every week starting July 1st all the way through that entire year, where we just, hey, we're gonna have a Zoom meeting at that time, because we had like a lot of staff in Almosa. That then led, it didn't make sense to do a Zoom meeting in Haxton, so that led to a weekly email. And the feedback is positive because staff know, hey, you can respond to those questions. If you say, hey, Marcia, they can text me at any time, hey, I have a question about this. What about that? To put job openings, focus areas, whatever it might be in that as well. And again, it's important for me to be engaged with staff. When we're walking classrooms, we're in the teacher's lounge, we're in hallways, it's important to hear what's going on. The other type of communication, because I see communication as two-way, right? So there's the communication that I'm sending out, weekly emails, so forth, but I also need to make sure I'm regularly getting feedback from them as well. So yes, sometimes it's through an email, a text, being at a game or in a hallway, there's that. There's also times where we have to send out surveys that I see and I send out on specific issues and say, hey, I want your feedback on this, what's working, what's not. Sometimes it's during a professional development, professional learning day. I'll ask to present, and I'll want to get their feedback right then. We'll get into discussion groups, I'll ask them to share out, I'll have them do some sort of an exit slip so that I can get their feedback on a certain issue. Those are all things that I'll do with communication. That's with staff. Then with the community, that's big. So it's very important in this role that, one, that I'm providing communication out, and then that I'm also listening. So some of the things that I do, it's all part of a communication plan so I don't forget. One, we have to celebrate all the great things that are going on. So if you were to pull up Haxton School District Facebook page, you're going to see several things, because that's something that I send out. I am the marketing person for Haxton School District right now. So I want to celebrate it. When a student gets recognized for an honor or something great happens, I want the community to know. That's the simple. That also gets published on the website is the idea. Then there's the communication that goes out through our messaging system. We also use Alma as our student information system. So sometimes there's information I want to make sure is shared out to everybody and they all have access. Recently, I just sent out a survey to students, staff, parents, and community members. And so I sent that through an Alma message. I also put it on social media, and I also put it on the website because I wanted some honest feedback from everybody. That's a big piece. The other piece is I go and I present. So the Lions Club is very gracious and allows me to present once a year and say, I think they would let me more, and I work with all of them. I ended up becoming a lion. And so it's just having that conversation. The next one is also our church organizations. Those are key as well. That's fundamental to the communities I've been a part of, and so making sure that those are opportunities, as whether I'm attending or there are events taking place, that I can go and listen, answer questions, provide feedback. The rest of those community conversations come, a lot of times I've done, I called it Cody's Corner. Back in 2020, that was a Zoom meeting. We did one that was bilingual or translated, and one that wasn't, where people could pop on and just ask questions, similar to what you were telling me last night with DAC. It was just a chance, like open forum. What questions you have, what concerns, what are you worrying about, what do you need to know? And I feel like I should field that, especially during that year of COVID. I did a lot of that. After that, it migrated to we could do that in a coffee shop too. Also, I write articles for the newspaper, and I also have done things for like op-eds in the Colorado Sun. So lots of conversations, lots of communication. Last night was great. It was a nice kickoff. I felt like a lot. I felt like I rambled, so sorry.
No, you're fine.
There you go.
That was
There was
very
a lot.
focused.
Communication
Thank
is
you.
big.
There was a big question. There's a lot to it. Thank you.
How do you build trust and collaboration in the district?
Being present, being visible, having integrity, and having honesty. So those are the short, seemingly simple, but not easy things to do. Do what you say you're going to do, right? Like have integrity. Follow through. If you say you're going to show up and be at a school, do that. Be a person of your word. That if you're saying, hey, there's a problem over here, there better really legitimately be a problem. If you're saying, hey, there's a problem in this, we have to do this because it's policy, then it better be in policy. It's that where they can realize, you know what, you are a person of great character. You care about me, you care about our students, you care about me as a parent, if that was who I was talking to. So they realize that when they share information, it's not going to be vindictive, it's not going to be turned, it's because I care. I'm not looking to find a loophole to hurt you. What I'm wanting to do is actually hear about what we need to do, because I can't fix a problem I don't know about. And once they realize, hey, when you share a problem and you are honest with me, it's okay. I'm not going to get mad at all. In fact, I'll probably say thank you, because I want to address whatever the concerns are, because I want our school district to be the best it possibly can be. I care about it. I care about that teacher. I care about that student or that parent. That's huge. An example, yesterday I was headed up here and I knew there was a hot situation that was going on. Very normal, right? Just happens. And a parent had come to the school and I had heard about it. And so I just called the parent and just said, hey, can we just chat for a second? I'm not at school, but I just want to reach out and listen. And that I have found by doing that and having those conversations being easily accessible has prevented a lot of frustrations. And that builds that trust, rapport, and collaboration. Now the key piece on that collaboration is I believe in a lot of distributed leadership. It takes a little while to get people to have buy-in, but distributed leadership is huge. So we have in both districts right now, I'll just focus on Haxton, a district leadership team. And once they realize, no, I really want your voice, I really want your help in this decision making, I have found that with distributed leadership, it takes a lot longer with decision making, but the implementation is a lot faster because everybody owns it then. In addition to that, we also have different committees like an MTSS, multi-tiered system of supports leadership team. And every month, the fourth Wednesday of every month, we meet to review the strategic plan, make adjustments, and look at the system. The district leadership team meets every single Wednesday from 7:15 to 7:45, and we focus on celebrations. Where do we need clarity? Where do we need communication? What are some hot topics? And then I always have a topic there. Either I want to talk to them about, depending on time. That, once they realize, no, it really matters. What your perspective, what you come to the table with is huge and it's so important. And that builds collaboration. That MTSS leadership team, we just had a meeting this past Wednesday, and we were celebrating the great accomplishments of that staff and what they have accomplished. And the excitement and where we have come in just a short amount of time, in a couple of years. We also have a lot of other committees, safety committee, different wellness team committee, all of those. And all of those, then they own it. It's their district. It's not something that's being done to them, right? People don't like things done to them. They like to have things done with them. If they are the ones that have to implement it, if they are the ones that have to do it, I need to have some conversations because I'm probably missing some things. It's not to say there's not a time for me to have a direct decision, absolutely not. But I like to have those voices. The other piece of collaboration is also with students, like met with the student leadership team and getting their voices. They come to our DAC. I've asked a couple of students to attend our DAC regularly. We haven't got to the point to have a student rep at our board meetings, but I just like that voice. And again, it's similar to last night. I was so impressed with the students of Brush, how they came and I walked out of that auditorium and they're like, okay, we have questions. And I'm like, that's awesome, that's awesome. And they care, right? So it goes back to trust, honesty, integrity, and then making sure that they're valued, their voice is valued.
Thank you.
Marcia, can you give us an example of a curricular activity that you led or facilitated that improved student achievement?
So this is my background, is curriculum assessment instruction. So pick one, right? Pick one. Ooh, I'm gonna look at that question, see what it was the last part of that led to improved student achievement. Okay, which one? All right, I guess I will start with, there's just one. I will start with the science of reading. So when you're doing an initiative, again, it needs to be collaborative. What is the problem you're trying to solve, right? So in Alamosa, back in 2019, we knew that the reading and writing scores were very low. They were not where we wanted them to be. They'd been on an improvement plan for years and years and years. And so we started reading a book about the science of reading, and this was before all the modules came out. And so we sat down, and all during summer, I'd asked the CD representative with the READ Act to meet with the principals and myself, and we went through it, did a book club together, because you have to build leadership first, and their knowledge. And they had these huge ahas about the science of reading that summer. So the primary principal of our K2 building, she was just like ready to go change everything. And I'm like, no, we can't change everything yet. This is exciting, but we've got to have a systematic way of implementing this. Let's talk about it. Yeah, you're no longer going to look at the picture and guess the word, but what are we going to do? We're learning more. We now know more. We know better, so let's do better, but let's think about staff and what they need and how we're going to move this carefully, because you have to be mindful of change management theory. You just do. It's a real thing. Implementation science and change management are huge. And so then we came up with a plan and professional development. What are the resources they're going to have? What is the coaching? What are the principals looking for when they go in there? When I would walk with principals, what are we looking for? So I had to make sure I was ramped up in my science of reading, even that took me a while. And so that we could go in and make sure, okay, what are our implementation metrics? Are we implementing what we're wanting to do? First, do teachers know the why? Do staff know the why? Okay, now do they have the resources? Do they have the training? And then are we coaching it? Do the leaders have it? They have the vision? And then are we moving and getting the metrics that we want to? So first implementation metrics, and then student outcome metrics. So we saw that. And it was so much fun watching first that primary principal just, oh my gosh, I can't believe, our kindergartners and where they went from red to green, and she was astounded, but it was all her hard work and the staff. And then it moved up to our 3-5 building and watched them. So then the 3, 4, 5 teachers came down and watched K2, and we kind of did the same process. And you have to make adjustments whenever you're doing any type of initiative. There's constant adjustments. So it's like, okay, this is working. This teacher is struggling. Let's make sure she's observing this other teacher. What do we need to do to coach this? Okay, let me go model for her. Whatever it might be. But the exciting news that I celebrated, and I'm going to shout out her name just because she deserves it, is like Michelle Wilson and Lori Smith. They were principals, like K2 and 3-5 when I was there. Well, let me back up. So it takes a little while. So if you wanted to look at school turnaround, school transformation, school improvement, you always start at the youngest grades because that you're setting a trajectory. It doesn't mean you don't focus on the upper grades. It's just that's it, right? If you can narrow the gaps there, you're moving it. So this past spring, they take CMAS. I know it's different in Brush, but they take CMAS. There, nobody opts anyone out really. And they were 100% green for the first time like ever. It's a community with a very high poverty rate. There's a lot of challenges, but what a celebration. And the principal at the 3-5 reached out. It was just fun. I mean, even though I'm not there and I've been away, it was just neat because we're like, yes, just to see that. And so that was exciting. That's one, just because it's big and we have the data now behind it, the actual summit of data beyond our anecdotal data.
Thank you.
That's great. Okay, how will you use data to lead the school district in utilizing multiple sources to measure student performance and to evaluate the effectiveness of programs?
All right, tell me what question we're on real quick.
You're on 5.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I quit looking and then
It's
I
an
was
interesting
looking for the
question.
question, then I wasn't listening to the question. How you stated to lead the school district in utilizing multiple sources to measure student performance. All right, so we talked a little bit about this last night. I find data extremely important. It's not that it's the end all and be all, but it's key. Use data for your car. Use data. Sean uses data. My husband uses data when he's coaching. Data is important. Sometimes we think this is what the data is. I'll go back to that science of reading. We think all the students are learning science of reading. We think they're doing great. Like everybody's engaged. I taught it. Now they know it. But without the data, we actually don't know. We don't know what they do know and don't know. So we've got to assess students to find out what they really know. Whether that's a formative assessment, which is closest to the student in the classroom, interim assessments, or whatever your summative assessment might be. So when you're utilizing, you have to use multiple sources first because you need to have triangulation of data. You don't want to make a decision based off of one piece of data because that's going to possibly be skewed. You need to look at multiple sources of data to be able to say, okay, what's the trend? Talked about survey data last night. Sometimes you have those outliers, and that's okay. Don't let those hurt you or panic you. Just what's the trend? What are we looking at? And having access to that data, making it available to people to help see it too. I say that because just at the last board meeting that I had in Haxton, I'd asked the principals, I want you to share all of the data. And they're like, well, some of the data doesn't look as good as we want it. They're like, you really want me to share that? I said, yes, I do. 100%. I want you to share it all. And I said, because we can't fix something that we don't own. And if we don't own it, we don't fix it. And we're talking about it in MLT. We're talking about it DLT. We're talking about it at DAC. The public needs to hear it. The board had said, we'd had conversations like at work sessions, but we need to own this because we want to grow. And they're doing great work. The science of reading, they've implemented it. They're rock stars. Super excited about what they're doing. But we're not there yet, right? But we have to consistently and constantly look at that data because that's how we actually know, okay, what does the student know? So, we might be looking at a DIBEL score or NWA or maybe it's an end of unit assessment. And that helps me. I'm looking at it more on the systems level. Where do teachers need support? Where do schools need support? What content areas need support? That helps. Now, as far as with a teacher, what I would talk about is an assessment system. Why it's so important to have formative assessments throughout your learning. Those formative assessments are what make the greatest impact on the student. Because right then at that moment, if you have a daily formative assessment, you can also call it an informal assessment, but it's a formative assessment, something that they're either writing, they're speaking, or they're performing. Some way overtly to show you what they know or don't know. And then from that, you make an instructional decision to say, okay, I need to either reteach this, I need to pull a group, I need to do something differently based off of what I'm actually seeing, what students are speaking, writing, or performing. And then from there, If you make sure you're filling the gap in that daily lesson, then you're less likely to have a shock at the end of unit or end of module chapter or whatever it is assessment. You know every day where that student is. Because once you get to those end of module assessments, a lot of times they're kind of like an autopsy report, right? You can't really go back and fix all of those things. It's a lot harder. You can look at those precursory skills and bring them into the next module, but it's a lot harder once you create gaps. So those daily formative assessments are really, really, really important. But on how I would use data is making sure, okay, what is the data that we need? What data do we have? What data are we missing? Those are all questions, that's all part of the strategic plan, those implementation metrics and student outcome metrics based off of what we're looking for. So I could keep going on about data. I did last night, and so I should probably stop there.
Mrs. Covey, explain how you create positive morale while leading others in building consensus.
People have to feel valued and heard and seen, and that their voice matters. Positive morale comes when people know that, hey, we have, there's an expectation, it's a high expectation, whether it's for students, for staff, for administrators, and we're in this together, and we support each other, and there's communication, and there's honesty, and there's support, and I have the resources, and if I have a problem, that you're hearing me. You know and you hear me, whether that's a student morale, staff morale, admin morale. They need to be able to communicate, articulate, know they're getting supported, know, hey, this is what I need to be present and have that conversation. And when there are problems that hurt morale, because there will be, there always are, there's something that pops up, right? Maybe somebody doesn't, I'll tell you something recent years, somebody maybe not doing their job to the level that they need to do. If not addressed, that will hurt morale. Because it's kind of like your students in your classroom, right? Your students in your classroom, if one student does all the work and the other student can sit there and like, hey, life's great. All of a sudden the student that's doing all the work goes, wait a minute, can I get the same grade without doing this? That's just a wondering. But if everybody's required to be engaged throughout the learning, it increases the morale of the students. If students feel like they're heard, like last night they talked about school spirit and how important that is to them. If they feel heard and can do a quick win there, and they feel like they're valued and what they're wanting to see change matters, that helps their morale. And that's the same whether it's staff or admin or community or parents. It again goes back to, do you hear me? Is there a place where I can share what my thinking is, my questions, my fears, my worries, my concerns? How do I know you heard me? Do you have integrity and honesty? So when I share this, and I'm taking a risk by sharing something with you that may not be positive, what do you do with that information? How do you handle it? How do you move forward? And when you do that, you do have a nice positive morale. I would say the elementary principal at Haxton, right, well, both principals, but just does it really well. She celebrates a lot. We push celebrations and she celebrates a lot. She sees the individual needs, like when someone's going through a hard time, how to make sure I'm addressing, hey, I heard your dad is sick, here's something. How are you doing today? Do you need a moment? Just understanding that. And just being seen as a person that's valued is huge.
Thank you.
What have you done in previous positions, and what will you do as our superintendent to ensure that you receive diverse perspectives on issues facing the district?
And key, so again, about that communication piece. So I just shared with you a moment ago that I sent a survey out to students, staff, parents, and community members. So what happened is there was an initiative to move up to change our dress code to allow hats in buildings. So that was a question. Should hats be allowed in buildings? And so the principal did her due diligence, talked to various community members, parents, talked to her student leadership team, talked to staff, where are you at? and provided recommendations to the policy based on that. We then took it to our district leadership team and said, okay, what are your thoughts on this? They were like, yes, I agree with this so far. So then we took it to the District Accountability Committee, DAC, and said, what are your thoughts on this? And they were kind of mixed. Like most were like, yeah, that sounds good, but there were a couple of veteran, long-term community members that are on our DAC that are just so important. I said, I'm not sure how I feel. How's the community feel? So that's a really good question. So I asked, I said, as a DAC, would it be okay if I send out a survey to students, staff, parents, community members, just asking them how they feel about hats, and it was also about cell phones, because there was also a question that popped up. We had a parent focus group, because we do that every year too, where we get parents to come in, and we have an outside facility or come in and do parent focus groups. So cell phones had come through that parent focus group. And there's also like perception surveys, and so it popped up. So we're like, what if I send a survey out on these two issues and just get feedback from all those entities? It was fascinating to hear. And we had an unbelievable response. I, of course, tied a couple of prizes to it. I said, if you would like to put your name at the end and your phone number, not required, then your name will be submitted for, this prize. Like it was a $100 Visa card, $50 to a local restaurant, and $25 to a local coffee shop. Because I thought, well, then I'll get people. And I sent it out, like I said, through Alma, and which I have found and I've heard is the best way, because like a coach told me, they were at practice and then everybody was just, all the parents that were waiting there just did the survey real quick, which helped a lot. So got that information, and from that information then shared that back first with the board, first with the admin team, then with the board, and then it will go to DAC. It was posted on our website. I also sent it and posted on our social media, because took all the names out of it, of course, right? Because you have to build trust. But shared it back out and said, here's what I heard. So if you go to Haxton Facebook, you can see it, or Haxton website, you can see what the data was. And it was interesting. And we said, okay. So when we went into the board meeting, we had a board meeting a little over a week ago. I said, so based off of this survey data, do you still want to move forward with the dress code policy to a third reading? We were at second reading with the dress code. And they just shared, and I said, we had just closed the survey the night before, that Thursday before. And so I said, there's a lot of comments here. So do you, and my goal, just so you know, as a board, is I try to work very, very hard that you don't make a decision that night. If I present something to you, my goal is that you're not making a decision, because then it becomes a reactive decision versus a proactive decision. So I always say, give it a month. So I said, okay, I know you're slated to take this to third reading tonight, but would you want to hold this for a second reading again, because you haven't had a chance to read all the comments? And so they did. And said, and then in March, if you want to take it to third reading or not. And since then, the principal has had more time to look through the comments. And I said, if you want to revise your recommendations on the dress code prior to the March 19th board meeting, let me know so that we can take that forward, whatever recommendation. I'll, of course, in my weekly email to the board, share that thinking. That's the type of thing I share is, hey, this is something that the principal is thinking about, maybe changing this, so just so you know, this might be coming. Those are the kind of things that we share. So you just know there's no surprises there. So that's one way to get perspective. Also, all the community, I could pick another one too, but that's the most recent. That was the last week.
Thank you. Marcia, if the school district were required to make large financial adjustments in the budget, describe the process you would follow and whom you would include in the decision-making process.
Well, of course, what I would first say would be, let's make sure our budget is slated so we don't have to make those adjustments, right? Let's not get so close to the cliff. I'm one of those, I like a cushion. And if something happened, okay, we had, heaven forbid, another budget stabilization factor. It did pass through the JVC, just so you know, past week, but they're getting rid of the BS factor. But let's say they did. They said, oh, we're going to have to implement another one. It's possible. We know it's possible, right? Then it has to start again with all of those entities I just talked about. It's not my decision. It would be something first I would make the board aware of, an admin team. That's always kind of the first. Those are the two. Hey, it looks like we have a shortfall of $200,000. We're going to have to figure out what's the best place to make a cut. So once you start thinking, I'm going to give you some recommendations. Heads up, board, we're going to have to make a cut. we're gonna be talking about this, just heads up. I'll be providing you recommendations here shortly. Then I would talk to admin team, hey, where are areas that we maybe can cut back, what makes sense? Then it would go, again, to district leadership team, okay, here's what the admin team is saying, these are some areas we wanna make cuts, is this making sense to you? What are your perspective? And I'll tell you, that district leadership team, because the teachers are leaders, they're selected because of their leadership, they're not afraid to say, don't do that because of this, or don't do that. And so that provides that perspective that you were talking about. And then from there it goes to DAC. Okay, this is what I'm thinking about, this is what we're talking about, making a cut, because, and then it's like, oh, but we really don't want you to cut that program, that's really important. Okay, so we've got to look, and so it's based off of all those decisions, and eventually that business manager and I would sit down and say, this is our final recommendation, here's the feedback, now it goes to the board, and here's why. Again, saying, I would give you notification all along the way, hey, this is what's happening, this is what everyone's saying. The board meeting, hopefully you wouldn't hear about it first at a board meeting where you would make the decision. Here it is. By next month, we're gonna have to make some decisions. They're gonna be tough. None of them are gonna be easy. We never like budget cuts, but they do happen.
Thank you.
Marcia, can you describe a time that you provided leadership around an issue or effort that you knew or believed was right but may have been controversial? How did you know that it was right? How did you develop your leadership plan and strategies? What happened and what would you do differently?
Never did anything
Ever.
controversial. No, it kind of goes back to the other one, like, okay, which one? Which one's a better one? So I'm looking at the sub-questions just to see which one makes the most sense. Okay, maybe I won't go COVID. I'll go a different route. We could go COVID, but we won't. Because that was fun. So when I came into Haxton, something that I like to do is, again, get feedback from the staff. So in the spring, prior to me coming on, right after I was hired, I sent a survey out to staff, and similar to what you heard me say last night, what's going well and where would you like to see Haxton School District grow? And from that information, there was a definite trend, and it was all about student discipline and expectations. And so I'm like, okay, this is an area of concern. Then in July, I started meeting one-on-one with all staff. I just sent out, as I do, you might say over-communicating, like you don't have to read the email, but it's going to be there if you want it. And so just started sending emails and scheduling one-on-one meetings with every single staff member, classified, certified. And from those meetings also, discipline was a concern. So then it said, okay, at our back-to-school professional development, guess what we need to focus on? Discipline. So it was the right problem to address, but it's a hard problem to address. Discipline is not an easy one, so that's where I would say it's controversial. So we looked at the current discipline matrix, and I brought in several discipline matrices from various school districts and said, okay, working groups, it was all structured. What do you like, what do you not like? And then gave some recommendations. I had just implemented a district leadership team. We hadn't a ton of trust yet. This was early on, right? But they were in place. And so, okay, now they took all of that feedback and created a discipline matrix. Took a lot of time, but there we go. That's it. And it is what it is. Because I'm a person, I believe in consequences. I think if you touch the stove and you get burned, you're going to learn pretty quick. You have to have consequences. I'm okay with restorative too. Yeah, I want you to have, I want you to feel empathy, and I want you to reflect, and I want you to make sure that you make amends, but you have the consequence. And I'm very, very clear on that. And so, and that's what the staff wanted. It wasn't just me. And so here is our discipline matrix. This is what it is. But like with any initiative, I knew it was right because that's what staff wanted, right? It was their voice. That was what they wanted. So then it's all the steps, right? So then after the discipline matrix was created, then we had to have regular oversight of it. Is it working? Is it not working? What's our data look like? Where it's tricky. And so then we'd go back to district leadership team, go back to DAC, it's that same process board. hey, what's working about this? We're really getting hung up on this little piece here. This doesn't seem like this should be. Let's tweak this. Do you feel okay? And it says on there, this is overseen by the district leadership team. They have the voice because they go back to their grade levels, their teams, and they share out. And that way there's somebody right there if they have questions. I put it in my emails, right? But there's a person. Then I also have a student leadership team, a superintendent's students advisory council. And they had a piece that they're going, gosh, just don't feel like this is right. If they, is this ditching if they're in the bathroom for that long? It was an issue like that. So, hey, let's have a conversation. So they gave some recommendations, talked about it just like you're recommending policy. They recommended it to the DLT. The DLT listened to them, looked at it, adjusted the discipline matrix, and then we had to make sure that we communicated that to all staff. Hey, this is getting tweaked, and this is why. It came from the students, slightly tweaked by the DLT. This is where it is. Also went back to the students. Here was the slight tweak that took place. Are you okay with that? Yes. Okay. And then goes forward. And it will continue to, right? You need to have that constant feedback loop from students and DLT, but that's that discipline matrix now. It's pretty solid, but I mean, everybody has it. K-12, hey, here it is. Everybody knows, it's posted, we all know, it's just clear. Like, you made the choice, you know what the consequences. And it's the end of story. And everybody owns it because they created it, and they oversee it. What I do differently, I didn't answer a question, like I forgot the student question before. I could, yeah.
Marcia, what is your philosophy regarding parent involvement and parental rights? What strategies would you employ to keep parents and stakeholders informed about developments in the school system?
Oh, this is key. This is important, especially in our era right now. We serve parents. We serve students. So it came up last night in one of the meet and greet questions. This came up, like, what if, parents aren't, what do we do about this? And like, you've got to communicate with parents. And the reason is, it goes back to that trust factor, right? If I have a student that something's in my office or whatever, 9 out of 10 times I'm gonna call a parent. Not because I'm tattling or whatever, it's just that communication. And I would expect an administrator or a teacher leader or a dean, whatever it is. It's just that communication, whatever it might be. There's a survey called Family Community School Partnership, and so there's some criteria and indicators with that help assess a district and a school, how well they are engaging with parents beyond parent-teacher conferences, right? So we, again, want to create feedback loops with schools and parents and community. And so looking at that, it's like, okay, here are some areas to grow. Right now I talk about our strategic plan because like I said, it's ongoing. We realized with our it's FSCP because we love acronyms, Family, School, and Community Partnership Survey, that we realized there are some areas that we could grow with our connections with parents in our schools. And so that was put into our strategic plan, like we need these couple of action steps. This is areas we want to grow. So like this coming week, we're doing a literacy night at the elementary and a college and career night to help inform parents about concurrent enrollment in that process and CTE options and ICAP and registration, because that was something that we found out we needed. They needed that conversation. What does it look like to use those science of reading strategies? What are some strategies you can use at home to help support your student? And then how do you have those career conversations with your child over an ICAP? So that's key. So it's on the like nice school front. Then there's also others where there are times where people are like, hey, this shouldn't be shared, and that's what came up last night. And I'm not sure if this question goes more at the family school community partnership or more with some of our current politics in our world. I would say where I land is that parents need to know it's their child, it's their child, and that child is a minor.
In order to maintain a positive working environment, it is important to have high expectations for all employees. What will you do to ensure that measures are in place at all levels to hold everyone accountable and that no employee is seen as being untouchable as related to accountability?
Because nobody can be untouchable, including me, nobody. I think if you were to just go chat with anybody in Alamosa or Haxton, you would find that nobody is untouchable. I am really, really, really thankful that this year, let's knock on wood, I've not had to fire anybody. first year. So yay, that's like a huge celebration for me. It's really nice. I'm enjoying this spring right now. But I do have very high expectations, extremely high expectations. But I have them with myself too. I mentioned it last night. I'm not going to ask somebody to do something that I'm not willing to do. If I'm going to ask you to go into classrooms and coach, I'll go into classrooms and coach. If I'm going to ask a teacher to implement strategies, then I'm going to go into that classroom, and if you want me to, and try to model it. I may not know the content as well, but I can do that. I'm willing to do whatever it is, and have very high expectations. And so when I'm working with a staff member, usually it's with admin, right? I'm working with them the most frequently. It is saying, hey, again, what are your strengths and where areas do you want to grow? And if you're coachable, if they stay in a stance of a learner and have curiosity, we will do fabulously. You can take risks, I will help you, I'll do everything in my power to support you. If you lie to me, or if you aren't coachable, like, no, I'm not going to do that. Then we have a problem. And that's where a corrective action plan will go into place. Because we have to move. It's not because I don't think you're a valuable human, not that I don't care about you, but in the role as a superintendent, I'm responsible for all of the voices of all the students in the schools. They can't say, hey, so-and-so, would you please make sure this teaching and learning improves? They could, but it doesn't really have any, the weight that if I'm like, wait, this has to get better, this has to get better for these kids because they deserve a high quality education, the best that we can possibly provide, and we can do it. And I think you as a teacher, or you as an administrator can do it if you're willing to improve. So if you'll take that risk, if you're willing to work hard, if you're coachable, we'll move through. And with administrators, I require that they all do mid-years. So we do professional goals. They need to be SMART goals. They need to be tied to a measure of student learning. It's all connected. Usually it's also connected to the strategic plan. It's all one thing, so it's not 100 different things. Like, how does this all streamline to one thing? And I should see movement. And you should see movement with me, right? There shouldn't be anybody that's untouchable, because if we're not all getting coached and getting better, then we're declining. And we all want to improve. From the people I met last night, I think everybody was like, yes, let's do this thing. And that's what's important. So it's a short version.
Thank you.
Not really short.
Marcia, considering the demographics in our community, how would you become involved in the community? Please be specific in terms of the groups or organizations that would be high on your list.
To get that list, I would rely heavily on the 7 of you and the admin team, and finding out what are our important groups. Where are the people? Where do they convene? Is it the Cattlemen's Association? Is it the Lions Club? Is it the Legion? Is it certain churches? Is it a coffee group? I believe one of the candidates mentioned last night. Like, what is it? Where do people convene? Where do they get their information? Where? And I would need to learn, because I don't know right now. And from that, then, usually I have not found a time where if I know there's a group and I say, hey, would you mind if I just come and visit with the group? Not once has somebody said no. They're like, yeah, you can come on this day or whatever. I mentioned earlier, like with Haxton, it would be the Lions. We have a good relationship with our town. It's our hospital. We just have good partnerships there with our daycare. That's what you do. And in Alamosa, it was the same. A lot more community partners in Alamosa, Institution of Higher Ed. After school, we had a Boys and Girls Club. There were just other entities. But it's that. I'm heavily engaged in community, heavily involved, because that goes back to a lot of the questions you had. Like, how do you get feedback? How do you get perspectives? Where's the communication? What are those communication loops? Where am I sharing information? Where am I hearing the concerns? I shared earlier, I can't address a problem I don't know about, so that's how I can find out there is a problem. Sometimes it's a communication problem. Sometimes I have a blind spot and I just didn't see that there's this group of students that needs aren't being met. or this program isn't, one of the students last night talked about the tennis program and just like, what's going on, why? So I would engage with them. That's the short-ish version again.
Thank you.
Mrs. Cody, what are some strategies that you might have to address the current teacher and bus driver shortage?
We have to be a little creative right now, right? There is a shortage. I'm thrilled right now, I can say in my current district, there's one teacher that's retiring that's double dipped and everybody's coming back. So that's a huge celebration. So yay! And then we added some new positions and those are all filled. So we just have one paraprofessional position left. So yay, that's huge. That's a lot different than last year. That was part of our strategic plan. So that's a huge celebration. Bus driver shortage, one of them that we have implemented was helping to pay for their CDL to get their type A. So we just have an MOU where they have to agree to drive bus for so long, and then it's a win-win. It's also we also increased activity driver pay and bus route pay. That was something that we needed to do as well. And talking to some of our older farmers that have CDLs that just need to get that bus driver component and saying, hey, would you do that? We also have several staff members who said they were willing to. We also did purchase a minibus so that you didn't have to have your CDL. That was another piece. As far as teachers, there's several things. Like some of the shortages are looking at what we can do. If I have somebody that is coachable, has great character, and works well with students, I can train them if they're a newbie. So we've done what I say creative things. I'll tell you a few that we've implemented. One is we have a student teacher that's teaching a class, right? She actually has a elementary classroom, but she's partnered up with a teacher. They meet regularly. And she has peer observation. She's making sure that we're on track, and she's doing really, really well. We have another teacher who, we have all sorts of creative. Are you ready for all this? So we have another teacher who will finish her degree at K-State in kinesiology, but loves high school math. And so, like, hey, finish this. It was opened, so we advertised, but now she's has a long-term sub license. Then she'll have her degree at the end of this school year, then she'll go into the ALT program. We have another one who had a degree and needed to go into ALT program, the alternative licensure program, so that happens frequently. Also with CTE certification, that's a little bit different, so you can be CTE certified. So that's a whole piece. Prior to that, our art teacher had an art business, and you can do something called an adjunct license in the state of Colorado. So she had the work experience for the adjunct license. So she's doing that. However, now she's going back to get her BA because she wants to. She just wants it. Go for it. And she's getting close to being done. Then we have, like I said, the CTE. So CTE, you have to have occupational experience, and you also have to have the knowledge, whether it's through a BA, college classes, or certifications. And so working with another staff member for our comp sci to get certified in Python, and then to have that occupational experience, which will happen through teaching. So it's creative. It's creative. And what I say is, yes, we have some of those, but all of those are partnered with making sure those staff have the supports they need. Principals are making sure they observe other teachers. Like the junior, senior high, that's where you hear some of those newer teachers. So she meets with her new staff every single Thursday and provides mentoring and support. And so there's a lot of supports in place to make sure that they're successful. So it's not like, you're here, good, but lots of support so that you want to stay in the profession. That's what we want. We want people to stay in the profession. So they have to have the support they need to do that.
Thank you.
We're actually a little bit ahead of time, and so at this point, I'll just ask the board if the board has any other questions for Marcia.
Yeah.
I went first every time.
I know, I just, so, right here, this very last question, you're looking at tapping into what I wrote down was a little different licensures, grabbing people that have something there already, maybe out in the community, and helping them come in and just tweak and finish up. And do you see that, as the district kind of kicking in and helping with some of the expense of that, or?
So we just put into place it's going into third reading, this policy, that says if the district declares, which would be the Board of Education, declares a specific role as a critical shortage, then I can offer funding for classes and assessment with an MOU. So it hasn't been approved, but it's slated. The board at the same time did approve our special education as a critical shortage because we were short this school year, this 23-24. However, we've actually filled those now, but we have one person that will come into it. We had to hire 3 SPED teachers that will need some classes and assessment. So that will allow me to provide that funding with that MOU for classes and assessment. But it's not for everybody. So for example, the adjunct teacher who's getting her BA, no, I'm not providing any funding on those others. But what is valuable is that these are people that are in the community. They want to live there. They want to remain there. They want to stay there. Haxon's pretty remote. And housing is very, very difficult. And so if you can find somebody who cares about kids and they're invested in this community and they're like, hey, if you want to do this, I will find a way to train. Like, we'll get you trained. We'll show you teaching strategies. We'll provide supports. We'll send you to other school districts to observe other teachers. We can make this happen if you're wanting to. And so, yeah, like I said, everybody's coming back. So I should knock on wood or something. But yeah.
All right. Thank you.
And they're doing a great job. It's not just like they're there. It's like they're doing well.
Mr. Miller?
I may get a little bit too specific here, but hear that a lot of your strategy and communication and understanding and acquiring knowledge is survey-based. If you were to be hired for this position and learned that there are some challenges around a survey model, concerns about trust of surveys, confidentiality of surveys, et cetera, what would you do to offset that and maybe implement something that's more receptive or productive to acquire what you seek?
Right. Until you have trust. If you don't have trust, a survey would not be helpful, right? And the survey also, I mentioned this last night, you have to make sure the survey questions are written well and then not leading, because if they're leading questions, that's just going to cause more distrust. So you have to be really careful with your surveys. And since it sounds like, hey, this may not be the time, the trust is not there. We need to come up with other models. So those are usually like focus groups, the one-on-one conversation and focus groups. So you can do focus groups with students. You can do focus groups with departments and the various groups of staff, parents, community members. And it's having that opportunity to say, hey, can I come to your department meeting and visit for a little bit? Can I come to lunch and I'll bring some sandwiches and just want to hear? I just have some questions, would be the similar questions on the survey, right? But I just want to listen. And if you have anything to share with me, that's great. You would have to be in person, really, to get that information if you're not going to do it asynchronously or through a survey. You can also do it, another one would be, and I mentioned this, is when we have staff meetings, like at the beginning of the year, or every little bit, it's right then at that moment where they can write an open response question and you can take it right then and have it in hand. Those also are helpful. It's kind of like a survey, but it's on paper. And they know that they're handing it to you. And they don't have to put their name on it. And all the paper's the same, it's not marked or anything. So that can help too.
Thank you.
I got one for you. So in the state of Colorado, things are changing fast at legislative level. If something were to come from CDE or the state level that this community didn't agree with, how do you see yourself walking through that?
Well, it's led by the board, right? So it would be first a conversation, is this an initiative that the board agrees or disagrees with, right? Because you represent the community. You're responsible to the community. So based off of what you decide, I'm your employee. So then we would make a decision, okay, what do we do? Someone who shared a similar question last night, I said I never, ever, ever go looking for a lawsuit. I've had, unfortunately, the opportunity to do lots of lawsuits, not in Haxton, we're great. But in my previous district, there just was. It was just a time and an era. We had 12 lawsuits plus 3 OCRs. There was a lot. So they don't scare me. A lot of times prior to a lawsuit, you can try to push back and advocate and help share perspective and voice. I went down to the case day at the Capitol, and it was great because Representative Holtorf met with me, and he gave up like a huge period of time. I know he was crazy busy because it was right when the committee meeting started. He came over and sat for an hour and a half and just chatted. He said, okay, you write this all up, you type it all up, you send it to me, and I'll push it. And I said, okay. And I appreciated that. And I'm not saying it's one or the other or whatever it is. It's just having an opportunity. He happens to be our local representative. And so it's just, hey, would you advocate on our behalf for this initiative? Help push it forward. Help the board and the community become active as well, because I'm one voice. I need everybody to be active. If there's something we disagree with, again, this is our state, our country, right? So what do we do to advocate and get our voice out? I can do all I can do, but we all need to. But if it came down to it, then you would have to make the hard decision. I would say, hey, here's where we are. This is your choice. And then you would have that hard decision to make what you do. And then we need to do it.
Thank you.
Hopefully that doesn't happen.
Let's hope.
Any other questions? I just have one quick one. I think it'd be quick. There's been discussion and questions in regards to balancing your family residing out of district and your ability to maintain an effective superintendency. And so I just wanted to give you an opportunity to address that openly today.
Yeah, great question and great concern, because I need to be involved with the community in this role. You need to be present. What I would plan on doing is finding a rental. So just if I'm offered this job and you know of a place, preferably in the country, that's like a room, someone wants to rent a room or rent a basement, right? That would be my ideal. That would be what I would want to do, is just have a place where I can stay on nights where there's events, we had board meetings, there's a game, whatever, and then go home whenever I could. On the same, I would ask the board, hey, my daughter's going to be a junior next year. She really loves volleyball, basketball, and track, particularly basketball. If I could please be allowed to go to like at least 75% of her games, I'd appreciate that. And when she's a senior, I'd like to go to all. That's just something that I value. She's a neat girl, and so I think it would be just that's important to me, is to go to events. I traveled a lot when I worked for educational research company called West Ed, so we're used to commuting. Like that's, Katie and I, we FaceTime and talk, and we have a very close relationship. I wouldn't have applied without her blessing. That wouldn't have happened. And we chatted for a long time, and she's like, at first she's like, I don't know, because like, what if you go and, then I'm not, like, then I'm not the superintendent's daughter. That would be, like, she's funny. If you would talk to her, she's just funny. But then she's like, no, Mom, I think you should. And so I said, okay, then I will. And said, there will be things I'll miss, and the important thing for us, because we've talked about this a lot, is that my husband is teaching there, he would stay there. I love Haxton too. That's where I felt so torn in applying. And we want to support that, right? And support them and support her. And when I moved to Haxton, we bought a house and had to get it remodeled because we were in the middle of these renovations, and we got it ADA compliant because my parents now live with us, which is a blessing. And that was a nightmare, to go through a brand new job and trying to remodel this house. it was not fun, and it didn't turn out overly well. It just didn't, because I prioritized the job, and Sean was teaching in Brush, so he wasn't in Haxton, and we were living in Sydney, and it was like, oh gosh, this is a mess. I don't ever want to do that again ever in my life. That was just not fun. If I can prevent that, I will. And so Sean and I said, we'll just get a rental, preferably affordable, like I was sharing a little bit ago. And he goes, Paul, like, last night I found a great Airbnb, and I won't tell you what town. It just didn't happen to be right here, but it was really close. But it was $42, you know, and with the service and cleaning, it was $60. We had a private entrance into a basement. I looked to see if they were available next year. It's not open yet next year, but it's like that. That's important to, one, have a place here, and then have that place here and have a rental till we find a place that we want to purchase. Sean and I would love to have some land, 3 to 5 acres, not a lot, because we're not, I call it, you'll have to forgive, like a farm, not farm. I grew up, and I told him, he's like, why is that so important? We were talking about this morning. Why is that so important to you? And I'm like, because it's been like my lifelong dream. Like, we keep living in our little towns, but I want to live in the country. And I said, I think it's because we started off on a farm when I grew up, and we had like cows and horses and pigs and, you know, everything. And it's like my core memories are like giving the calf like bottles, and like I just have this. And then I watch Charlotte's Web a lot. I don't know what it is, but it's just there. It's like, but I'm not a farmer. I don't even know what I'm gonna do. And I'm like, it's okay, you'll figure it out. There'll be lots of people that help you. So anyway, so eventually that's really my dream. So have 3 to 5 acres someplace. And then 2 of our children live in Longmont, and they're married. And so eventually we think we'll have grandchildren. Katie will probably go to school somewhere in that area too. So then we're an hour from them. And like Sean said, someday when he retires, I have a long time till I retire, but he has less time. He's old. Then he's like, well, then I could take care of the grandkids. And I'm like, yes, see, you can do that. And you can have your little horse. And he's like, maybe a Shetland pony. And I'm like, no, a horse. So anyway, that was a lot. Anyway, there you go. Oh, sorry.
Perfect. Thank you.
That's the plan, right, today. So yeah, the point being, if offered the job and you know of a place, please let me know.
So just for clarification, your intent would be then once your daughter graduates that you would get relocated
Absolutely.
to Brush.
Correct.
What
I might have to
question?
go visit Haxton, but you know.
What questions do you have for us?
Oh, I have lots. Are you ready? Okay. No. The first one is if, and all of this is if offered the job. I get that you have great candidates and you have a hard decision ahead of you. So I don't want you to think I'm being presumptuous. It's just the questions I have. So if offered the job, would it be okay with you, if it's okay with Dr. Wilson, I would definitely make sure it's okay with him. Would it be okay if I came on site a few days this spring semester and would it be okay on the behalf of the board to come on site, start just, because when I walked the school yesterday, there weren't a lot of kids. I did see the Little Beet Diggers. I got to go in there and I got to watch a play practice at the high school, but I want to see the kids. And I want to just start having conversations, particularly with the administrators and just chatting. So if it's okay with Dr. Wilson, that was a question I had. Do you see that as any concern?
I have no concerns with that.
I think
And
that's a great plan.
I'll elaborate a little bit. We've talked about the possibility of an early onboarding with, you know, potential superintendents, and so that could fit in with that well.
That would be great. And that goes to some of my other questions too. So I mentioned this earlier, and I would like to start having one-on-one conversations with each board member. With you, your spouse, your family, whatever, and just get to know each other. One, it's about building trust and rapport. Unless you go and you eat together or drink a cup of coffee, in my opinion, or something together, and just chat. What do you value? What matters? I just need to get to know more about Brush. I know a little bit of Brush from what Sean's told me, but there's a lot I don't know. So I want to hear more. So I'd want to have that opportunity just to engage in a conversation and ask a question I ask frequently. What's going well, and what's an area that we need to grow? You know, what is it that you see? Because you have a different perspective than mine, and that anybody else has. So I would want to do that. And so that was a question, if you'd be willing to engage in those conversations with me.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Yes.
Great. Another one, which kind of goes with what you were saying, Mr. Chard, is would you be willing to engage in a board retreat before the beginning of the year? So I would want to have some time where we just build trust, rapport. How do we want me to communicate? Do you want a text message? All of those things. Do you want me to send a text? Do you want me to call you? What works for you? Are there certain hours that do and certain hours that don't? I just need all that information. And that would just be one part, but it would take a sacrifice of time. I know we live in an agricultural area, so I know July is not a great time. And so maybe we need to shift a little bit earlier, which if I have a July 1st start date, again, I know all if. So could we meet a little bit early? That would be.
I'll take that question. I think traditionally, or I know traditionally, the board has had a retreat in that early summertime, and so that would fit well. And the other piece of that is I think that's a really good time to start identifying goals and early in that strategic plan discussion. And so we've talked about that. That's traditionally when we've set board goals. So that's really a good fit with the board and what our traditions are here.
That's good to hear. Good. Yeah, that's a good one. And then that kind of goes to my next question here, which is there's the budget. You're going to adopt a budget prior to the end of the school year before I start. So kind of again, if offered, and it's okay with Dr. Wilson, I'd love to be engaged in some of the conversations. What's going on with the budget, because I'll be implementing that budget next year. And as a board, if anybody's willing to share, what are your budget priorities for this coming year? Where are you at? I know like we have a list of budget priorities. This is where we're at. We're wanting to make sure we prioritize these things. Where are you at with your budget priorities? Do you have them? And if so, what are they right now?
I guess let me know if anyone disagrees with this, but I don't know that we have really discussed in detail budget priorities.
Not yet.
I guess so. I don't believe we have, but I've only been through this process one time, so.
Treasurer might know.
Yeah.
Do you have any insight there, Bryson, at all? And what you've been discussing?
Yes, obviously, this board's been very focused on this
Right.
process and understanding that we're going to have to get through this and immediately change some focuses. And so I think that's accurate that there hasn't been that normal process take place yet. So it'd be hard to identify that.
Mm-hmm.
I guess as elected treasurer of the board, I can throw a few things out. One is we had a pretty catastrophic hailstorm this year, so we're gonna have to be mindful through that budget process and what that looks like to ensure that everything is in order to properly prepare or repair and finish out that storm reclamation process. That's gonna be one unique element. We did have this last year, had to make a decision, not cuts, but were originally presented a deficit budget, and adjustments had to be made because this board did not approve to dip into fund balance for the suggested budget. So there's those changes. So I think that will be a high level of focus from this board as we go in is, okay, what does it look like? Obviously, we've all been sitting around on pins and needles, what's gonna happen with the BS factor. We've got to understand what that really bears on our budget and stuff. So just to give you a few
Yeah,
highlights.
and maybe one other highlight is that pupil count has been declining year over year, and so we were running off of the higher average of I think it's 3 years, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but we finally kind of hit that plateau, and so now that is impacting the numbers as well, so just something we've been watching trend. Not a ton, it's not like hundreds of kids, but it is starting to catch up a little bit, so.
Right. I noticed that when I was looking at
Yeah.
that. And it looks like right now you have a $10.4 million fund balance, is that correct? Are you planning on keeping that, or are you planning on building your fund balance? Usually we keep it about a 6-month reserve, which I think is about where you're at. Are you planning on keeping that, not going into the deficit and using the fund balance, but as you're budgeting, do you think you're probably staying at 10.4 as close as you can, or would you like to see that fund balance grow? or undecided. You don't have to make a decision, just if you've talked about it. And again, you prioritize other things, so it's okay.
I'll take a swing at that one.
Okay.
I believe our fund balance is very healthy.
Mhm.
And our fund balance is reflective of a lot of good things that took place. And it's most reflective of a community that invested in its school district with a mill levy override. It's what it was 10 years ago versus what it is today is night and day. So we're very cognitive of that and understand the value of a cushion and being very diligent about protecting that and saving for a rainy day, for lack of a better term. With that being said, anytime we have the ability to grow our cushion, understanding the volatility of legislature and just the societal things that we're in the middle of, we better do that if we have the opportunity.
There's a lot of questions right now, like you said, about the school finance formula. So I did hear that they're going to continue with the school finance formula this year, as it has been. And the school finance formula from 1984, yes, that one, yes. And that one's still
Nobody
going,
knows
right?
what,
Nobody knows what it
So
is.
there were
nobody
those-
knows what it is.
Yeah, so
For sure.
out of 16, or there were 16 or 17 recommendations from the school finance task force that were brought to the legislators, and so they decided to pause on that. And that's where the JBC did recommend that the budget slate was voted on, the budget stabilization factor going away. Word on the street is we are supposed to get rural funding this year, so hopefully that does come. I'm hearing that we will, so that's huge.
That's been pretty consistently 750-ish for our school district,
For
I
your school
think, for the
district.
last 6 or however
At
many
30
years.
to 35 million statewide.
Something like that, yeah.
So it's a big piece, and
It's huge.
fortunately McCluskey is also a big proponent of the rural funding and wants to see that. They wanted to see it in the formula, but it sounds like it will be possibly provided as it has been in the past. That's what I've been hearing. So lots of questions though, because the lunch program, they have a shortfall there of 30 million. Those 17 factors or 17 recommendations, 16 or 17 recommendations that came from that school finance task force, they would have cost, what was it, $534 million to some of the larger districts. So you can guess why they didn't go into play. So just lots, because the budgeting is one that happens here, right?
Mhm.
Right, directly. So it's
Yeah.
big.
The only other thing on the budget that's coming to mind is the whole universal pre-K
Mhm.
and how that's impacting our funds and
Mhm.
being aware of that and ready for that as we move into the next school year and tuition and all those conversations. So I think that'll be another spot that we gotta really pay attention to on this round.
Yeah, and our people hours. I mean, we're having to hire an assistant director for our
Mhm.
Head Start
To handle
director
the
because
work.
she's got so much with all the junk that comes with the UBK. She needs help. And so, yeah, we're working that out now, trying to figure out how that looks. And
It's been a lot of fun. UPK has been a lot of fun.
we've heard.
It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I have a great preschool director that has been on it, but, gosh, so many meetings and so much confusion. But supposedly, we were supposed to get our 3-year-old funding, right, on February 29th?
Probably fell into the hole because that only happens every 4 years,
Yeah, I guess that's right, that's what is on February 29th, right?
That's right. That's what happens.
Bless me.
So I don't know if we directly answered your question, but I think the board would be willing to work with you on that. Get feedback from you on the budget process. Also, I guess it's not ever good to do a lot of reappropriation early, but that budget process probably should be part of a strategic plan, which is not going to be fully developed before we need to do a budget. So, I mean, there's options there.
Absolutely, and with strategic planning, there'll be the board goals, and then, which I'm excited that you went to engage in that in June, that's awesome. And then looking at that data, that's gonna take a while, and getting staff and those action plans, so that'll be a whole process. But the whole, again, knowing you have lots of valuable candidates, I get that. But the first year is mainly a lot of listening, it's just a lot of listening, just so you know. don't expect me to like, okay, everything's gonna be here, because I've gotta develop trust first. That's gotta be first and foremost with staff. That's gonna be number one priority, and with all of you. I'd be like, who's this crazy lady sitting here? So. thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep. Do you have any more questions for us?
That's it, really, that was it.
Very good. Anyone else have questions? Well, thank you very much for coming and participating, and have a safe drive home.
It's nice meeting all of you.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you. You too. Nice to meet you.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Nice
Make
to
sure
meet you.
Sean pays for lunch.
I know, right? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Randy, I'll see ya.
Thanks, Andy.
I did.
She said when she drove her, so, yeah.
Sean outside, I said, "But you're going to breakfast this morning." He's like, "No, we're waiting until she gets ready, then we're going to Drover's."
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't like that.
Appreciate that, you're golden.
Well,
Oh, no.
that's
Nice to meet
75%,
you,
isn't
Sandy.
it?
Hey, you go ahead. Sure.
Yeah.
Hope you have a good rest of your evening.
Well, that sounds reasonable.
All right, so nice to meet you. And you behaved, thank you so much.
I didn't listen to Randy when he's like, okay, everybody.
I wanted to see the wild side, Dave.
So my break isn't very long, I got pizza and coffee, you guys, if you want to come grab.
No, they'll get it from back probably, but yeah.
What about
And
it?
a couple things, you think?
Sorry to interrupt, I'm just gonna tell you real quick, there's pizza in there for you guys.
Okay. As a she mentioned, meeting with churches, some of them, so you think? Okay. That's what I thought too. Did you know her husband and all when he was here?
No, I did not. I knew of him.
Okay.
The odd thing is, I had my crop insurance agent who's in Haxton. She called me the other day and she goes, "What's the deal? You trying to steal our superintendent?"
You're like,
What do you think? I said, "You think she's conservative enough for us?" And she goes, "She is." She said,
What's the?
No, it's okay.
I'll just tell you, she sent me a text message about it, so. I don't wanna
What?
try to.
I can't. 12:05 was the
She's a
cutoff.
conservative Christian who doesn't put up with
It's
weirdness,
okay,
so it's
though.
gender neutral or furries.
thank you. I go blizzard? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that's it. So that's kind of,
you stop eating, you're a lot more welcome. Keep having it.
We are good.
Did you bring your song and dance like we talked last night?
No, I left it at home. I brought my golf clubs up, so.
Well, there you go.
It's nice and safe.
It is nice.
No.
Yeah,
Beautiful day for that.
it would be nice, yeah. Can learn a lot about a man by his demeanor on a golf course. Any sport, I suppose.
Is everybody good to start? Bobby, are we good?
Well, thank you. Welcome and thanks for coming here and interest in the position and engaging in this process with us. We'll have about 90 minutes to get through the interview process. So we'll try to get to the end of the formal questions in time for you to be able to ask questions of us and some informal questions from us. And we're basically going to go around the room. Each board member will ask a question, and I'll just start off with the first question. Chris, please tell us what really excites you to be the brush superintendent.
I would start answering that question by just saying what excites me about being a superintendent in general. I really do enjoy the work. There was a question last night, I'm not sure how well I answered that, but I do believe that there are advantages in a school district of this size and in a community that seems to me to be close-knit. I mean, that's what everyone tells me. That's what I read. I read the comments online of things that people want to see fixed. People have an opinion. I think that's important. Whether they're right or not, that's for you all to decide, right, and the elected officials, but I like to see that people are engaged and involved. Smaller school districts sometimes can be tough. Personalities can be tough, and one person can really wreck a culture, whether it's a teacher or a superintendent, principal, board member. And then much larger school districts, sometimes things just completely disappear and you lose track of things that are important to teachers and kids. So I think Brush is in a really great spot and a great community, what I could tell so far. I also think, to be fair, in reading those comments and talking to people, I think that there are challenges here that would interest me, and I think you have whatever issues you may have are in my wheelhouse to help repair, calm, fix a bit, whatever that looks like, if that's what you're interested in. So yeah, there's many. I'm sure there are many other things, and generally speaking, kids are great everywhere. The vast majority of kids are great everywhere, and the vast majority of teachers are great everywhere. So it always excites me to meet new people who've dedicated their life to education.
Thank you.
Excuse me, sorry. Chris, can you share specific ways that you effectively communicate with the board, other administrators, teaching staff, classified staff, community, and students?
There are very formal ways to communicate that I think good superintendents do. I certainly try to do. There are more modern social media, TikTok-y ways to do that. Those things, I'm not the world's greatest TikToker or Facebook timer, Snap, Instagram chatter, but I can be coerced into using some of those other methods too. I really think communication comes down to relationships and knowing people, and knowing people well enough to know what they want, what they need, and what their vision is. From a board perspective, I think a constant communication is important. An open communication between all board members and the superintendent is critical, especially when there are issues that are difficult that arise for all of you, and you have to bring it back here to have a conversation and maybe even a vote. I think it's important that I'm able to provide information for you to make your decision, to know what's happening at the school and with kids and teachers. So my phone is always on, and I take lots of texts and phone calls and group me's and other things to regularly communicate with the board. Staff too. Other administrators and teachers and community is just about being present and available and open to, have those conversations when people want. All administrators say they have an open door policy, but oftentimes the door's closed more often than open. Mine is open. I don't close it for a lot of reasons that I learned as a young teacher, and also because I want people to be able to walk in. My current situation is, one of my favorite things is that kids can actually just walk right in, right, and when they need something. So I leave the door open so they can do that. And again, I think just making people comfortable that they can come to you with, their questions and concerns. I don't think people are always perfectly comfortable talking to me because they do get to know me pretty well, and so they know how I feel about certain issues, and if they stand on the other side of that issue, they would likely say, well, he's not really approachable. I may not be approachable on that particular issue for them, but certainly for folks on the other side of the issues, sometimes you gotta take sides, and I'm willing to do that once given all the information. So, with regard to a communication plan, usually districts have one in place, and generally speaking, you can make those things better just by asking people what they need.
Thank you.
Chris, how do you build trust and collaboration in the district?
So I said last night I have a different definition of trust than most. There's a Covey book called The Speed of Trust that maybe you've read. It's pretty popular. It's a book about business, but most of the book is about getting people to trust you. And in that context, it's trusting people who will do what you tell them to do. And not discuss it with you, not argue with you, just do it. Just do what I say. As a definition of trust. That's not my definition of trust. Like I said, I can trust, I want to trust people. To me, untrustworthy means that your behavior is erratic and you don't stand on a principle and then walk your talk. So I like to be trusted, and I believe that it's important also to put that out, that you can trust me without having to say it. I think I don't think you'd ever, doing reference checks on me would be easy to say people trust me, even the people that didn't particularly like me. They could trust what I was going to say or do about a particular situation. I think that's important. Collaboration is absolutely important and necessary, and it's important for us, a good superintendent, to know when collaboration really looks like, working together to come to a common decision where we have a collective and, the majority opinion wins in that particular situation, and when you collaborate with the knowledge that at the end of this collaboration, leadership is still going to make the decision. I think that's an important, in your arena, it's your district advisory committee. They're advisory, and it's an important role, but at the end of the day, it's still your decision, and advisory committees to the board need to be very aware that their work is important, and it provides you with real information, but you may not go that route, the route that they suggest. And you need to be able to trust each other and understand that it's my birthday today, so I'm getting lots of phone calls and.
Oh, happy birthday.
Yeah, thank you. Me and Dr. Seuss. So yeah, I think it's important that the collaboration piece of that doesn't turn into, every decision made by committee. But that important decisions aren't made without the viewpoints of everyone, especially those who have a differing opinion. I think people with a differing opinion are very important. I like having people have different opinions than mine. I said that last night too. That's true. Some people may call me argumentative because of that, because it's not that I'm going to back down. I want you to change my opinion, convince me. I'm not easy to convince. But oftentimes when we do those things, we have those difficult conversations, we get to a much better place.
Please give us an example of a curricular initiative that you led or facilitated that led to improved student achievement.
Over the course of my career, probably hundreds of curricular initiatives on the micro level, meaning when I was a teacher, one student needed something and they got that thing. Whether that was a separate piece of curriculum or a separate piece of practice, or try this to help them fill a gap or a hole. Teachers do that very well. I think curricular initiatives from the top down are all the rage. We waste a lot of money on those things. I always ask people, how do we get here when some of our teachers still know how to use an abacus and a slide rule, and they learned to read with a McGuffey reader and a slate, and yet we got here. So how do we do that when now we spend tens of thousands of dollars annually on curriculum to teach kids how to read, write, and compute? I'm a fan of great teaching. I think curriculum is an extension of the local control that you all provide. And so, having said that, usually when it's going wrong, it's because people are instituting way too many things and not really just finding something to focus on. When I got to Del Norte, the entire district was in priority improvement. Our elementary school, which is just strange, our elementary school was in red, and that is just backwards. Generally speaking, scores go down a bit around 5th grade, and they continue to drop, they level off a little bit, and then we quit testing them in 10th grade, so we don't really know how they're doing until they take the SAT or ACT, and those scores haven't really changed on average since 1970, so we just leave it at that, right? I'd never worked in a place where the elementary school scores were so drastically lower than the middle school scores. When I got actually into the buildings to see what was going on, it was clear. They'd had 5 different principals in the previous 6 years at the elementary school, lots of teacher turnover. It's a 2-round school, and they replaced 6 teachers in the K through 4 range. None of those things work well. And in addition to that, they didn't have a continuous curriculum. The kindergarten teacher had no idea what the first grade teacher was teaching, and vice versa, all the way up through just that elementary school, which was K through 4. So we made some administrative changes that just happened naturally, and we reconfigured some things, and we flipped that school in 1 year. We went from from red in the elementary school to yellow. The district went back to green, and then we really put our focus on K1 and 2. With regard to a curriculum, with regard to any initiative, nothing works in a system unless you focus on your K1-2 students. If you can get those kids on the right track, then it's buildable from there. When you're dealing in a school in Del Norte, we did not have a single kindergartner come in testing ready for kindergarten. Not that I'm a huge fan of that test, but I mean, some of those questions are like, do they know how to tie their shoes and zip their pants? And we were answering those questions, no. So, sometimes a curricular initiative is teaching kids how to tie their shoes too, right?
Thank you.
Chris, how will you use data to lead the school district in utilizing multiple sources to measure student performance and to evaluate effectiveness of programs?
First data question. Awesome. I wonder if most school board members know that every 4th grader who takes a standardized test doesn't answer the same questions as every other 4th grader. Because I don't think they do. I don't think most people know that. I don't think most people know that when we derive data the way we derive it today. We are not asking kids, we're not giving kids 10 spelling words on Monday and then asking them to spell those 10 words correctly on Friday, like we did when we were in school. That's not how it works anymore. The way it works now is every single question that we ask, that we derive our data from, is normed, which means the question doesn't make the assessment unless the exact right kid answers that question correctly. If the smart kids answer it correctly, it might not be a good enough question, and if the not so smart kids answer that question correctly, it might not be the right question. We need exactly the 40% in the middle to answer that question correctly, all of the smart kids to answer that correctly, and very few of the not so smart kids to answer that correctly. For me, that is a failed system, and I won't use it to determine whether or not a student is capable of growing. They're kids. They're all capable of growing. Every teacher will tell you that. So I am a proponent and have always been of teacher data first. Unfortunately, I said this when I started as an administrator in 2006. The paradigm was shifting at that point to be such that we were training teachers to not learn how to develop that data themselves. In other words, when my 4th grade teacher, Mrs. Martin, listened to me read, she could tell where I needed something and she was able to provide it. I didn't have to take a Dibbles or a Basque or Adams 10 or a Stanford whatever for Mrs. Martin to know that I could or could not read and where I might need some help. That was a skill that Mrs. Martin developed over time. I didn't know that when I was in 4th grade. But she was my favorite teacher. Actually, sidebar, my very first job, my very first day in the classroom as a teacher, I substitute taught for Mrs. Martin, which was surreal. I sat at her desk and wept over how much I liked Mrs. Martin. So if you want data that's good, we have to ask teachers, and they have to know how to get it. And we're training them to not learn how to get it, just trust the test, trust the assessment, trust the program, trust the digital packet, the iReady, all of the other programs that are out there. We're still trying to teach teachers that they can't teach a good lesson unless it's a one-page lesson plan. When my best teachers put it in a box that big, it's just a mess. We need to clean up the mess. That's why teachers don't want to teach anymore, because they're not being asked to do the things that they probably would be good at. They're not being asked to do they're not being asked to really truly know what a kid knows and can do and help them be better at that. And they're not reporting that back to you. They're reporting data back to the parents that absolutely no one understands, except to tell you that we can tell where your child is on the normal scale. And if you want normal, good luck, because I don't want normal. I want exceptional. And Mrs. Martin always got exceptional, even out of the kids who weren't necessarily always exceptional before or after then. Some of my best friends growing up through school, we all love Mrs. Martin. And I just would be curious as to what data looked like for us when we were kids too. So obviously not a huge fan of using that kind of data if that doesn't sink in there.
Thank you.
Chris, explain how you create positive morale while leading others in building consensus.
The worse it's gotten for teachers, the easier it is to build positive morale. 20 years ago, it would have been more difficult to build positive morale, but it's easier today. You start by cleaning people's plates and getting them to focus on the things that are important in the classroom, which is teaching and learning, rather than all of those other things that we put on teachers to do. I want them to spend the time learning each individual child, what their needs are, and then being able to meet those needs in a way that great teachers have always done. supporting teachers, supporting good teachers, great teachers, which again, most of them are. A lot of bad administrators create policies and practices based on the control of the 5% that are doing the wrong thing. We do that all of the time. We create rules and laws and policies and practices for the 5% who are doing the wrong thing, ignoring the 95% who are doing the right thing. And you need to flip that script. We need to handle the 5% who are doing the wrong thing by making sure that they stand out. They do stand out in a positive culture. They do stand out in a culture that is about learning, teaching and learning and good practices and fun, hard work. Teaching is a great profession when teachers are allowed to do that job and are respected for doing that job the way they were 30 or 40 years ago. It is an awful profession if those things aren't in place. From the school board through the superintendent down to administrators and parents, the silent majority needs to stand up and take charge of this, in my opinion. In good places it is. When that happens, positive morale it exists in a school because kids exist in a school. And teachers who don't want to work with kids, they don't teach very long. But nowadays, teachers who want to work with kids and who are good at working with kids often leave the profession far too early because of just that bad culture, bad environment, bad morale.
Thank you.
What have you done in previous positions, and what will you do as our superintendent to ensure that you receive diverse perspectives on issues facing the district?
I try to give you a very, a specific example of issues facing a district. There's a constant stream of issues that we have to deal with day in and day out. I don't look at them that way. I don't look at them as something bad to overcome. It's just part of creating a good atmosphere and culture and environment. So sometimes it's hard for me to to be able to pull something out of the hat that way. I can tell you that I enjoy speaking with people. I enjoy listening to different perspectives. As I've said, and you would have to know me to know that it's true, I prefer the diverse perspective. I don't like having conversations with people who agree with me all of the time. There's no fun in that. But I also don't like to have conversations. Nowadays, it's more of a war of, my way's the right way and you're a bad person because you don't agree with me. And I don't do that either. Some of my favorite people have wildly different opinions than me on things. Sometimes it changes my position on things, sometimes it doesn't, but I like getting those perspectives. And it has changed my perspective on things throughout the course of my career. Early in my career, I would have told you that, as a 7th grade teacher, if my kids didn't pass my class, they should be right back in that class next year doing it again. And, research be damned, that's what we were gonna do. But through conversations with people who had a wildly different perspective that I did not agree with, all kids should just flow through the system and they should never have to do anything. Just there is a balancing point there. Making a kid go back through my class a second time might not be the right solution because maybe I was the problem. Sometimes we don't think that perhaps even though a lot of other kids did great in my class and the principal gave me great evaluations and said I was a great young teacher, maybe that young man needed something else or that young lady needed something else. And when I learned that, I became a better teacher because I was able to provide those interventions sooner. So I think that, kids provided me my original diverse perspective view. Because they just don't agree and they're different. And they fight with you by not doing your homework and other things. Those skills have helped me be a better superintendent for people who don't agree or don't want to do what they're asked. You know, kids don't want to do their homework. Sometimes teachers don't want to do it either. Principals don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I think it really is about having relationships. And if you have good culture, you have less of a problem with people having a view that they don't want to listen to you.
Chris, if the school district were required to make large financial adjustments in the budget, describe the process you would follow and whom you would include in the decision-making process.
When I got to Del Norte, they were in a deficit spending cycle that had been repetitive over the course of time. It was clear in looking at their budget that they had plenty of money, but they were spending it inappropriately in places, to not be too specific. But the first thing I did there was I put the CFO in charge of the budget. She was not previously. The superintendent ran it and kept it locked down, which I thought was interesting because she's got an MBA and she's a CPA and she knows numbers pretty well. And it was clear that there were practices that could have been changed. So first, I involved the office staff who is responsible for the budget. And from that particular perspective, we generated a philosophical change that we needed to happen in the district and then presented that to the board. For me, because I started there after the budget cycle had already began, which usually happens for superintendents. You're going to approve a budget in July and the superintendent's not going to start, or June, and the superintendent's not going to start till July. So it required some changes, so we went through explaining to the school board, here's what we needed to do and here's why we're doing it. Here's how we're going to make changes to, our general fund budgets, and we're going to do things a little bit differently. And we made those changes. We did some addendums and adjustments to the budget. We made the appropriate January adjustments. And long story short, they have $2.5 million in reserve and the best athletic complex in the state of Colorado because they save money to build it. And we did all of that just by turning around a deficit and turning it into a little bit of a surplus, while also not ever telling anyone no when they needed something for the classroom. That was really important to me, that teachers got what they needed. So again, I could give a longer answer on more specifics on how you do that, but people are always worried about, the size of the budget. The bigger the budget, the easier it is to make the changes. Small budgets are much more difficult and there's a lot more pain points, but larger budgets are easier to make those changes. But at the end of the day, generally about 70% of your budgets is in staff, and, benefits and pay. And that's what it should be. Actually, probably should be a little more than that. So you're really only dealing with about 30%, 25 to 30% of a budget to make those adjustments. And the first thing you need to do is make sure that you're taking care of staff appropriately. So I really think that is a board process. I think that's an important April, May, June conversation, having board members understand and also be able to put forth your philosophy on what do you want. Some board members want, save every dollar, we're not spending anything. And some board members believe we should slightly overspend every year because every dollar of this year's money for this year's kids. We have to find a balancing point there. I've always had success with that.
Chris, describe a time that you provided leadership around an issue or effort that you knew and believed was right, but may not have, or may have been controversial. Sorry. How did you know that it was right? How did you develop your leadership plan and strategies? What happened, and what would you do differently?
I could give you the easy one, which is when I got to Del Norte, there was no baseball team. And they went to state last year in baseball and have a $1.7 million turf baseball complex that rivals that of Adams State. And when I got there, people made fun of me because I was the baseball guy. And, you know, we don't need baseball. We're a basketball school. I'm okay with being a basketball school, but what's wrong with baseball, right? But I'll give you the more difficult answer. Because I can now. The student who was involved graduated. We had a situation a number of years ago, 5 years ago, where a student who had parents in the community that were, and still are, very controversial in the Del Norte community. Mom had been an employee of the school district and was terminated. She had been an employee of the sheriff's department and was terminated. This is prior to me. The dad was the football coach when I got there. And his dad was a board member when I got there. The athletic director at the time and the high school principal determined that the football coach wasn't working out. I can tell you that I agreed wholeheartedly. The practices I attended included, you know, cursing, bare-chested football players with pads on over top of nothing, you know, dipping, tobacco. It just wasn't good. I mean, it's not any football practices that I've ever seen. I was a football coach myself. It wasn't appropriate. So we got a new football coach at the end of that year. A year and a half later, that football coach was under attack by this set of parents, you know, the former football coach. They claimed that their son wasn't coming to school because he had a concussion. Actually, they referred to it as second impact syndrome. If you Google second impact syndrome, you'll know that everyone dies if they have second impact syndrome. Everyone, 100%. You can't have second impact syndrome unless you're dead or you are completely incapacitated with a disability, and he was diagnosed with second impact syndrome. So we did what schools do, and we didn't talk about it, and we kept it between the board and me, and we demanded a neuropsychologist review at Denver Children's Hospital, which they fought and fought and fought, and finally were told they had to. That psychologist gave us a report, and then the parent tried to pull it, so we weren't allowed to talk about it. The report stated that the child was not concussed, they were likely abused. There was alcohol use in the home, and there was abuse in the home. And again, because that report was squashed at that time, we were not allowed to talk about it. I shared it with the board, but it was not allowed to be talked about. That mother came to several board meetings and talked about how we almost killed her son. He never practiced a practice in pads. His concussion happened in the first 9 days. You know, in Colorado, the law is, the CHASA rules are 9 days, helmet only. The athletic director was the football coach, the high school principal was the assistant coach, and I had 3 parents who were very trusted in the community who said that there was never any contact. There was no evidence. So I supported the coach. I supported the principal, which was the right thing to do. We also did the things we felt we needed to do in order to get the student help. That doctor turned it over to the department, you know, DHS, which didn't pursue it any further for other reasons that are unique to that community. And the result was a Change.org petition to get me to resign, which is about the only thing when you Google me you'll find on the internet. I won golf tournaments here in Colorado. I don't get on the internet for that, but Change.org will certainly get me there. Ironically, while other people look at that differently in this cancel culture world, I know the backstory, and now the backstory can be told when people ask. I don't really like talking about it because ultimately we never really got done what we needed to get done for that young man, but that's difficult leadership. That's to me, that those are the kind of things that you have to be willing to do and stand up for. And sometimes, for at least a period of time, you can't talk about it afterward. That's the joy of being a board member and a superintendent, principal, teacher.
Thank you.
Chris, what is your philosophy regarding parent involvement and parental rights? What strategies would you employ to keep parents and stakeholders informed about developments in the school system?
I'm not sure why this is such a controversial topic. It's another one of those things that I wonder how it got to where it got to based on the kind of education that I had. But I believe schools are primarily responsible for the curricular education of students, right? Reading, writing, arithmetic, the 3 R's. I think that's a starting point, that's a base. When I started teaching in 1995, there were what I considered controversial things happening in my school. We started doing advisor-advisee for half an hour every day. They wanted me to sit in a circle with my 7th graders and talk about their problems with them. And immediately it was really clear that a 12-year-old is going to tell you how they hate their parents when you give them that opportunity in a kumbaya circle. I didn't like that. I made it clear with the principal I didn't like that. I felt like the conversations I was having with kids should not be conversations that their math teacher has with them. That position for me has not changed. Now, I was told then, and we're still told today, well, if we don't do it, no one will, because their parents won't. And that's true. There's a small percentage of kids in every school that we would love to have their parents be more involved. We would love to have their parents behave a little differently with the way they're raising their children. But that's not my job to judge. It's my job to judge whether or not the child can learn math and help them learn math. It's not my job to judge parents whether they're doing a good job, or that's just the way I felt about it. But that has continuously been forced at schools for the favor of those very small percentage of parents who aren't doing the right thing, and ignoring the vast majority of the parents who are doing the right thing. So in other words, I'm gonna give your kids things that they don't need because some other kid does need it. We do that a lot. We should stop doing that. It's not good for teachers. It's not good for kids. It's not good for parents. We need to put parents in those situations to actually maybe do their job a little bit better. That requires a very firm backbone and a real resolution, and offer help and support to have that firm backbone. But we don't do that because we're afraid of making the front page of the paper because we didn't do something right, or we suspended a kid too many times, or we expelled a kid who, brought drugs to school too many times. But by expelling them, we're kicking them out forever, and they're never going to get to have an education. I always ask, what about the other kids in the classroom? And the only other thing I will say to that is, I'm often asked, do you listen to parents? The other side of that is, I would ask you, which parents? Right? Every parent wants to be listened to. And you know how often you agree with every other parent, if you're a parent. So, which one do you want me to listen to? And it has become a bit for teachers, if people wonder why sometimes teachers don't want to call home as much as maybe they once did, or whether principals and other administrators are a little bit more reserved about making those contacts. It's because everyone expects to be agreed with, not just listened to anymore. In fact, most people conflate those two things. You're not listening to me unless you're agreeing with me. And so the small percentage of parents who want something their way, they can be really loud. And sometimes they have other things, the media and social media, and on their side for those things, even though every rational person knows that's bad for kids. We end up doing things that aren't good for kids because we listen to the wrong people. So I try to listen to the right people. I also try to use my instincts as an educator to know what's best for kids. And it's generally not good for kids to have a separate set of parents at school. We do the parenting at home.
In order to maintain a positive working environment, it is important to have high expectations of all employees. What will you do to ensure that measures are in place at all levels to hold everyone accountable and that no employee is seen as being untouchable as related to accountability?
I've never found that I have, well, my mom gave me this face. I've been told that I have this resting grumpy face. I'm usually pretty happy. But I've never had a difficult time getting people to work a little harder. I think part of that is because I work pretty hard and I'm present. And I do have high expectations for how we treat each other and how we treat kids. And people don't see me flustered very often because I've seen a lot. I always tell people I don't run. Now, you know, I probably should run a little bit, actually. Be good for my health. But I understand that, you know, as an administrator in a school building or district level administrator, if I look panicked, if I look like I don't know what I'm doing, no one else is going to know either. So I think part of that culture is being a prepared leader and not having too many things surprise you. Not to say that, you know, we don't get surprises often, but with regard to the accountability and the measures, as a teacher, I always believed that we didn't get kids to be motivated until we got them to hold themselves accountable. There's research on every topic, and I said last night I don't like quoting research a lot, but there's really good research around the number one thing that it takes to make kids learn. Some meta-analysis of this has shown us that if students know where they are in their own education, they will be successful. That means when a student takes a test or when they do an assignment, they should know how well they did when they complete that assignment without having to be graded on it. Of course, we provide the grade, we provide the feedback and the opportunity to grow, but the student should know. They shouldn't wonder, which is another reason that the current model of random questions that are really just brain teasers doesn't work, because no kid walks away from a CMAS knowing how they did. Smart kids assume they did well, and the kids who don't think they're smart assume they don't do well. And believe it or not, they're usually right either way. So I think that the accountability measures that we put in place for kids need to stem from those philosophical beliefs, right? We have to follow those philosophical beliefs all the way to the top. If you do those things in line, and all of the staff members know what the path is and can see that this is what we're willing to tolerate, this is where we're going, then they'll understand when you redirect them back onto the path. When they're getting off the path, you can ask them, for example, I'm a big believer in core beliefs as a group, a staff or a community. These are our core beliefs. People last night, some of you were telling me your core beliefs. You're telling me your core beliefs by how you ask these questions and what questions you're asking. So I should know what your core beliefs are. If we make those obvious, then it's really easy to hold people accountable by just asking, how does that fit? How does what you're doing right now fit with our core beliefs? And if it doesn't fit, fix it. And if you can't fix it, I'll help you. If you don't want to fix it and you want to continue to go on the path that's going that direction, there is some place for you. It's just not here. It's a much easier conversation to have than begging and pleading with people to do the right thing. I think that's what good supervisors have always done. There are tools we can use. The tools that are in place that the state requires us to use are not the greatest tools, but they can be used for that. You know, again, it's not so much about the grade or the accountability measure. It's whether people are holding themselves accountable. And if getting kids to hold themselves accountable is the way to do it, then certainly that works for all of us. I hold myself accountable because I lose sleep at night if I don't. I can't imagine how many people I meet that must be losing sleep. And no wonder we have a sleep problem in this country, I guess, right?
Okay, considering the demographics in our community, how would you become involved in the community? Please be specific in terms of the groups or organizations that would be high on your list.
There's a really good group of guys that plays at the golf course in the men's association. Already met them. They've gotten their opinion on the schools and what's good and not good. So I already feel like I'm a part of an organization. Though they're not really great at golf. Just don't tell them I said that. Again, to me, this is just about being available. People are going to know who you are. The things that most administrators do, I do because I like. For example, I don't go to basketball games so that I can be seen. I go to basketball games so I can watch a basketball game. You know, root for my team, curse under my breath at the officials. I've gotten good at that. You know, stand off to the side so that no one's around me when I'm frustrated by poor performance or whatever, right? I'm very competitive. Those opportunities are important, I know, for the community to see leadership out there supporting staff and students. I do it because I enjoy it. So, you know, for me, I think that just I become part of the community that way. There's no way to not become part of the community that way. I'm okay with a short parent-teacher conference in the grocery store line. Those happen occasionally. I usually try to redirect those parking lot conversations back to, you know, you have a concern, let's schedule a meeting and meet in my office and meet in your office or have coffee. You do those things enough, people get to know that you're willing to listen, even if, you know, I'm going to tell them that they're wrong maybe sometimes. I think other things are important. Being involved, you know, in Del Norte, I was a part of the Chamber of Commerce. I was part of the Rotary Club, Kiwanis Club. I know Alliance Club is big here. I think being available for those organizations, being present so that questions can be asked and answered, and their organizations can be supported because they certainly do support the school. I do believe those things are important, but not from the political side of it, really just from the straight up we're a community and we all have a similar goal in mind side of it. So I hope that most people actually in a community see my involvement as genuine in that regard. In Prairie, when I showed up to a basketball game early in the season and one of the girls said, "Thanks for coming." And one of the other kids said, "Well, he has to come. He's the superintendent." I don't have to be here. My house is like, right now it's like 50 feet out back. I can be at home. I wanted to be here. And by the way, good game. You should have made that layup.
Chris, what are some strategies that you might have to address the current teacher and bus driver shortage?
The best strategy for any shortage is to have a great place to work. A really wonderful, great place to work. Part of that for a superintendent is convincing the school board of how truly enormous the task is for the classroom teacher. And the bus driver, actually, in a lot of ways. Even though it's shorter, even more so. I have, as my last couple years as assistant principal, I ran the bus ramp at my school. Now, the last year I ran the bus ramp, there were 1,300 middle school students, 6, 7, and 8. We had 29 school buses. They wrapped all the way around our track, which was also our bus ramp, 29, full, absolutely full school buses, kids hanging out the windows and throwing stuff at police cars and all kinds of great bus referrals every single day. And I can't tell you how many times I thought, who in their right mind would get behind the wheel of that thing? In addition to the traffic that people have to deal with in towns that have middle schools with 1,300 kids in them. So you got to make it enticing, and you have to support people in that difficult job, and have them know that you appreciate the fact that it is an incredibly difficult job, and it is incredibly important. You don't do that, in my opinion, with the fake Teacher of the Week, Teacher of the Month, Teacher of the Year awards that really end up just making 99.9% of the people mad and 0.1% of the people happy. And if we've ever actually found the best teacher in a district by labeling them the Teacher of the Year, I will be shocked. It's usually the teacher with the car in the parking lot the most, or now in some places, you let teachers decide who the best teacher is. That's a little less controversial, but I still think it's disrespectful to every single staff member in a building that works hard every single day. So I like to do other things for my staff. I think it's important that they have a high level of school spirit. I think it's important that they feel like their time is protected outside of their job. In other words, we don't give a lot of busy work, homework that doesn't have a lot of relevance on what they're actually doing with kids. A lot of schools do that. We don't spend professional development days listening to someone drone on about their view of education. We provide targeted training for staff members in areas where they feel they need that training. There's just lots of ways that we can make the job better. You may be already doing many of those things. So I would not know until I got here what is missing here. In Prairie, it was shirts for the coaches. I mean, as silly as that sounds, when I went to the first volleyball game on like my second day, I'm like, why is the assistant volleyball coach wearing a Colorado shirt instead of a Prairie coaching shirt? Well, we don't have the money for Prairie coaching shirts. I've seen the budget. We have the money for coaching shirts. People were blown away that we bought coaching shirts. It can be just as simple as that. It could also be truly changing practices and highlighting your best teachers, doing what your best teachers want to have done day in and day out. Listening to your best teachers, not necessarily your loudest teachers. Listening to your best families, your best parents, not necessarily your loudest. Again, difficult things to do, a little bit controversial, because sometimes your loudest families are also related to a board member, or, you know, my first year of coaching 7th grade basketball, I cut the mayor's kid. I was new to the town. I didn't know he was the mayor's kid. He wasn't one of the best 12 kids. And there was 85 that tried out for 12 jerseys. And when the teacher came to me later and said, "You cut the mayor's kid, why would you do that?" Well, he wasn't one of the best 12 kids. I don't know what to tell you. Well, you've got to know who the mayor's kid is. Really, which kid should I have cut to put the mayor's kid on the team? Tell me which one. Which one am I going to leave out so that the mayor's not upset with me? I've always had that in me a little bit. Some people don't like that, because I do. If one of your children, for those of you who have children, are in trouble and they happen to make it all the way to the superintendent's office, I'm going to care about them as much as I care about any other kid. And if not coming to school for a period of time is the right solution, that's what we will do. I have had that experience. It is not fun for anyone, but at the end of the day, it's the right thing to do, so we do it.
Thank you.
We're a fair bit ahead of schedule, so I'll open the floor to the board if any board members have any other questions at this point.
something down. I did, but you answered it in the next question, so I'm good.
I'll ask one. CDE is, state legislators are making changes rapidly in Colorado. How would you handle potentially a situation where they might be pushing something down, but it doesn't correlate with our core values as a community? What would that look like in your position?
I'm going to give you the fair, non-political answer, right? I believe in local control. It's actually what makes Colorado great. I've spent the last 2 years in North Carolina. They think they're conservative. They are not. The liberal nature of public education today is so invasive that I am confident, because I did a tour of this district, that you are doing things that I would consider extraordinarily liberal, that are legally required, that I would never do to a child, because I think it's bad for kids. If I'm your final candidate, we'll talk about what that is, but as a school board, there are, in Colorado, the local control allows for a lot of latitude with regard to policies and practices that we think are best for kids. Now, there may be things that you want that aren't best for kids, and so that's the communication I would have with you to try to convince you to change your mind on whether or not that's best for kids. Individually, collectively, however you want to do that, no matter how many cups of coffee it takes. And you may convince me otherwise. But at the end of the day, we get to decide. And if we're going to violate Colorado law, that's one thing. If we're going to violate CDE rules, that's entirely another, right? There are different punishments for either, and you need a superintendent that knows both. CDE doesn't write law. Legislators do, and unfortunately they're trying to write some pretty controversial ones right now, in my opinion. I know that people are speaking out against them. I'm here to be a support for the board with regard to those things in the district. And again, you're going to have to be willing to hear me out a little bit on some of those things that maybe you don't think are best for kids, but are actually, in my opinion, or the teacher's opinions or staff's opinions, best for kids. As long as you're willing to hear those things. At the end of the day, as a group, you get to decide. That's the great thing about being an elected board member in the state of Colorado. The great high-paid job that it is, you get to decide. You don't even need to have a superintendent. You can just make every decision yourselves if you like. I don't recommend it. You get a good superintendent, you won't have to put yourselves in that situation. You'll be able to set policy and vision, provide guidance, and to see that your core beliefs, core values are the path that people create when they're creating what's most important, which is what happens in the classroom minute to minute, day to day, right? What goes on in that kindergarten classroom from 8 to 4 every day is the most important thing that we're doing. And none of us are doing it. That kindergarten teacher is doing it. And so they need as much help and support as we can possibly provide them. And CDE thinks they're providing that help. I don't always agree with them. And actually, the former commissioner knows that. We have plenty of conversations, her and I, about things, especially during COVID.
Any other questions? Chris, do you have any questions for the board?
I don't. I would have questions for you if I were the candidate you chose. But no, I got a lot of questions answered last night, which was great. I hope you guys thought that went well. I thought that was great, meeting people and meeting you all. Learned a lot through the tour and meeting staff here. I learned that the kids I talked to last night were happy. all of them, actually, I didn't have anyone, I tried to get them to tell me that they didn't like something, and they seemed real happy with their school, so that's important.
It's good to hear.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that.
Sure.
Very good. Anything else? Thanks, Chris.
Good, all right, thank you.
Happy birthday.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm gonna go play birthday golf.
Hey, do that.
Anybody want a break real quick?
Short one last break and then final. Last one.
Shut. Yeah, we can't walk so very much in the water.
A lot of people are too.
You'll be walking if you
Like,
drink.
stay hydrated, right? Yeah.
And then all we got left after executive session is adjourned, and I'll just make sure I report from that. So go ahead and shut it completely down. Thank you, Bobby.